When I was young, my parents would abandon me at my grandparents' house in Millfield almost every other weekend during the late 1990s. They lived in this decrepit two-story Victorian with rotting wood siding and too many rooms that seemed to breathe with malevolent life. The place always reeked of mothballs and decay, mixed with whatever my grandmother was attempting to salvage from her ancient cookbooks. It wasn't the worst arrangement. I received stale cookies and dangerous amounts of neglect, except for one horrifying reality. Bruno. Bruno was my grandfather's obsession, a massive German shepherd that he'd acquired before my birth. By the time I was forming coherent memories around age 4, Bruno was already a seasoned predator disguised as a family pet. My grandfather Edmund had molded him through brutal training regimens for regional intimidation competitions when Bruno was younger. The basement wall displayed his grotesque trophies, ribbons and photographs of Bruno looking menacing beside my grandfather's twisted grin. To every visiting neighbor and family friend, Bruno represented the pinnacle of canine discipline and intelligence. To me, he embodied pure terror, given flesh and fur. The house itself seemed to conspire with Bruno's malevolence. Shadows lingered too long in corners where they had no business existing. Floorboards groaned under invisible weight during the darkest hours. Windows rattled without wind, and doors creaked open on their own, as if the structure itself was breathing. Shallow, labored breaths that matched the rhythm of Bruno's constant panting. My grandmother, Constance, treated Bruno like the son she never had, feeding him raw meat by hand while crooning disturbing lullabies in a voice that made my skin crawl. She would ask Bruno if he wanted another piece of bleeding steak in that sickening baby voice, answering herself that yes, of course he did. He was such a good boy, such a perfect boy. Meanwhile, I spent every waking moment calculating escape routes and safe hiding spots throughout that cursed house. The adults never witnessed Bruno's true nature. Their blindness to his malevolence was absolute and terrifying. How could they not see what was happening right in front of them? How could they miss the calculated intelligence burning behind those yellow eyes, the way his lips would curl into something resembling a human smirk when he thought no one was watching? The first time I understood that something fundamentally wrong existed within Bruno's skull, I was barely 5 years old. I was sprawled across the kitchen linoleum with my coloring books, while my grandmother prepared what she generously called lunch. Bruno lay beneath the scratched wooden table, supposedly sleeping off his morning meal of God knows what. I accidentally dropped my red crayon, the one I was using to color a fire truck, and when I reached down to retrieve it, Bruno's eyes snapped open with mechanical precision. Those weren't the warm, dopey eyes of a normal dog. They were completely focused, calculating, almost human in their malicious intelligence. He didn't growl or bare his yellowed teeth. That would have been easier to explain to the adults who insisted on treating him like a beloved family member. Instead, he simply stared at me with those cold, predatory eyes, and I swear to God he smiled. Not the happy, tongue-lolling grin that people mistake for canine joy, but something knowing and cruel and hungry. His black lips pulled back just enough to reveal the tips of his canine teeth, and his eyes narrowed with what I can only describe as amusement. It was the look of something that understood exactly how vulnerable I was, how completely at his mercy I remained. I yanked my hand back so violently that I struck my knuckles against the table leg hard enough to draw blood. The sharp pain barely registered through my terror. When I tried to explain what happened to my grandmother, she laughed it off with that dismissive chuckle adults use when children report things that don't fit their comfortable worldview. She insisted that Bruno adored children and was probably just playing with me, being friendly. That was the beginning of a pattern that would define the next decade of my life. Whenever adults were present, Bruno performed his role as the perfect family pet with Academy Award-worthy precision. The moment they turned away, even for seconds, he transformed into something else entirely, something that watched and waited and planned with frightening intelligence. My grandfather constantly bragged about Bruno to anyone who would listen, claiming he was the smartest dog he'd ever encountered. He would often remark, with obvious pride, that sometimes he believed Bruno understood every word of human conversation. My grandmother was equally deluded, hand-feeding him chunks of raw meat while speaking to him in that nauseating baby voice that made my stomach turn. I learned quickly that the adults would never believe me about Bruno's behavior. After all, he was such a good dog, so well trained, so intelligent. When I was 7, I was playing alone in the backyard while my grandparents tended their withering garden. I had this plastic action figure, a superhero whose name escapes me now, that I'd received for my birthday. I set the toy down for maybe 30 seconds to retie my sneaker. When I looked up, Bruno was standing directly over my action figure, his massive form casting a shadow that seemed to swallow the bright plastic colors. He stared directly into my eyes with that same calculating expression I'd learned to fear, then slowly, deliberately picked up the toy in his massive jaws. The sound of plastic cracking between his teeth was obscenely loud in the afternoon silence. He applied pressure gradually, methodically, like someone carefully breaking each bone in a small animal. The action figure's arms snapped first, then the legs, then the torso crumpled with a sickening crunch. Throughout this destruction, Bruno never broke eye contact with me. His tail wagged in slow, deliberate sweeps, like a metronome keeping time with my increasing terror. When he finished destroying my toy, he dropped the mangled remains at my feet with ceremonial precision, then walked away with his tail high and his step jaunty, as if he'd accomplished something worth celebrating. The mutilated plastic looked like the remains of something that had been alive, something that had suffered. When I ran crying to my grandmother, she scolded me for leaving my toys where poor Bruno could mistake them for his own playthings. My grandfather handed me 5 crumpled dollar bills and told me to be more careful next time. To think about how confusing it must be for a dog to see unfamiliar objects in his territory. Their complete inability to see what was happening felt like a form of madness. Was I losing my mind? Was I imagining things that weren't there? But the destroyed toy in my hands was real enough, and the memory of Bruno's calculating smile burned behind my eyelids every time I tried to sleep. The worst incident occurred when I was 9 years old, during a particularly dark October weekend. I was sleeping in the guest room at the end of the upstairs hallway, a room that always smelled like dust and old death, where the wallpaper peeled in long strips that resembled diseased skin. I woke around midnight with my bladder demanding attention. The hallway stretched before me like a tunnel into hell, dark and seemingly endless. I didn't want to wake anyone by turning on lights, so I crept toward the bathroom using the faint moonlight filtering through grimy windows. Halfway down the hall, I heard the familiar click of nails on hardwood. Bruno materialized at the far end of the corridor, just a hulking silhouette against the lesser darkness. He stood perfectly motionless, watching me with an intensity that made my heart hammer against my ribs. Something about his posture was wrong, unnatural. He wasn't standing like a normal dog. He was too still, too purposeful, like a predator that had caught the scent of wounded prey. I took one step backward toward my room, and he took one step forward. I stepped back again, and he mirrored my movement exactly. It was like some twisted dance, some perverse game where the rules were written in my terror and his amusement. His breathing was audible now, deep, controlled inhalations and exhalations that sounded almost human. When I finally turned to run back to my room, I heard him coming after me. Not the clumsy gallop of an excited dog, but measured, calculated steps that seemed to match my own panicked rhythm. I barely made it through my door before slamming it shut and turning the lock with shaking fingers. Bruno hit the door with tremendous force, making the entire frame shudder. Then came silence, the kind of complete quiet that feels more threatening than any sound. I stood there trembling, afraid to move, afraid to breathe too loudly. Then I heard it, scratching at the door. Not the frantic clawing of a dog that wanted inside, but deliberate, methodical gouging. The sound was rhythmic, almost artistic, as if he was carving something meaningful into the wood. It continued for nearly 2 hours before stopping. In the morning, there were deep gouges in the bottom of the door, not random scratches, but deliberate marks that almost looked like letters or symbols. My grandfather examined the damage with an expression I'd never seen before. Not anger at his precious dog, but something closer to fear. For the first time, I saw doubt in an adult's eyes when they looked at Bruno. My grandfather stared at those scratches for a long time, then at Bruno, then back at the scratches. He mumbled something about this not being like Bruno at all, about never seeing behavior like this before. But there was something in his voice, something that suggested maybe he had seen things he couldn't explain. When I was 11, Bruno died, and I wish I could claim to feel anything other than overwhelming relief. I was staying with my grandparents that particular weekend when it happened, and Bruno had been acting stranger than usual all day, more aggressive, more unpredictable. He'd spent hours pacing through the house, his nails clicking incessantly on the hardwood floors like some demented percussion instrument. He would stop randomly in doorways, staring at empty spaces as if he could see things the rest of us couldn't. His growling was constant and low, directed at shadows and corners where nothing visible lurked. That night, his behavior escalated to the point where my grandfather had to physically drag him to the basement and lock him in. Even through the thick wooden door and down a full flight of stairs, we could hear Bruno's barking. Not normal dog barking, but something that sounded almost like screaming. The sounds were rhythmic and deliberate, as if he was trying to communicate something urgent and terrible. Around 3 a.m, I woke to complete silence. The kind of absolute quiet that feels wrong when you're accustomed to the normal creaks and sighs of an old house. I lay there in the darkness, suddenly aware that I couldn't hear Bruno anymore. No barking, no pacing, no scratching, nothing. The silence was somehow more terrifying than his noise had been. It felt heavy and expectant, as if the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I pulled my blankets over my head and tried to convince myself that Bruno had simply tired himself out and fallen asleep. In the morning, my grandfather found him at the bottom of the basement stairs, dead. The veterinarian later determined it was a massive heart attack, apparently common for his age and breed. Natural causes, nothing suspicious, case closed. But what the veterinarian didn't see, what my grandmother quickly ushered me away from before I could examine too closely, was Bruno's expression. His lips were pulled back in what looked like a snarl of pure rage, his eyes wide open and staring at something only he could see. His front paws were extended as if he'd been reaching for something at the moment of death. He didn't look peaceful. He didn't look like he'd simply succumbed to age and genetics. He looked furious, cheated, as if death had interrupted something important he'd been planning to accomplish. I thought that would be the end of Bruno's reign of terror. I was catastrophically wrong. 3 months after Bruno's death, I arrived for another weekend visit to discover something that made my blood freeze in my veins. There, positioned near my grandfather's favorite leather armchair in the den, was Bruno, stuffed and mounted in a standing position that captured him at his most intimidating. The taxidermist had done exceptional work. Bruno's fur had been expertly groomed and positioned, his posture regal and alert, exactly like in those competition photographs that still lined the basement walls. His mouth was slightly open, revealing those yellowed canine teeth that had haunted my nightmares for years. But something was wrong with his eyes. They were glass, obviously artificial, but they seemed to track movement around the room. No matter where I stood, those dead eyes followed me with the same calculating intelligence I remembered from life. The taxidermist had somehow captured the essence of Bruno's malevolent personality and trapped it behind those glassy windows. My grandfather beamed with pride as he asked if I thought Bruno looked magnificent. He explained that now Bruno would always be with them, watching over the family, protecting the house. My grandmother seemed less enthusiastic about the arrangement, but she supported her husband's decision with the kind of resigned acceptance that comes after decades of marriage. She explained quietly that my grandfather couldn't bear to part with Bruno, that this was his way of processing grief. But there was something in her voice, something that suggested she wasn't entirely comfortable with having a dead dog standing guard in their living room. That night was the first time I experienced what would become a terrifying pattern. I was reading in bed when I heard it, the familiar click of nails on hardwood in the hallway outside my room. The same measured rhythm, the same deliberate pace that had terrorized me for years. My door, which I was certain I'd closed and locked, stood slightly ajar. Through that gap, I could see nothing but darkness, but I felt something watching me with predatory patience. I sat paralyzed, staring at that opening, certain I would see Bruno's face appear in the shadows. Nothing materialized, but the feeling of being observed was overwhelming. When I finally worked up the courage to investigate, the hallway was empty. I looked down the stairs toward the den, where I could see Bruno's taxidermied form in the dim light, exactly where it had been earlier, unchanging, motionless, dead. I barricaded my door with a chair and barely slept that night. In the morning, I found small, dusty paw prints on the hardwood outside my room, prints that looked exactly like Bruno's, but that was impossible. When I showed my grandmother, she frowned and muttered something about the neighbor's cat somehow getting inside, but we both knew the neighbors didn't have pets. Over the next 2 years, my weekend visits became exercises in psychological torture. Objects would move around the house, usually my belongings, displaced or hidden in locations where I'd never left them. I'd find my backpack unzipped, homework scattered across floors like confetti. My clothes would be pulled from drawers and arranged in strange patterns that almost looked deliberate. Once I discovered my sneaker in the backyard garden, chewed beyond recognition and covered in fresh saliva that couldn't be explained. The shoe looked like it had been savaged by something with powerful jaws and a taste for destruction. The taxidermied Bruno never seemed to move. At least, I never caught him in the act. But sometimes I'd enter the den and find him facing a different direction than I remembered. When I'd mention this to my grandparents, they'd insist nothing had changed, that my memory was playing tricks on me. The incidents escalated gradually, systematically, like a carefully planned campaign of terror. I'd wake up to find my blankets pulled off during the night, scattered on the floor as if something had been searching underneath them. I'd feel pressure at the foot of my bed, like a large animal settling down to sleep, but nothing was ever there when I turned on the lights. The clicking of nails became a regular nighttime occurrence, always stopping just outside my door. Sometimes I could hear breathing, deep, controlled inhalations and exhalations that sounded too measured to be natural. On particularly bad nights, I could hear what sounded like scratching inside the walls, as if something was trying to claw its way out from within the house's structure. My parents thought I was having behavioral problems. My grandparents were concerned but helpless. They never experienced anything themselves, which made my reports sound like the fantasies of an unstable child. My grandfather would suggest that maybe the old house was just settling, but I could tell he was troubled by something he couldn't articulate. Sometimes I'd catch him staring at the taxidermied Bruno with an expression of uncertainty, as if he was beginning to question the wisdom of preserving his beloved pet. There were moments when he seemed to be listening to sounds only he could hear, his head tilted and his eyes distant. The final incident happened when I was 14, during what I promised myself would be my last overnight stay at that cursed house. It was spring break of 2003, and my grandparents had gone to bed early, leaving me alone with the television and my growing dread. I must have dozed off on the living room couch because I woke suddenly around midnight to find the television still broadcasting some late-night talk show. I had that unmistakable feeling of being watched, that primitive awareness that predators instill in their prey. The taxidermied Bruno was gone from his usual position near my grandfather's chair. The empty space where he'd stood seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. I sat up fully, my heart racing as I scanned the dark room. There had to be a rational explanation. Maybe my grandfather had moved him for cleaning, or perhaps the mounting had finally given way. But deep in my bones, I knew that wasn't the case. Something was happening, something that defied every logical explanation I could construct. I decided to retreat to my room upstairs, moving as quietly as possible through the house that seemed to breathe around me. Each step on the old staircase seemed to echo louder than it should have, as if the house itself was announcing my presence to whatever lurked in the shadows. When I reached the top of the stairs, I heard it, the clicking of nails on hardwood coming from my room. Not the remembered echo of past terror, but immediate, present, real. I should have run to my grandparents' room, should have screamed for help, but fear paralyzed my legs and stole my voice. I approached my bedroom door, which stood slightly ajar, and pushed it open with a trembling hand. There, in the center of my room, was Bruno. Not the stiff, artificial construct of the taxidermist, but something else entirely, something that defied every natural law I'd been taught to trust. He looked solid, but somehow wrong, like a photograph that had been poorly developed. His fur was dull and seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. His movements were jerky and unnatural, but his eyes, those yellow, calculating eyes, were exactly as I remembered them from life, burning with malicious intelligence and patient hunger. When he saw me, his mouth opened in what could only be described as a smile, revealing teeth that gleamed unnaturally white in the darkness. The expression was so human, so deliberately cruel that my mind recoiled from processing what I was seeing. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I could only watch in paralyzed terror as he slowly approached me, his nails clicking on the hardwood floor with each deliberate step. When he was directly in front of me, close enough that I could smell the musty odor of death and preservation chemicals, he stopped. For a moment that lasted an eternity. Nothing happened. We stared at each other across the impossible gap between life and death, between sanity and madness. Then, faster than thought, he lunged forward and seized a mouthful of my hair in his jaws. The pain was immediate and excruciating, but it also broke the spell of terror that had held me motionless. I screamed as Bruno began dragging me by my hair toward the hallway, his supernatural strength easily overcoming my desperate struggles. I clawed at the doorframe, trying to grab onto something, anything that might anchor me to safety. My screams finally penetrated the thick walls and woke my grandparents. I heard their bedroom door slam open and their frantic footsteps in the hallway. My grandfather's voice called out, asking what was happening, then stopped mid-sentence as he rounded the corner and saw what was occurring. The moment the hallway light blazed on, Bruno vanished. Not ran away, not released me and fled, simply ceased to exist, as if he'd been nothing more than a shadow that couldn't survive illumination. 1 second he was there, solid and real and terrifying, gripping my hair with supernatural strength. The next second I was alone, collapsed on the floor, and sobbing uncontrollably. My grandmother helped me to my feet while my grandfather stood frozen in the hallway, staring at the empty space where Bruno had been. His face was completely drained of color, his eyes wide with the kind of shock that comes from having your fundamental understanding of reality shattered. I asked him through my tears if he had seen it too, if I wasn't going insane. He nodded slowly, his voice barely a whisper as he admitted that he had seen something that shouldn't have been possible. That night, while I lay trembling in my grandparents' bed, there was no way I was sleeping alone, I heard my grandfather go downstairs. There was silence for a long time, then the sound of the back door opening and closing. Heavy footsteps crossed the backyard, followed by the distinctive sound of a shovel biting into earth. In the morning, the taxidermied Bruno was gone. My grandfather refused to tell me exactly what he'd done with it, only saying that it had been taken care of, that some things shouldn't be preserved, that some doors, once opened, are difficult to close. He finally admitted that he'd been experiencing things too. Objects moved, strange noises, a persistent feeling of being watched by something that shouldn't exist. He'd dismissed it all, convinced it was just grief and imagination playing tricks on his aging mind. I never stayed overnight at my grandparents' house again. My parents didn't understand my refusal, but they respected it after seeing the genuine terror in my eyes whenever the subject was mentioned. Years later, after both my grandparents had passed away and we were cleaning out their house, I found a small metal box buried in the backyard garden under an unmarked stone. Inside was a dog collar, worn and faded, with the name Bruno barely visible on the tarnished tag. Next to it was a note in my grandfather's shaking handwriting. Some doors, once opened, are hard to close. Some love becomes something else in the dark. May God forgive me for what I tried to keep. I reburied the box exactly where I found it and never told anyone about the discovery. Some things are better left undisturbed. Some secrets are meant to stay buried. I still sometimes wake in the night to the phantom sound of nails clicking on hardwood, and I know that somewhere, in the space between life and death, Bruno is still hunting. But as long as his remains stay buried and forgotten, as long as no one else tries to preserve what should be allowed to die, I think the door will remain closed. The house in Millfield was eventually demolished. The new owners complained of strange sounds and unexplained phenomena, but they attributed it to the age of the structure. When the bulldozers finally came, I felt something that might have been relief. But sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I wonder if destroying the house was enough. I wonder if some forms of love, twisted by grief and denial, can survive even the destruction of their earthly anchors. I wonder, and I try not to listen too carefully to the sounds outside my bedroom door. I was 16, a sophomore at Lincoln High back in 2012, and absolutely nothing about me screamed, "cool kid." Neither did my best friend Danny. We'd been inseparable since kindergarten, two socially awkward kids who found refuge in anime, video games, and our shared inability to talk to girls without our voices cracking. Danny came over every weekend without fail, and we'd lose ourselves in whatever new series we'd discovered or spend hours grinding levels in whatever RPG had caught our attention. That particular Friday in October, we were huddled around my laptop in the computer lab during lunch period. Danny had been bragging all week about some premium content he'd gotten from a Discord server. Rare anime episodes, exclusive manga chapters, the kind of stuff that made us feel like we were part of some secret club. I watched him navigate through folders with names like Ultra Rare and Limited Edition, my curiosity growing with each click. "Dude, check this out," Danny whispered, his fingers hovering over a folder labeled Premium Content. His eyes had that mischievous glint that usually meant trouble, but I leaned in anyway. The folder opened to reveal dozens of files with suggestive thumbnails and titles that made my face burn red. It wasn't anything too extreme by internet standards, but for two sheltered 16-year-olds it might as well have been contraband. We were so absorbed in our discovery that we didn't hear the soft footsteps approaching behind us. Mrs. Peterson's voice cut through our whispered excitement like a blade. "What exactly are you two looking at?" The entire computer lab fell silent. 20 pairs of eyes turned toward us as Danny frantically tried to close the browser windows, his mouse clicking wildly as more inappropriate images flashed across the screen. Mrs. Peterson's expression shifted from curiosity to disgust to stern disapproval in the span of 3 seconds. My stomach dropped so fast, I thought I might actually throw up right there on the keyboard. "Principal's office. Now," she said, her voice carrying across the silent room. The walk to the principal's office felt like a death march, with students in the hallway staring and whispering as we passed. I could feel my face burning with embarrassment, and Danny looked like he was about to cry. Principal Rodriguez didn't waste time with pleasantries. Within an hour, both sets of parents had been called. The conversation was brief, clinical, and mortifying. Words like inappropriate material and serious violation of school policy echoed in my ears as I sat there wanting to disappear into the floor. Dad picked me up in his old pickup truck, and the silence during the drive home was suffocating. I could feel his disappointment radiating from the driver's seat like heat from a furnace. When we finally pulled into our driveway, he sat there for a long moment with the engine running, his hands gripping the steering wheel so tight his knuckles were white. "I talked to Mr. Stevens," he finally said, referring to Danny's father. "You boys have two options. You can be grounded for a month, no internet, no games, no leaving the house except for school. Or you can come hunting with me this weekend." He turned to look at me, his gray eyes serious. "Your choice, but you're both getting the same punishment." That night, Danny and I texted back and forth for hours, weighing our options. A month without internet felt like a death sentence, but hunting wasn't exactly appealing either. Neither of us had ever been hunting before, and the idea of killing animals made us both uncomfortable. But Dad had been trying to get me to go hunting with him for years, always saying it would make a man out of me or teach me about the real world. I'd always found excuses to avoid it. "At least we'd be outside doing something," Danny texted. "Better than being locked up like prisoners." "Yeah, and it's only one weekend," I replied. "How bad could it be?" Looking back now, I realized that was probably the last normal conversation Danny and I would ever have. Friday after school, Dad picked both of us up in his truck, the back loaded with hunting gear and supplies. The drive to his cabin in northern Michigan took nearly 4 hours, winding through increasingly remote roads until we were surrounded by nothing but dense forest and the occasional rundown gas station. The further we drove, the more excited Dad became, humming along to classic rock on the radio and pointing out landmarks from his own childhood hunting trips. "You boys are going to love this," he said for the 10th time, glancing at us in the rearview mirror. "Nothing like being out in nature, away from all those computers and video games. This'll put some hair on your chest." Danny and I exchanged a look that said everything. This was going to be a long weekend. The cabin sat in a small clearing about a mile off the main road, accessible only by a rutted dirt path that made the truck bounce and groan with every pothole. It was smaller than I'd expected, just 2 rooms and a loft, built from logs that had darkened with age and weather. The interior smelled like pine needles, old coffee, and something else. Something earthy and organic that I couldn't quite identify. Dad spent the first hour giving us a comprehensive tour of his hunting equipment, laying everything out on the small kitchen table like a military inspection. Rifles, ammunition, hunting knives with worn leather handles, camouflage clothing that smelled like mothballs, bright orange safety vests, compasses, and first aid supplies. Each item came with a detailed explanation of its purpose and a stern lecture about safety. Rule number 1, Dad said, holding up his index finger. Never point a gun at anything unless you intend to shoot it. Rule number 2, always identify your target before you shoot. Rule number 3, stay within sight of each other at all times. These woods can be dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. The way he said dangerous made something cold settle in my stomach, but I pushed the feeling aside. Dad had been hunting these woods for 20 years. If anyone knew how to stay safe out here, it was him. We heated up canned beef stew for dinner, eating by lamplight since the cabin had no electricity. The silence outside was absolute. No traffic, no neighbors, no sounds of civilization at all. Just the occasional crack of settling wood and the distant hoot of an owl. Dad regaled us with hunting stories from his youth, his eyes bright with enthusiasm in the flickering lamplight. "We'll be up at 4, he announced as we prepared for bed. "Deer are most active at dawn and dusk. You'll see. There's nothing like watching the forest wake up." Danny climbed into the top bunk while I took the bottom, but neither of us could fall asleep. Every sound outside seemed amplified in the darkness. The rustle of leaves, the snap of a twig, the scratch of something small scurrying across the roof. The woods were alive with sounds I couldn't identify, and my imagination began filling in the blanks with creatures and scenarios that made my heart race. "You awake?" Danny whispered from above. "Yeah. This place is creepy as hell." "Tell me about it. What do you think is making all that noise?" "Probably just animals, raccoons or whatever." But even as I said it, I wasn't convinced. There was something about the sounds that seemed wrong somehow, too deliberate, too organized, like something was moving through the forest with purpose. I must have finally drifted off around midnight, because the next thing I knew, Dad was shaking me awake in what felt like the middle of the night. 4 in the morning came like a slap to the face. Dad was already dressed and making coffee and oatmeal by the light of his camping lantern, moving around the small kitchen with practiced efficiency. Outside, the world was still black as pitch, with only the faintest hint of gray on the eastern horizon. "Rise and shine, boys," Dad said cheerfully, as if getting up before dawn was the most natural thing in the world. "Early bird gets the worm, and the early hunter gets the deer." Danny and I stumbled around in the darkness, struggling into our borrowed camouflage clothing and trying to wake up enough to function. The hunting gear felt foreign and uncomfortable. The jacket was too big, the boots too heavy, and the orange safety vest made me feel like a construction worker. Dad checked our rifles one more time, walking us through the loading and safety procedures with military precision. "Remember," he said, his voice serious in the pre-dawn darkness, "we're hunting deer, nothing else. If you see anything that isn't a deer, you don't shoot, understood?" We nodded, though I wondered what else we might encounter out here that would require such a specific warning. The hike into the woods was surreal, our flashlight beams creating small pools of light in an ocean of darkness. The air was crisp and cold, our breath visible in small puffs of vapor. Dew soaked through my boots within minutes, and I could feel the moisture seeping into my socks. Every step seemed unnaturally loud in the silence, the crunch of leaves and snap of twigs echoing through the trees. We walked for nearly an hour, following what Dad called game trails, paths through the forest that were invisible to my untrained eyes but apparently obvious to him. The trees grew denser as we moved deeper into the woods, their branches forming a canopy overhead that blocked out even the faint starlight. Finally, Dad stopped in a small clearing and began setting up what he called a blind, a camouflaged shelter where we could wait for deer to appear. The structure was simple but effective, providing concealment while giving us a clear view of the surrounding area. "This is where patience comes in," Dad whispered as we settled in to wait. "Hunting is 90% waiting and 10% action. The key is to stay quiet and alert." As the sun began to rise, the forest gradually came alive around us. The darkness retreated slowly, revealing details that had been hidden in the night. Trees took shape, their bark textured and varied. Undergrowth became visible, thick with ferns and fallen logs. Birds began to sing, their voices creating a natural symphony that was both beautiful and slightly unsettling. But as the morning progressed, I began to notice something odd. The birds that had been singing so enthusiastically at dawn gradually fell silent. At first, I thought it was just the natural progression of morning activities, but the silence seemed to spread through the forest like a wave, starting from somewhere deeper in the woods and moving toward us. Danny noticed it too. He kept shifting in his position, looking around nervously and opening his mouth as if to say something before Dad's stern looks reminded him to stay quiet. But even Dad seemed to sense that something had changed. His relaxed posture became more alert, and his eyes scanned the tree line with increased intensity. By 8 o'clock, we still hadn't seen any deer, and the forest had become unnaturally quiet. Even the insects had stopped buzzing. The silence was so complete it felt oppressive, like the entire woods were holding their breath. "Let's move to another spot," Dad whispered, his voice barely audible. Sometimes the deer change their patterns. We packed up our minimal gear and began moving deeper into the forest, following another of Dad's invisible trails. The trees grew even denser here, their branches interlocking overhead to create a natural tunnel. Less light filtered through the canopy, and the air felt cooler, almost damp. That's when Dad suddenly stopped, his entire body going rigid. He held up his hand for silence and pointed ahead through the trees. At first, I couldn't see anything unusual, just more forest, more shadows, more undergrowth. But then I noticed movement about 50 yards ahead, small shapes moving between the trees with an odd, jerky motion. Dad motioned for us to get down, and we crouched behind a fallen log. He pulled out his binoculars and studied the area for what felt like an eternity, his face growing increasingly tense. When he finally lowered the binoculars, his expression was unlike anything I'd ever seen before, a mixture of confusion, disbelief, and something that looked disturbingly like fear. "Tell me what you see," he whispered, handing me the binoculars. Through the binoculars, the distant figures came into sharp focus, and my blood seemed to freeze in my veins. 3 small shapes moved between the trees, no more than 3 feet tall, but they definitely weren't children. Their movements were all wrong. Too stiff, too angular, like marionettes being operated by an inexperienced puppeteer. Their skin was pale, almost translucent, with a sickly gray undertone that made them look diseased. They appeared to be naked, but their bodies were somehow wrong, proportioned in a way that hurt to look at. Their limbs were too long for their torsos, their heads too large for their necks. They moved in perfect synchronization, bending down to collect something from the forest floor before straightening up and moving to the next location. Whatever they were gathering, they placed it in small sacks or pouches that seemed to be made from some kind of organic material. The most disturbing thing was their faces. Even through the binoculars, I couldn't make out distinct features, just dark hollows where eyes should be and holes that might have been mouths. When they turned their heads, which they did frequently, the motion was too fast, too sharp, like birds of prey scanning for threats. I felt Danny nudging me urgently, and I reluctantly handed him the binoculars. His sharp intake of breath told me he was seeing the same impossible things I had witnessed. When he tried to whisper, "What the hell?" Dad immediately motioned for complete silence, his face grave with concern. I looked at my father, this man who had always been my anchor of normalcy and strength, and saw genuine fear in his eyes for the first time in my life. He'd been hunting these woods for 20 years, knew every trail and landmark, every type of wildlife that called this forest home. Whatever those things were, they weren't part of his familiar world. "What are they?" I mouthed silently. Dad shook his head slowly, his eyes never leaving the distant figures. He took the binoculars back and studied them for another long moment before whispering so quietly I could barely hear him. "I don't know. I've never seen anything like this." The 3 creatures continued their methodical collection, moving through the underbrush with an efficiency that suggested they'd done this many times before. They communicated with each other, but not with sounds. Instead, they used quick, jerky gestures that looked almost like sign language. Occasionally, one would pause and tilt its oversized head, as if listening to something beyond human hearing. Danny was breathing heavily beside me, and I could see him struggling not to panic. His face had gone completely white, and his hands were shaking as he gripped his rifle. I reached over and touched his arm, trying to provide some comfort, but I was just as terrified as he was. That's when Danny made the mistake that changed everything. In his nervousness, he shifted his weight too quickly and lost his balance. His elbow caught on a protruding root, sending him tumbling backward with a crash that echoed through the silent forest like a gunshot. His rifle hit the ground with a metallic clang that seemed to reverberate forever. The effect on the three creatures was immediate and terrifying. They stopped moving instantly, their heads snapping toward our location with that same unnaturally fast motion. Even from 50 yards away, I could feel them focusing their attention on us, like the weight of their gaze was a physical force pressing against my chest. For a moment that stretched into eternity, we stared at each other across the forest floor. The creatures remained perfectly still, their dark eye hollows fixed on our hiding spot. Dad's breathing had become shallow and rapid, and I could see his knuckles white as he gripped his rifle. Then, as if responding to some unheard signal, all three creatures began moving toward us. Not running, not rushing, but walking with that same jerky, unnatural gait. Their movements were purposeful and coordinated, like hunters who had just spotted their prey. "Run," Dad whispered, his voice barely audible. "Run now." We exploded from our hiding spot like startled deer, crashing through the underbrush without any regard for stealth or safety. Branches tore at our clothes and scratched our faces as we fled deeper into the forest. Behind us, I could hear Dad shouting instructions, but his words were lost in the thunder of our panic and the sound of breaking branches. Danny stumbled again, going down hard and crying out as he hit the ground. Dad stopped to help him while I kept running, my mind blank with terror. Every shadow looked like a pursuing figure. Every movement in my peripheral vision made my heart race faster. "Keep going," Dad's voice echoed behind me. "Get back to the cabin. We'll catch up." I hesitated for just a moment, torn between loyalty to my friend and the overwhelming need to escape. But Dad's voice carried an authority I'd never heard before, a command that brooked no argument. "Go!" So I ran. The forest became a blur of green and brown as I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping across my face and thorns tearing at my clothes. My lungs burned with the effort of running, and my heart hammered against my ribs so hard I thought it might burst. Every sound behind me, every snapped twig, every rustle of leaves, convinced me that those things were gaining ground. I had no idea if I was going in the right direction. The trails that Dad had followed so confidently were invisible to me, and every tree looked the same. Panic made it impossible to think clearly, to remember the landmarks we'd passed on the way in. All I could do was run and hope that instinct would guide me back to safety. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 30 minutes, I burst through the tree line into the familiar clearing where the cabin sat. I'd never been so relieved to see that small, weathered building. My legs gave out as I reached the front door, and I collapsed against it, gasping for air and shaking uncontrollably. It took several minutes before I could steady my hands enough to work the door handle. Once inside, I immediately locked the door behind me and grabbed Dad's shotgun from the rack above the fireplace. My fingers fumbled with the shells as I tried to load it, dropping several on the floor in my haste. The simple mechanical action of loading the weapon helped calm my nerves slightly, giving my hands something to do while my mind raced. I positioned myself facing the door and window, the shotgun across my knees, and waited. The minutes crawled by with agonizing slowness. Every sound outside, the whisper of wind through the trees, the creak of settling wood, the distant call of a bird, made me jump and tighten my grip on the weapon. 1 hour passed, then another. The sun began its descent toward the western horizon, casting long shadows across the clearing. Where were Dad and Danny? What had happened after I ran? The possibilities that ran through my mind were too terrible to contemplate, but I couldn't stop imagining the worst. As afternoon faded into evening, I heard footsteps approaching the cabin. Heavy, deliberate steps that sounded human, but somehow wrong. I raised the shotgun, my finger hovering over the trigger, and held my breath. 3 knocks echoed through the small cabin. "Son, it's us," came Dad's voice through the door. "Open up." Relief flooded through me so intensely that I almost cried, but something made me hesitate. There was something about Dad's voice that didn't sound quite right. It was flatter than usual, lacking the warmth and inflection I was used to. It sounded like someone doing an impression of my father. "Dad?" I called back, not moving from my position. "Yes," came the reply. "Open the door. Danny's hurt." I moved to the window and peered out carefully. There they were, Dad and Danny standing on the small porch, looking perfectly normal. Dad was wearing the same hunting clothes he'd put on that morning, and Danny was standing upright, apparently uninjured, despite the claim that he was hurt. But something was wrong with the way they stood. Too straight, too still, like soldiers at attention. And Danny wasn't looking at the cabin. His gaze was fixed on some point in the distance, his expression blank and vacant. "What happened out there?" I called through the door, still not moving to unlock it. "We'll explain inside," Dad replied in that same flat tone. "Open the door." "Danny, are you okay?" I asked directly. Danny's head turned toward the sound of my voice, but his movement was too sharp, too quick, exactly like the motions of those creatures in the forest. When our eyes met through the window, there was no recognition in his gaze, no spark of the friendship we'd shared for 11 years. His eyes were empty, like looking into the windows of an abandoned house. But they were my father and my best friend. Whatever had happened in the woods, whatever had frightened us so badly, they were here now, and they were alive. That had to count for something. Slowly, reluctantly, I unlocked the door. Dad and Danny entered the cabin with movements that were subtly wrong in ways I couldn't immediately identify. Dad walked too stiffly, his usual casual stride replaced by something mechanical and precise. Danny moved like he was concentrating on each step, as if walking had become something that required conscious thought rather than instinct. The first thing Dad did was take the shotgun from my hands. "Don't need this now," he said, his voice carrying that same flat quality I'd noticed through the door. There was no warmth in it, no relief at our reunion, no acknowledgement of the terror we'd all experienced in the woods. Danny sat heavily on the small couch, his gaze fixed on the floor. His clothes were dirty and torn, consistent with our panicked flight through the forest, but there were no visible injuries, no cuts, no bruises, nothing to explain why Dad had claimed he was hurt. "What happened after I left?" I asked, settling into the chair across from them. "Those things in the woods, what were they?" Dad began packing our gear with methodical efficiency, folding clothes and organizing equipment as if we were checking out of a hotel. "What things?" he asked without looking up. The question hit me like a physical blow. "The creatures we saw, the small ones collecting stuff from the forest floor. We all saw them through the binoculars." "We didn't see anything," Dad replied, his voice emotionless. "There was a bear. We ran, that's all." I stared at him in disbelief. A bear? That was his explanation for what we'd witnessed? "Dad, that's not what happened. Those things weren't bears. They were—" "We're leaving now," Dad interrupted, cutting off my protests. He continued packing with the same mechanical precision, never pausing to look at me or acknowledge what I was saying. I turned to Danny, desperate for support, for someone to confirm that I wasn't losing my mind. "Danny, tell him. You saw them too. You looked through the binoculars." Danny finally raised his head to meet my gaze, and what I saw in his eyes made my stomach lurch. There was no recognition there, no memory of our shared experience, no acknowledgement of our lifelong friendship. When he spoke, his voice had the same flat quality as Dad's. "Your father's right," he said slowly, as if each word required effort. "It was just a bear." But even as he said it, I could see his hands trembling slightly, and there was something in his expression. Fear, maybe, or a desperate plea for me to stop asking questions. His eyes seemed to be trying to communicate something his words couldn't say. The drive home was a nightmare of silence and tension. Dad drove with the same mechanical precision he'd shown while packing, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Danny sat beside me in the back seat, staring out the window at the passing landscape. Every attempt I made at conversation was met with monosyllabic responses or complete silence. When we dropped Danny off at his house, I expected some acknowledgement of our friendship, some promise to talk later about what had really happened. Instead, he got out of the truck without a word, walking toward his front door with that same stiff, unnatural gait. "Danny," I called after him through the window, "I'll call you tomorrow, okay?" He paused at his front door and turned back toward me. For just a moment, his expression seemed to flicker, and I caught a glimpse of something that might have been the real Danny trying to communicate. But then his face went blank again, and he nodded once before disappearing into his house. At home, Mom was waiting in the kitchen with dinner prepared and questions about our hunting trip. Dad's response was brief and emotionless. "Fine." He headed straight for the basement, and I could hear him moving around down there for hours, doing something that involved a lot of heavy lifting and what sounded like construction. That night, lying in my bed and staring at the ceiling, I tried to make sense of what had happened. The rational part of my mind wanted to accept Dad's explanation. Maybe the stress and fear had made us see things that weren't there. Maybe it really had been just a bear, and our imaginations had filled in the terrifying details. But I couldn't shake the memory of those pale, wrong-shaped figures moving through the forest with such purpose. I couldn't forget the way they'd all turned toward us when Danny made noise, or the way they'd begun approaching us with that coordinated predatory movement. And I couldn't ignore the fact that both Dad and Danny had returned fundamentally changed, as if something essential had been removed from them and replaced with a hollow imitation. Danny didn't call the next day or the day after that. When I finally worked up the courage to call him, his mother answered and said he was sleeping, that he'd been very tired since the hunting trip. The third time I called, she said he wasn't feeling well and couldn't come to the phone. When I saw him at school the following Monday, it was like looking at a stranger wearing Danny's face. Danny's transformation became more apparent with each passing day at school. He moved through the hallways like he was navigating an unfamiliar maze, pausing at intersections and staring at familiar faces as if he couldn't quite remember who they were. Our shared interests, anime, video games, the inside jokes that had sustained our friendship for years, seemed to have been wiped from his memory completely. During lunch, I cornered him at his usual table in the cafeteria. "Dude, we need to talk about what happened in the woods," I said, keeping my voice low. "Something's wrong with you, and something's wrong with my dad." Danny looked at me with those empty eyes, chewing his sandwich with mechanical precision. "Nothing happened in the woods," he said in that same flat tone that had become his default mode of communication. "We saw a bear. We ran. End of story." "Stop lying," I hissed, frustration boiling over. "We've been best friends since we were 5 years old. You can't just pretend that those things we saw weren't real." For just a moment, something flickered across Danny's face, a brief crack in the facade that revealed the terror lurking beneath. His hand started to shake, and he dropped his sandwich onto the table. When he looked at me, I could see the real Danny trapped behind those vacant eyes, struggling to communicate something his mouth couldn't say. "Drop it," he whispered, glancing around the cafeteria as if he expected to see something watching us. "For your own good, just drop it." That was the last real conversation we had. Danny started avoiding me after that, taking different routes through the hallways and sitting with different people at lunch. When I tried to approach him, he would walk away without a word. It was like watching my best friend die and be replaced by a hollow shell. A month later, Danny's parents transferred him to a private school across town. They said he needed a fresh start and that the public school environment wasn't right for him anymore. I never saw him again. Things at home deteriorated just as rapidly. Dad spent increasingly long periods in the basement, sometimes disappearing down there for entire days. He installed a heavy padlock on the basement door, and when I asked him about it, he just stared at me with those wrong eyes until I looked away. The sounds from the basement became a constant source of anxiety. I could hear him talking down there, but it sounded like he was having conversations with multiple people. The voices that responded didn't sound quite human. They were too high-pitched, too sharp, like the chirping of birds, but with an underlying intelligence that made my skin crawl. Mom noticed the changes too, though she tried to maintain a facade of normalcy. "Your father's just going through something," she told me one evening as we sat at the dinner table without him. Men his age sometimes have difficulties adjusting to changes in their lives. But I could see the worry in her eyes, the way she glanced nervously toward the basement door whenever those strange sounds drifted upstairs. She'd lost weight, and there were dark circles under her eyes that suggested she wasn't sleeping well. Dad's behavior became increasingly erratic. He stopped going to work, claiming he was taking a leave of absence to focus on important research. When his boss called the house looking for him, Dad would disappear into the basement and refuse to come out until the phone stopped ringing. He began taking long walks at night, leaving the house after we'd gone to bed and returning before dawn. I started staying awake to listen for his return, and the sounds he made coming back were wrong. His footsteps were too light, too quick, and sometimes I could swear I heard other footsteps accompanying his, smaller, quicker steps that didn't sound like they belonged to human feet. In the mornings, I would find evidence of his nocturnal activities. Mud tracked through the kitchen that had an odd, organic smell, unlike regular dirt, and small scratches on his arms and face that he couldn't or wouldn't explain. His clothes would be filthy and sometimes torn, as if he'd been crawling through underbrush or digging in the earth. The final straw came on a cold morning in December, 3 months after our hunting trip. I woke to the sound of screaming. I found Mom on the bathroom floor, her body convulsing as some invisible force seemed to be tearing through her nervous system. Dad stood in the doorway watching, his expression utterly blank, as if he were observing a mildly interesting television program rather than his wife's medical emergency. "Call 911!" I screamed at him as I knelt beside Mom, trying to remember what I'd learned about seizures in health class. But Dad just stood there, motionless, those wrong eyes fixed on Mom's writhing form with what might have been clinical curiosity. I called 911 myself, my hands shaking so badly I could barely dial the numbers. The paramedics arrived within minutes, their professional efficiency a stark contrast to Dad's eerie passivity. They worked on Mom with practiced skill, checking her vital signs and asking questions that Dad answered in monosyllables. "Stroke," one of the paramedics told me as they loaded Mom onto a stretcher. "Severe one. We need to get her to the hospital immediately." I expected Dad to ride in the ambulance or at least follow us to the hospital, but he simply stood in the driveway and watched as we drove away. When I looked back through the rear window, he was still standing there, perfectly still, like a statue of a man rather than a living human being. Mom spent 2 weeks in the ICU, her brain activity monitored by machines that beeped and hummed with mechanical persistence. The doctor said there had been massive damage, that even if she survived, she would likely never be the same. Dad visited exactly once, standing beside her bed for 5 minutes before leaving without a word. She died on a Tuesday morning while I was at school. Dad picked me up from the principal's office, delivered the news in that same flat tone he'd used for everything else, and drove us home in silence. At the funeral, he stood apart from everyone else, showing no emotion as they lowered Mom's casket into the ground. When people tried to offer their condolences, Dad would stare at them with those empty eyes until they became uncomfortable and walked away. Several family friends commented on how different he seemed, how the loss had changed him, if they only knew how right they were. The year and a half that followed were the worst of my life. Living alone with the thing that had replaced my father was like being trapped in a house with a barely functional robot that occasionally remembered it was supposed to pretend to be human. He rarely spoke, rarely ate, and spent almost all his time in that locked basement. Strange packages began arriving at irregular intervals, small boxes wrapped in brown paper with no return address. Dad would take them directly to the basement, and I would hear sounds down there that suggested he was opening them and distributing their contents to something. The organic smell that had always emanated from the basement grew stronger, accompanied by new odors that made me gag when they drifted upstairs. Sometimes I would find tiny footprints in the mud by the back door, footprints that were roughly human-shaped but wrong in ways that made my brain refuse to process them completely. They were too small to belong to an adult, but they had too many toes and the proportions were all wrong. Dad's physical transformation accelerated during this period. He lost weight rapidly, his skin taking on that same grayish, translucent quality I'd seen in the creatures in the forest. His movements became even more mechanical and precise, And sometimes I would catch him moving his head with that same sharp, bird-like motion that had terrified me in the woods. I counted down the days until my 18th birthday, with the desperate intensity of a prisoner awaiting parole. I applied to colleges as far from home as possible, eventually choosing a school in California that offered me a partial scholarship. Dad showed no interest in my plans, no emotion when I told him I was leaving. He simply nodded once and returned to whatever he was doing in the basement. On graduation day, Dad didn't attend the ceremony. I walked across the stage to receive my diploma with an empty chair where my father should have been sitting. That night, as I packed my belongings for the move to California, I could hear him in the basement having one of his conversations with those other voices. I left the next morning while he was on one of his nocturnal walks, unable to face another emotionless goodbye. I left a note on the kitchen table explaining that I was starting my new life and didn't know when I'd be back. Looking back at the house as I drove away, I realized I was probably seeing it for the last time. College was a fresh start, a chance to rebuild my life among people who didn't know about my strange family history. I made friends, joined clubs, and slowly began to feel human again. The nightmares came less frequently, and I started to believe that maybe I could leave the past behind. But I couldn't shake the need to know what had happened to Dad, what those things in the forest had been, and why Danny and I had been the only ones to see them. During winter break of my freshman year, I drove back to Michigan to collect the rest of my belongings and hopefully get some answers. The house looked abandoned when I pulled into the driveway. The grass was overgrown, newspapers and mail had piled up on the front porch, and several windows had been broken by storm damage that no one had bothered to repair. The neighbors said they hadn't seen Dad in months. Using my old key, I entered the house that no longer felt like home. The smell hit me immediately, that organic, earthy odor I remembered from the basement, but now it permeated the entire house. The furniture was covered in dust, and there were more of those strange footprints tracked across the floors. Dad's bedroom was completely empty. His clothes, his personal belongings, even his furniture. Everything was gone, as if he had simply evaporated. The only sign that he'd ever lived there was a thin layer of dust in the shape of a bed frame on the hardwood floor. Steeling myself for what I might find, I used the key hanging beside the basement door to unlock it for the first time. The basement was empty too, completely empty, except for a single piece of paper lying in the center of the concrete floor. I picked up the paper with trembling hands. Written in Dad's familiar handwriting were 3 words: "They are home." Below that, in a different handwriting, smaller, more angular, like the scratching of claws on paper, was a single line: "The cycle continues." That night, staying in a motel near the highway, I called the police to report Dad missing. They filed a report, but as the detective explained, adults have the right to disappear if they want to. They'd investigate if evidence of foul play emerged, but for now it was just another missing person case in a world full of people who walked away from their lives. I sold the house through a real estate attorney, never setting foot in it again. The buyers were a young couple with 2 small children who were excited about the rustic charm of the property. I wondered if they would notice the strange smells, the odd sounds that came from the basement, the footprints that appeared in the mud after certain kinds of rain. I never returned to my hometown after that, but sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I find myself searching online for missing person reports from that area of Michigan. There have been several over the years, people who went into those woods and never came out, or who came out changed in ways their families couldn't explain. And sometimes, when the wind is blowing through the trees outside my apartment in California, I can swear I hear the sound of small, quick footsteps moving through the darkness, accompanied by voices that are too high-pitched to be human, but too intelligent to be animal. The hunting trip was supposed to make men out of Danny and me. Instead, it showed us that there are things in this world that are better left undiscovered. Creatures that exist in the spaces between what we think we know and what we're capable of understanding. I'm 26 now, graduated from college, working a normal job, living a normal life. But every hunting season, when the leaves begin to turn and the air grows cold, I remember those pale figures moving through the forest with their jerky, purposeful gait. I remember Dad's empty eyes and Danny's terrified silence. And I wonder if somewhere in those Michigan woods, they're still out there, still collecting whatever it was they gathered from the forest floor, still waiting for the next group of hunters to stumble into their territory. The cycle continues, just like the note said. Some nights, when the dreams are particularly vivid, I wake up with the taste of pine needles in my mouth and the smell of that organic, earthy odor filling my nostrils. On those nights, I check all the locks on my doors and windows, and I remind myself that I'm hundreds of miles away from those woods. But I know, deep in my bones, that distance doesn't matter to creatures like that. They're patient, they're organized, and they remember everyone who has seen them. The hunting trip taught me that there are predators in this world far more dangerous than bears or wolves. The real predators walk upright, speak in whispers, and know how to wear the faces of the people we love. And once they've noticed you, once you've stumbled into their territory and witnessed their work, you become part of their collection. Maybe not right away, maybe not for years, but eventually, everyone comes home. The Granite Peak Trail was supposed to be a challenge, not a nightmare. My friend Darren had suggested the trip, a 5-day trek through one of the most remote sections of the Bitterroot National Forest in Montana. As an experienced hiker with over a decade of backcountry trips under my belt, I didn't think twice about accepting. Our group consisted of 4 people, myself, Darren, his cousin Josh, and Josh's girlfriend Melanie. We'd all hiked together before, though never on something this isolated. The Bitterroots have nearly 1.6 million acres of wilderness, and the northern section we'd chosen sees fewer than 50 hikers a year. Perfect spot to disappear if you wanted to, Josh had joked as we finalized our route. I remember laughing. We arrived at the trailhead on a Wednesday morning in early October. The parking area was empty except for our vehicle, a beaten-up Subaru Outback that had seen better days. Nobody else crazy enough to be out here this late in the season, Darren remarked, shouldering his pack. The temperature was forecasted to drop below freezing at night, but we were prepared with proper gear. The first signs of something off came within hours of starting our hike. About 3 miles in, we found unusual markings on several trees, not standard trail blazes, but deep parallel gouges about 6 feet up the trunks. They appeared too methodical to be from animal claws. Bear marking territory? Melanie suggested, examining one of the cuts. Bears don't mark this high, I replied, and not in straight lines like this. Probably some local hunters, Darren said dismissively. They use weird markers sometimes. We pressed on, making good time despite our heavy packs. By late afternoon, we'd covered 8 miles of steady incline, working our way deeper into the forest. The trail grew progressively narrower, with fewer signs of human passage. Pine needles crunched beneath our boots, and the crisp autumn air carried the scent of decomposing leaves and damp earth. Our planned campsite was near a small mountain stream, according to our topographic maps. We reached it just before sunset, a small clearing surrounded by dense pines and firs, with the gentle sound of running water nearby. As we set up our tents, I noticed Josh studying the tree line with an unusual intensity. "What's up?" I asked. "Nothing," he said, still staring. "Just thought I saw something move out there." "Probably deer," I said. "They're curious creatures." "Yeah, probably." We gathered firewood and prepared dinner as darkness fell. The temperature dropped rapidly, and we huddled around the fire, swapping stories and passing a flask of whiskey. The forest around us came alive with night sounds, the rustling of small animals, the occasional hoot of an owl, the whisper of wind through pine needles. Then abruptly, everything went silent. The transition was so sudden that all 4 of us noticed at once, conversations trailing off mid-sentence. The forest had become completely still, as if holding its breath. Even the stream seemed to quiet. "That's weird," Melanie whispered, her voice unnaturally loud in the silence. "Probably a predator nearby," Darren said, though he didn't sound convinced. When smaller animals sense a threat, they go quiet. We listened intently for several minutes, but heard nothing beyond the soft crackling of our fire. Eventually, the normal forest sounds gradually returned, but they seemed different somehow, more cautious, more restrained. That night, I awoke to the sound of movement outside my tent. Not the familiar rustling of nocturnal forest creatures, but deliberate bipedal steps circling our campsite. I lay perfectly still, straining to hear. The footsteps paused near my tent, and I could swear I heard breathing. Deep, rhythmic, but not quite human. I reached for my flashlight, debating whether to investigate, when Darren's voice came from the neighboring tent. "Hello? Is someone out there?" The footsteps retreated rapidly into the underbrush. "Did you hear that?" I whispered across to Darren's tent. "Yeah," he replied. "Sounded like someone walking around." "I'm going to check it out," I said, unzipping my tent. The campsite was bathed in moonlight. Nothing moved in the surrounding trees, but as my eyes adjusted, I noticed something that made my stomach clench. Our backpacks, which we'd hung from a tree branch to keep away from animals, had been taken down. They now sat nearly arranged by our fire pit, the contents undisturbed but clearly examined. "Wake the others," I told Darren, who had emerged from his tent. "Someone's been through our stuff." Josh and Melanie joined us, and we surveyed the scene with growing unease. "Should we pack up and head back?" Melanie asked, hugging herself against the cold. "In the middle of the night?" Josh shook his head. "That's asking to get lost or injured." "We stick together until morning," I decided. 2-person watches until dawn. Then we decide. None of us slept much after that. During my watch with Darren, I spotted movement at the edge of our camp, just a shadow slipping between trees, there and gone so quickly, I couldn't be certain I'd seen anything at all. "Did you see that?" I whispered. "See what?" Darren replied, scanning the darkness. I hesitated. "Nothing, just my eyes playing tricks." But I knew it wasn't my imagination. Something was watching us, and whatever it was getting bolder. Dawn arrived with a heavy mist clinging to the forest floor. We debated returning to the trailhead, but ultimately decided to continue our planned route. The incident with our backpacks was concerning, but we rationalized it might have been caused by an unusually bold animal, perhaps a raccoon or even a black bear. "Let's just be more careful about securing our food and gear," Josh suggested. We broke camp efficiently, each of us eager to put distance between ourselves and whatever had visited during the night. The day's hike would take us deeper into the wilderness, following the ridgeline up toward Granite Peak. According to our map, we'd make camp near an alpine lake about 9 miles ahead. The forest changed as we ascended. The thick pines gave way to sparser vegetation, and occasional clearings offered breathtaking views of the surrounding mountains. By noon, we'd climbed nearly 2,000 feet in elevation. During a water break, I noticed something unusual about half a mile down the slope, a flash of unnatural color among the browns and greens of the forest. "Does anyone else see that?" I asked, pointing. Darren pulled out his binoculars and focused. "Looks like fabric? Maybe a tent or backpack?" "Another hiker?" Melanie suggested hopefully. "Let's check it out," I said. "It's not far off our path." We descended carefully through the underbrush. As we got closer, I could see it was indeed a tent, or what remained of one. The once blue fabric was shredded and scattered across a small clearing, along with the contents of a backpack. Clothing, a water filter, packages of freeze-dried food torn open and strewn about. "Jesus," Josh whispered, surveying the scene. "Bear attack?" I examined the damage more closely. "I don't think so. These tears are too clean, too deliberate." "Could be a mountain lion," Darren suggested, but he sounded doubtful. "Where's the hiker?" Melanie asked, voicing the question we were all thinking. We searched the area, calling out and listening for a response. About 30 yards from the destroyed campsite, we found a hiking boot, still laced, lying on its side. "This isn't good," I said, picking it up. The boot was a men's size 11, sturdy and well-worn. There was no blood or signs of struggle, just a single boot abandoned in the woods. "We need to go back and report this," Melanie insisted, her voice tight with fear. "That would take us a day and a half," Josh countered. "And we don't even know what happened here. Maybe the guy just had an equipment failure and hiked out on his own." "Leaving his boot behind?" I asked skeptically. "Look," Darren said, "we should at least check the registration log at the next ranger station. It's only about 5 miles ahead, and we can decide what to do from there." We agreed on this compromise, but the discovery had cast a pall over our expedition. As we hiked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being followed. Several times I spun around, certain I'd caught movement in my peripheral vision, but saw nothing. About 2 miles from the destroyed campsite, Josh stopped abruptly. "Tracks," he said, pointing to the ground. The path here was muddy from a recent rainfall, and clear impressions were visible in the soft earth. They weren't human footprints, nor did they match any animal I recognized. The tracks were large, about the size of a human hand, with unusual elongated toes and what looked like claw marks at the tips. "What the hell made these?" Melanie asked, crouching down. "I don't know," I admitted. "Some kind of predator, but nothing native to these mountains that I'm aware of." "They're following the trail," Darren observed. "Same direction we're heading." "Could be a wolf with an injured paw," Josh suggested, though he didn't sound convinced. The tracks continued for nearly a quarter mile before disappearing where the trail became rocky. We proceeded with heightened caution, frequently checking behind us and keeping closer together than before. By late afternoon, we reached the small ranger station marked on our map, a simple log cabin used primarily during fire season. As expected in October, it was unmanned and locked. A logbook protected in a plastic case was mounted beside the door for hikers to register their presence in the backcountry. Darren flipped through the pages, scanning the entries. Last sign-in was 10 days ago. Party of 2, names are Miller and Petrosky. Planned a 7-day loop through this area. "That could be whose tent we found," I said. "They never signed out?" Darren noted grimly. We debated our options as the sun began to sink toward the mountain peaks. Turning back would mean at least another day of hiking, and darkness was approaching rapidly. The alpine lake where we'd planned to camp was less than 2 miles ahead. "Let's stick to the plan," I decided finally. "We'll reach the lake before dark, make camp, and head back first thing tomorrow." No one was enthusiastic about continuing forward, but the alternative, being caught on the trail after nightfall, seemed worse. We moved at a brisk pace, eager to reach our destination before losing daylight completely. The lake appeared just as the sun touched the horizon, a small, pristine body of water, nestled in a natural bowl formed by surrounding ridges. In different circumstances, it would have been idyllic. Now, with the knowledge of the destroyed campsite and strange tracks, it felt exposed and vulnerable. We set up camp with military efficiency, positioning our tents close together and gathering extra firewood. No one spoke about what we'd found, but it hung in the air between us. An unacknowledged presence as tangible as the approaching darkness. That night, as we sat around the fire, Melanie broke the uneasy silence. "I keep feeling like we're being watched." None of us contradicted her. I'd felt the same sensation all afternoon, eyes following our movements, calculating, waiting. The feeling was so intense I could almost point to where the observer was hiding. "We should set up a perimeter," I suggested. "Something that will make noise if anything approaches." Using fishing line from Josh's emergency kit, we strung an alarm system around our campsite, cans and metal cooking equipment that would rattle if the line was disturbed. It wasn't much, but it provided some small comfort as we retired to our tents. Sleep was elusive that night. Every sound from the forest seemed amplified, the rustle of pine needles, the soft lapping of water against the lakeshore, the occasional distant cry of a night bird. I lay awake, listening, waiting, my hand resting on the handle of my hunting knife. Just before midnight, our alarm system erupted in a cacophony of metallic clanging. I bolted upright in my tent, fumbling for my flashlight. Outside, the alarm continued to sound, a chaotic jangling of displaced cookware. Darren was already shouting, his voice tight with fear. "Who's there? We're armed!" A bluff, but perhaps a necessary one. Between us, we had only hunting knives and a small hatchet for splitting firewood. I unzipped my tent with one hand, knife clutched in the other, and emerged into the moonlit clearing. The perimeter line on the western edge of our camp had been triggered. Metal cups and plates lay scattered on the ground, but there was no sign of what had disturbed them. The others joined me, forming a tight cluster, our flashlight beams cutting through the darkness. "Did anyone see anything?" I asked. "Movement by those trees," Josh said, pointing toward a dense stand of pines about 30 yards away. "Just for a second." We swept our lights across the area, but illuminated nothing except foliage and shadows. The forest had gone unnaturally quiet again, the same eerie silence we'd experienced the previous night. "Let's build up the fire," I suggested. The idea of light and warmth seemed comforting, even if it was mostly psychological. As we gathered around the rekindled flames, Melanie gripped Josh's arm suddenly. "Listen," she whispered. At first, I heard nothing. Then it came, a sound so incongruous it took several seconds to process. Someone or something was whistling, a simple three-note pattern repeated at irregular intervals. The sound seemed to move, circling our campsite just beyond the reach of our firelight. "Hello?" Darren called out. "Is someone there? We're friendly hikers." The whistling stopped immediately. For several heartbeats, the only sound was the crackling of our fire. Then came a response, not words, but a perfect mimicry of Darren's voice repeating his exact inflection. "Hello? Is someone there? We're friendly hikers." The imitation was so precise it seemed impossible, like hearing a recording played back. Goosebumps erupted across my arms. "What the hell?" Josh muttered. The voice came again, this time mimicking Josh. "What the hell?" "It's playing with us," I said quietly. As if in confirmation, my own words echoed back from the darkness. "It's playing with us." We stood frozen, unsure how to respond to this bizarre encounter. The mimic fell silent for several minutes, long enough that we began to wonder if it had departed. Then a new sound emerged from the forest. Not mimicry this time, but a low, rhythmic clicking noise like stones being struck together. "We need to leave," Melanie said, her voice barely audible. "First light, we pack up and go." None of us argued with this plan. The clicking continued throughout the night, sometimes moving closer, sometimes receding, but never completely disappearing. We maintained a vigil in shifts, keeping the fire burning high, no one managing more than brief, fitful sleep. The pre-dawn light brought no relief. A dense fog had settled over the lake, reducing visibility to less than 20 feet. The clicking had stopped, but the sense of being observed remained palpable. We packed quickly, leaving behind non-essential items to speed our departure. The plan was simple: retrace our steps to the ranger station, then follow the main trail back to the trailhead. If we pushed hard, we could make it out before nightfall. The fog complicated our journey. Landmarks visible just yesterday had vanished in the murky grayness, forcing us to rely on compass readings and trail markers. We moved as quickly as safety allowed, no one speaking except to confirm directions or warn of obstacles. About a mile from camp, Melanie stopped abruptly. "Look at this," she said, pointing to the ground. The trail here was soft, and clear impressions were visible in the dirt, the same unusual tracks we'd seen the day before, but now they were everywhere, crisscrossing the path as if whatever made them had been pacing back and forth. The tracks were fresh, the edges still crisp. "It was here during the night," I said, watching us. "Let's keep moving," Darren urged, glancing nervously at the surrounding forest, now ghostly and indistinct in the fog. We quickened our pace, the silence between us heavy with unspoken fear. The strange tracks followed the trail for nearly half a mile before veering off into the underbrush. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, certain that our stalker was keeping pace just out of sight. The fog began to thin as the morning progressed, but our sense of unease only intensified. The forest seemed different somehow, the familiar sounds absent or altered, the spacing of trees not quite as I remembered. Several times Josh consulted the map with growing confusion. "This doesn't look right," he said finally, stopping at a fork in the trail not marked on our map. "We should have reached the ranger station by now." "We must have taken a wrong turn," Darren suggested, though we'd been following the main trail consistently. "Or the fog disoriented us," I added, trying to make sense of our surroundings. We decided to take the right fork, which seemed to angle back toward where we believed the ranger station should be. The path narrowed quickly, becoming less maintained, with branches reaching across the trail and roots creating treacherous obstacles. After another hour of increasingly difficult hiking, the trail disappeared entirely, leaving us standing in a small clearing surrounded by unfamiliar terrain. The realization hit us simultaneously. We were lost. "This is impossible," Josh said, frustration evident in his voice. "We followed the main trail. There's no way we should be this disoriented." "Let's check the compass again," I suggested, trying to remain calm. Darren pulled out his compass and frowned. "This can't be right," According to this, we've been heading northeast, but we should have been going southwest toward the trailhead. Let me see, I said, taking the compass. The needle spun lazily, never settling on any particular direction. It's malfunctioning. Mine too, Melanie said, checking her own compass. How is that possible? Natural magnetic deposits in the area, maybe, Josh suggested, but he sounded doubtful. We had no choice but to use the sun for orientation, but even this proved challenging with the lingering fog and the dense forest canopy obscuring clear sight lines. We selected what seemed to be the most promising direction and began hiking, marking trees as we passed to avoid going in circles. The day wore on and our progress seemed painfully slow. The terrain became increasingly difficult. Steep inclines, rocky outcroppings, dense underbrush that snagged at our clothing and equipment. By mid-afternoon, we were all exhausted, both physically and mentally. We need to stop and regroup, I said finally. We're burning energy and not making meaningful progress. We found a small clearing and dropped our packs, grateful for the respite. As we shared water and trail mix, I noticed Melanie staring intently into the forest. "Do you hear that?" she asked. At first, I heard nothing unusual. Then it registered. A faint, rhythmic tapping sound coming from deeper in the woods, the same clicking we'd heard during the night. "It's still following us," Josh muttered. "Maybe it's trying to communicate," Darren suggested, though his expression betrayed his doubt. "Or it's hunting us," I said quietly. The clicking grew louder, more insistent, coming from multiple directions now. It was as if we were surrounded, the sound closing in from all sides. We gathered our gear quickly, abandoning the rest break. "Stay together," I urged as we moved off, choosing the direction with the least audible clicking. The sounds followed us throughout the afternoon, sometimes receding, sometimes approaching so close I was certain we'd come face to face with whatever was making them. The forest grew darker as clouds gathered overhead, promising rain and an early dusk. With daylight fading and no sign of the trail, we were forced to make camp in another small clearing. Unlike our previous sites, this one offered little natural protection. No lake or rock formations to guard our backs, just trees in every direction. As we set up our tents with grim efficiency, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were exactly where something wanted us to be. The rain started just after sunset. A gentle patter at first, quickly intensifying to a steady downpour that drummed against our tent flies and saturated the ground. We huddled beneath our inadequate shelter, the planned campfire impossible in the deluge. Our headlamps created small islands of light in the overwhelming darkness. The temperature dropped rapidly, and soon we were shivering despite our layers of clothing. The clicking sounds had stopped when the rain began, which should have been reassuring, but somehow wasn't. "We can't stay out here another night," Melanie said, her voice barely audible over the rainfall. "We need to find our way back to civilization tomorrow, no matter what." "Agreed," I said. "First light, we pick a direction and stick with it. Eventually, we'll hit a road or a town." "We should be taking shifts keeping watch," Josh suggested. Darren nodded. "I'll take first watch." We established a rotation, 2 hours per person, using our watches to track time. I was scheduled for the final shift just before dawn. Exhausted from the day's arduous hiking, I fell into a restless sleep almost immediately, my dreams filled with shadowy pursuers and endless forests. When Josh woke me from my watch, the rain had slowed to a drizzle. The forest was draped in fog again, limiting visibility to just a few yards beyond our campsite. I positioned myself at the edge of our cluster of tents, straining to see or hear anything unusual in the pre-dawn gloom. For the first hour, the forest remained quiet except for the occasional drip of water from saturated branches. Then, just as the eastern sky began to lighten imperceptibly, I heard it, a soft, deliberate rustling approaching from my left. I switched on my headlamp, directing the beam toward the sound. For a brief moment, I caught a glimpse of movement, something low to the ground, moving with unnatural speed between the trees. Then it was gone. I stood up, scanning the perimeter of our camp. The fog seemed to shift and swirl, creating illusions of movement everywhere I looked. A branch snapped behind me and I spun around, heart pounding. Nothing visible, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming now, not just observed, but studied, evaluated. I considered waking the others, but hesitated. What would I tell them? That I'd seen a shadow? that I felt eyes on me. The decision was made for me when a blood-curdling scream tore through the forest. Not animal, not human, but something in between. The others bolted from their tents, disoriented and alarmed. "What was that?" Darren demanded, fumbling with his headlamp. "I don't know," I admitted, "but it's close." We formed a tight circle, backs together, scanning the surrounding fog. For several minutes nothing happened. Then the scream came again, closer this time, followed by the now familiar clicking sound, rapid and excited. "There!" Josh shouted, pointing. Through a gap in the fog, about 30 yards away, stood a figure. In the poor visibility and strange light, details were difficult to discern, but its proportions were wrong. Too tall, too thin, with limbs that seemed oddly jointed. It remained motionless, just watching us. "Hello?" Darren called out, his voice cracking. "Who's there?" The figure tilted its head, an unsettlingly bird-like motion, but didn't respond or move closer. "We're lost hikers," I added, trying to sound calm. "We don't mean any harm." For a long moment the standoff continued. 4 terrified hikers and the silent, unmoving watcher. Then, without warning, it dropped to all fours and vanished into the fog with startling speed. "What the hell was that?" Josh whispered, his face pale in the beam of my headlamp. "A person," Melanie insisted. "It had to be a person." "That wasn't human," Darren countered. "Did you see how it moved?" "It doesn't matter what it was," I interrupted. "We need to leave. Now." Despite the early hour and limited visibility, we packed up immediately, abandoning any equipment that would slow us down. Our priority was distance, putting as much space as possible between ourselves and whatever was stalking us. We chose a direction based solely on the rising sun and started hiking, pushing through wet underbrush and slippery terrain. No one spoke. We saved our breath for movement, for escape. About an hour into our frantic journey, Melanie stopped suddenly. "Listen," she said. We paused, hearing what had caught her attention. The distant sound of running water, much larger than a stream. A river. "Rivers lead to civilization," I said, hope flaring for the first time in days. "If we follow it downstream, we'll eventually reach a road or a town." We altered course toward the sound, moving as quickly as safety allowed. The terrain grew steeper as we descended toward the river valley, forcing us to use trees and rocks for support. The fog began to lift, revealing glimpses of our surroundings, unfamiliar territory, but at least we could see more than a few yards ahead. When we finally reached the river, it was larger than expected, about 30 feet across with a strong current. The banks were rocky and steep, making travel alongside it challenging but not impossible. "Downstream," I confirmed, pointing to our right. "That should eventually lead us out of the wilderness." We had covered perhaps half a mile along the riverbank when Darren, who was leading, stopped abruptly. "Look at this," he said, pointing to the ground. Pressed into a patch of mud were several distinct footprints, human footprints, from hiking boots. They were recent, the edges still sharp despite the rain. "Other hikers?" Melanie asked hopefully. I examined the tracks more closely and felt a chill that had nothing to do with the damp weather. "These are our own boot prints," I said quietly, "from our original hike-in." "That's impossible," Josh protested. "We're nowhere near our original trail." But there was no denying the evidence. Somehow, despite hiking in what we thought was a completely different direction, we had circled back to a point on our inbound journey. "We've been going in circles," Darren said, his voice hollow. "This whole time." The realization was devastating. Despite our best efforts, we had made no progress toward safety. Something was interfering with our navigation, keeping us trapped in this section of wilderness. "It's playing with us," Melanie whispered, echoing my words from the previous night. As if in response, the clicking sound started again, still distant but clearly audible over the rush of the river. It seemed to come from multiple directions at once, surrounding us. "We follow the river," I decided firmly. "It has to lead somewhere, and it's our best chance of breaking whatever pattern we've been caught in." No one argued. We resumed our journey downstream, moving with renewed determination. The terrain alongside the river was treacherous. Slippery rocks, steep embankments, fallen trees creating obstacles. Several times one of us nearly fell into the swift current. The clicking followed us, sometimes fading, sometimes intensifying, but never disappearing completely. We began to notice other signs of pursuit as well. Branches moving against the wind, glimpses of something dark flitting between trees on the opposite bank, occasional screams that seemed to answer the clicking sounds. By mid-afternoon, exhaustion was taking its toll. We were all stumbling more frequently, reactions slowed by fatigue and stress. We needed to rest, but stopping felt dangerous, as if movement was our only protection. "We can't keep this pace," Josh said finally, breathing heavily after a particularly steep section. "We need to eat and rehydrate or we'll make mistakes." Reluctantly, we agreed to a brief stop. Finding a relatively flat area beside the river, we collapsed onto the rocky ground, muscles aching. I distributed the remaining trail mix and energy bars, rationing carefully. Our food supplies were dwindling faster than planned. As we ate in silence, I noticed Darren staring intently across the river. "What is it?" I asked. "There's something on the other side," he said quietly. "In those trees." I followed his gaze but saw nothing unusual. Then movement caught my eye, a dark shape shifting position behind a large pine. It was difficult to discern details at this distance, but its proportions seemed similar to the figure we'd glimpsed at dawn, unnaturally tall and thin. "It's watching us again," I confirmed, keeping my voice low. "I'm getting a picture," Josh said, slowly reaching for his phone. "Don't," Melanie hissed. "It might provoke it." "We need evidence of what's happening," Josh insisted. "No one will believe us otherwise." Before anyone could stop him, he raised his phone and snapped several photos of the area across the river. The clicking sound immediately intensified, becoming angry, agitated. The figure stepped out from behind the tree. Even at this distance, there was something profoundly wrong about its appearance. It stood at least 7 feet tall, its limbs too long and oddly articulated. Its skin, if it was skin, appeared dark and textured, blending with the forest behind it. The head was the worst part, elongated and angular, with features I couldn't quite process, as if my mind refused to register what my eyes were seeing. It raised one impossibly long arm and pointed directly at us. "Run," I whispered. We abandoned our gear, scrambling to our feet and bolting downstream. Behind us, the creature unleashed another of those terrible screams, now clearly identifiable as a hunting cry. The sound was answered by more clicking, coming from the forest on our side of the river. "They're on both sides," Darren shouted as we ran. The realization hit me with horrible clarity. We weren't being stalked by a single entity, but by multiple creatures, working in coordination to hurt us exactly where they wanted us to go. As we fled downstream, I caught glimpses of movement paralleling our course on both sides of the river, dark figures flitting between trees, always keeping pace, never falling behind despite our desperate speed. We were being hunted, and our hunters were playing with us. The chase continued until dusk, the creatures herding us downstream with calculated precision. Whenever we tried to veer away from the river, the clicking intensified, and dark shapes would appear ahead, forcing us back toward the water. By the time darkness fell, we were beyond exhaustion, muscles burning, lungs heaving, minds clouded with fatigue and terror. We had no choice but to stop, our bodies simply incapable of further flight. "We need shelter," I gasped, scanning our surroundings in the failing light. About 50 yards from the river, a rocky outcropping created a shallow overhang, not a cave, but better than completely exposed ground. We staggered toward it, collapsing beneath its meager protection. "What do they want?" Melanie whispered, her voice raw. No one answered. We had no water, no food, having abandoned our packs during our panicked flight. All that remained were the clothes on our backs and whatever was in our pockets. Josh's phone, now dead, my hunting knife, a lighter, a small first aid kit Darren had been carrying. The temperature dropped rapidly with nightfall. Huddled together for warmth, we took stock of our situation. "They could have caught us if they wanted to," Darren observed. "They're faster. They know the terrain better." "They're toying with us," Josh said bitterly. "Or hurting us," I suggested. "Notice how they keep pushing us downstream? They want us somewhere specific." This realization did nothing to comfort us. What destination could these creatures have in mind, and what would happen when we reached it? As full darkness enveloped the forest, the clicking sounds changed pattern, slower, more deliberate. like a language we couldn't comprehend. The sounds came from multiple directions, suggesting at least 3 or 4 creatures surrounding our position. We need a fire, I decided, gathering what dry material I could find beneath the overhang. Using Darren's lighter, we managed to start a small blaze. The flames provided minimal warmth, but considerable psychological comfort. The clicking sounds retreated slightly at the appearance of fire, suggesting the creatures had at least some aversion to light. We maintained a watch rotation through the night, though sleep was nearly impossible given our circumstances. During my shift, I noticed a pattern in the creatures' movements. They would approach to a certain distance, retreat, circle, approach again, like they were testing boundaries. Once I caught a clear glimpse of one as it moved from one tree to another about 20 yards from our shelter. The firelight illuminated it briefly, the impossibly elongated limbs, the dark textured skin, the angular head. It moved with a fluid grace that belied its awkward proportions, more like an insect than a mammal. When dawn finally broke, we were still alive, but in deteriorating condition. Dehydration had set in, making our thinking sluggish and our movements uncoordinated. We needed water, which meant approaching the river, exactly where the creatures seemed to want us. "We don't have a choice," I said, when Josh questioned the wisdom of leaving our shelter. "We'll die of thirst otherwise." With extreme caution, we made our way back to the river. The clicking had stopped with daylight, and we saw no sign of our pursuers, though the sense of being watched remained. At the riverbank, we drank deeply despite concerns about water quality. The cold liquid revived us somewhat, clearing our minds enough to formulate a rudimentary plan. The river has to lead somewhere, I reasoned. Civilization, or at least a road. We keep following it downstream, but we stay vigilant. They seem less active during daylight. "And if they come for us again?" Melanie asked. I pulled out my hunting knife. "We fight if we have to." It was a hollow assertion. What could a single knife do against multiple creatures that moved with such speed and coordination? But having any plan, however desperate, was better than the paralysis of complete hopelessness. We followed the river throughout the morning, our pace slower now due to fatigue and injury. Josh had twisted his ankle during yesterday's flight, and Melanie's hands were bleeding from falls onto rocky terrain. Darren had developed a hacking cough that grew worse with exertion. The river valley gradually widened as we progressed, the current slowing and the water deepening. By midday, we estimated we'd covered perhaps 5 miles from our night shelter. The terrain was changing subtly, more deciduous trees mixed with the conifers, suggesting a lower elevation. "Look," Darren said suddenly, pointing ahead. "A bridge." About half a mile downstream, a wooden structure spanned the river, clearly man-made, though crude and weathered. The sight of it sparked renewed energy, and we quickened our pace despite our exhaustion. As we approached, the bridge revealed itself to be old but solid. Constructed from rough-hewn logs with a simple plank walkway, it appeared to connect trails on both sides of the river. "This has to lead somewhere," Josh said, hope evident in his voice for the first time in days. We stepped onto the bridge cautiously, testing its strength. The wooden planks creaked but held firm. Midway across, I stopped to examine markings carved into one of the support posts. Symbols I didn't recognize, arranged in patterns that suggested meaning. "Some kind of trail markers?" Darren suggested, studying the carvings. "I don't think so," I replied uneasily. "These don't look like anything official." We continued across and found ourselves at a junction of crude trails. One path followed the river downstream, while another headed directly into the forest, away from the water. "Which way?" Melanie asked. Before anyone could answer, the clicking started again, but different this time, more urgent, almost angry. It came from directly ahead, blocking the river path. "They don't want us going that way," I observed. "All the more reason to choose it," Josh argued. "Or it's a trap," Darren countered. "Maybe they're trying to make us think we should avoid that direction." The psychological games were wearing us down. Every decision felt potentially fatal, with unseen watchers analyzing our choices, staying one step ahead. In the end, we chose the forest path, reasoning that the clicking warnings felt too obvious a manipulation. The trail was more defined than expected, suggesting regular use, though by what or whom was unclear. As we moved deeper into the forest, the canopy thickened overhead, creating a perpetual twilight despite the midday hour. The clicking followed at a distance, sometimes fading completely before resuming from a different direction. After about 2 miles of steady hiking, the trail opened into a clearing. In the center stood a cabin, small, weathered, but undeniably human-built. Smoke rose from a stone chimney, indicating occupation. We stopped at the edge of the clearing, suddenly cautious. After days of wilderness and inhuman pursuers, the sight of a habitation should have been welcome. Instead, it filled me with inexplicable dread. "Something's wrong," I whispered. "It's shelter," Josh countered. "Maybe whoever lives there can help us." "They live out here," Darren said slowly. "In the territory of those things. How is that possible?" Before we could debate further, the cabin door swung open. An elderly man emerged, dressed in worn outdoor clothing. He appeared entirely ordinary, white-bearded, slightly stooped with age, face weathered from exposure. He looked directly at us, showing no surprise at finding 4 bedraggled hikers at the edge of his clearing. "Been expecting you," he called out, his voice carrying clearly across the open space. "Come on in before dark falls. Not safe out there after sunset." We exchanged glances, torn between suspicion and desperate need for shelter and assistance. "How did you know we were coming?" I called back. The old man smiled, the expression not reaching his eyes. "The woods have a way of sending people my direction when they need help. Come in. I've got food and water, and you look like you could use both." Against my better judgment, we approached the cabin. As we crossed the clearing, I noticed small bundles hanging from the surrounding trees. Collections of bones, feathers, and unidentifiable objects tied with sinew and twine. The old man saw me looking. "Protection," he said simply. "Been out here 40 years. You learn ways to stay safe." Inside, the cabin was a single room with sparse furnishings, a wood stove, a rough table with chairs, a narrow bed in one corner, shelves lined with jars and books. Animal pelts hung from the walls, alongside tools and weapons. "Sit," the man instructed, gesturing to the table. "Name's Hansen. Used to be Forest Service back when they staffed the stations year-round. Decided to stay on when they pulled out." He ladled stew from a pot on the stove into wooden bowls, placing them before us with chunks of hard bread. Despite my misgivings, the smell was irresistible after days of inadequate nutrition. As we ate, Hansen asked no questions about our journey or what we'd encountered. Instead, he spoke of the forest, of weather patterns and animal migrations, of the changing seasons and the isolation of wilderness living. Only when we'd finished eating did he address what had brought us to his cabin. "You've seen them, haven't you?" he asked, his tone matter-of-fact. "The Watchers." We exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. "It's all right," he continued. "Everyone who finds my cabin has seen them. That's how it works." "What are they?" Josh asked, breaking our silence. Hansen shrugged. "Got different names in different cultures. Navajo call them skinwalkers. Other tribes have their own terms. Scientists who come through looking for them never find anything, of course. They only show themselves to who they choose." "Why are they hunting us?" Melanie asked, her voice trembling. "Hunting?" Hansen laughed, a harsh sound without humor. "If they were hunting you, you wouldn't be sitting at my table. No, they're testing you. Like they tested me 40 years ago." "Testing for what?" I demanded. Hansen's eyes met mine, and for a moment, something flickered behind them. Something ancient and calculating that didn't match his appearance. "Worthiness," he said simply. "The forest has its guardians. They decide who belongs and who doesn't." As darkness fell outside, the clicking sounds resumed, closer now, surrounding the cabin. Hansen seemed unconcerned, adding wood to the stove and lighting oil lamps as night descended. "You'll stay until morning," he said. It wasn't an offer, but a statement of fact. "I'll show you the way out at first light. There's a logging road about 5 miles east. It'll take you back to civilization." Despite our exhaustion, none of us slept soundly that night. We took turns resting on the floor, wrapped in blankets Hansen provided. The clicking continued outside, sometimes approaching the very walls of the cabin, sometimes retreating into the forest. During my watch, I noticed Hansen wasn't sleeping either. He sat by the stove, whittling a piece of wood with practiced movements, occasionally glancing toward the windows. "How do you live out here with them?" I asked quietly, not wanting to wake the others. He considered the question for a moment. "We have an understanding. he replied finally. I respect their territory. They respect mine. The talismans help. He nodded toward the bone bundles visible through the window, swaying gently in the night breeze. What do they want? I pressed. Hansen's hand stilled, the knife resting against the wood. Balance, he said. The forest maintains its own equilibrium. Too many outsiders disturb that balance. The missing hikers, I said. The destroyed campsite we found. Was that them? Sometimes they warn, Hansen replied obliquely. Sometimes they cull. Depends on the trespass. The conversation left me more unsettled than before. Hansen's casual acceptance of the creature's actions, his talk of culling and trespass, suggested a perspective that had shifted far from normal human morality. I wondered, not for the first time, what exactly we were sharing this cabin with. Morning arrived with a heavy mist shrouding the forest. Hansen was already awake, preparing a simple breakfast of oatmeal and strong coffee. We ate quickly, eager to begin our journey to the promised logging road. Follow the sun, Hansen instructed as we prepared to leave. Keep it on your right shoulder until midday, then directly behind you. Don't deviate, no matter what you hear or see. They'll let us go? Darren asked skeptically. Hansen's expression was unreadable. You made it to my cabin. That means something to them. But don't test their patience. Move quickly and directly. Before we departed, he handed me a small bundle similar to those hanging from the trees. Carry this, he said. It won't guarantee safe passage, but it helps mark you as acknowledged. The object felt unnaturally heavy for its size, wrapped in leather with feathers and small bones protruding from the binding. I secured it to my belt with reluctance, distrusting Hansen almost as much as the creatures, but unwilling to reject any potential protection. As we set out, Hansen remained on his porch, watching our departure with those strange, evaluating eyes. Something about his gaze made me quicken my pace, eager to put distance between ourselves and the cabin. The forest seemed different that morning, the mist creating ghostly shapes among the trees, familiar sounds muted and distorted. We moved in tight formation, following Hansen's directions, the sun a pale disk barely visible through the fog and canopy. For the first hour, we heard nothing unusual, no clicking, no screams, no signs of pursuit. Gradually, our pace increased, confidence building with each unchallenged step. Maybe we're actually going to make it, Josh said cautiously, breaking the tense silence. Don't jinx it, Melanie muttered. We continued eastward, the terrain gradually descending. The forest composition changed, with more deciduous trees appearing among the conifers, suggesting we were approaching lower elevations. According to Hansen, the logging road should be accessible within a few hours of hiking. Around midday, we paused briefly to rest and reorient. The sun had strengthened, burning through patches of mist, making navigation easier. I checked the bundle Hansen had given me, still secured to my belt, though I couldn't shake the sensation that it had grown warmer, almost pulsing against my hip. As we prepared to resume our journey, Darren froze suddenly. Listen, he whispered. At first, I heard nothing unusual. Then it registered, the absence of sound. The forest had gone silent again, that unnatural quiet that had preceded each encounter with the creatures. Keep moving, I urged, fighting rising panic. Hansen said don't stop, no matter what. We quickened our pace, no longer trying to move quietly. Speed was our priority now, distance our only defense. The silence followed us, creating a bubble of emptiness that moved with our progress. After another mile, the clicking started again, distant at first, then gradually closing. It came from behind us this time, as if following rather than hurting. Don't look back, I instructed. Just keep moving forward. The terrain grew steeper, forcing us to scramble over fallen logs and navigate around dense underbrush. Each obstacle slowed our progress, allowing the sounds behind us to draw closer. The clicking accelerated, becoming more agitated. They're gaining, Josh said, his breath coming in ragged gasps. I felt the bundle at my belt grow hotter, almost burning through the fabric of my pants. Acting on instinct, I pulled it free and held it aloft. The clicking stopped abruptly. Keep moving, I said, still holding the bundle high. I think this is working. We continued forward at a steady pace, the bundle seemingly holding our pursuers at bay. For nearly half an hour, we hiked in tense silence, the absence of clicking somehow more unnerving than its presence had been. Then, without warning, a scream tore through the forest, directly ahead of us. We stopped dead, confronted with an impossible choice. Behind us, the clicking had resumed, closing rapidly. Ahead, something waited, announcing its presence with that terrible cry. "They've surrounded us," Melanie whispered. I raised the bundle higher, turning in a slow circle. "We keep going forward," I decided. Hansen said straight east, no matter what. We resumed our advance, moving more cautiously now. The terrain began to level out, and through the trees ahead, I could make out what appeared to be a clearing, wider and more regular than a natural feature. "The logging road," Darren said, hope evident in his voice. As we approached the clearing, the clicking intensified from all directions, no longer just behind us, but surrounding us completely. The bundle in my hand began to vibrate, the feathers and bones trembling as if alive. 50 yards from what was indeed a crude dirt road, a figure stepped out from the trees directly in our path. It was one of them, taller than any human, limbs impossibly elongated, skin textured like bark. Its head was the worst part, vaguely humanoid in shape but with features that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly, as if refusing to resolve into anything recognizable. It raised one arm, pointing not at us, but at the bundle I held. Understanding came with sudden clarity. The bundle wasn't protection, it was a marker, a tracker. Hansen hadn't been helping us escape. He'd been ensuring we remained within the creature's reach. I hurled the bundle toward the figure. It caught the object with unnatural speed, those long fingers closing around it precisely. For a moment it stood motionless, examining what I'd thrown. Then it stepped aside, clearing our path to the road. "Run," I said quietly. "Now." We broke into a sprint, covering the remaining distance to the road in seconds. The clicking followed but remained at the tree line, not pursuing across the open ground of the road itself. The road stretched in both directions, crude but definitely man-made, rutted from vehicle traffic. We turned left, moving as quickly as our exhausted bodies allowed, putting distance between ourselves and the forest edge. After about a mile, we heard the distant sound of an engine. A battered pickup truck appeared around a bend, driven by an older man in forestry service clothing. He stopped when he saw us, taking in our disheveled appearance with obvious concern. "You folks lost?" he called through the open window. "Hikers," I explained breathlessly. "We got separated from our group, been lost for days." He nodded, not questioning our story. "Hop in the back, I'm heading to town." As we climbed into the truck bed, I glanced back toward the forest. At the tree line, barely visible in the shadows, stood multiple tall figures, motionless, watching. The old forester followed my gaze but showed no reaction, as if he couldn't see what I was staring at. "Something wrong?" he asked. I turned away. "No, just glad to be found." The truck pulled away, carrying us toward civilization. None of us spoke during the journey, each processing the nightmare we'd escaped. The creatures hadn't followed, perhaps unable or unwilling to leave their territory, or perhaps simply satisfied with the test they'd administered. Hansen's words echoed in my mind. Sometimes they warn, sometimes they cull. We had been warned. Others had been culled. The distinction felt arbitrary, a matter of chance rather than merit. What made us worthy of warning rather than elimination? What criteria had we satisfied by reaching Hansen's cabin? The forester dropped us in a small town about 20 miles from the wilderness boundary. From there, we contacted authorities, reporting our experience as a simple case of hikers becoming lost. We mentioned nothing about the creatures or Hansen's cabin. Who would believe us? In the days and weeks that followed, I researched the area extensively. The Bitterroot National Forest has more missing persons cases per capita than almost any wilderness area in the country. Most are classified as accidents or exposure, the bodies never recovered. Official surveys list no permanent residents in the section where we encountered Hansen. The last staffed ranger station was decommissioned in the 1980s. According to records, all personnel were either reassigned or retired. I wonder often about Hansen, who he is, what bargain he struck with the forest guardians. How many lost hikers he's directed over the years? Was he once like us, tested and found worthy of a different fate? Has he become something other than human during his 40 years in those woods? I don't hike anymore. The others have similarly abandoned outdoor activities. Some nights, I wake to the sound of clicking outside my window, just branches tapping in the wind, I tell myself, though I never open the curtains to check. The forest tested us. We survived. But I can't shake the feeling that we're still being watched, still being evaluated. That the test isn't over, merely moved to a different venue. Sometimes they warn, sometimes they cull. The distinction, I've come to believe, is less important than the message. The wilderness has guardians, and they are neither benevolent nor malevolent, merely balanced in their own terrifying way. And in the deepest part of night when sleep eludes me, I wonder if they followed us home. The drive up to our family cabin in March of 2023 should have been peaceful. I was 24 then, old enough to appreciate the silence that comes with leaving the city behind, but young enough to still feel excitement about a week away from everything. My mother drove, while my 15-year-old nephew sat in the back seat with our German Shepherd Ranger. The winding road through the Indiana hills seemed to stretch forever, each turn taking us deeper into the kind of wilderness that makes you remember how small you really are. The cabin sat perched on a ridge overlooking miles of dense forest. My grandfather had built it in the 1970s, and though we'd modernized it over the years with better insulation and a new roof, it still maintained that rustic charm that made you feel disconnected from the modern world. As we pulled into the gravel driveway, I noticed how the trees seemed to lean in closer than I remembered from previous visits. The bare branches created a web of shadows that moved and shifted with even the slightest breeze. "Looks like we're the only ones crazy enough to be up here this early in the season," my mother commented as she turned off the engine. She was right. Most of the neighboring cabins appeared empty, their windows dark and their driveways unplowed from the last snowfall. The isolation felt complete and absolute. Ranger immediately began pacing once we let him out of the car, his nose working overtime as he processed all the scents of the forest. I watched him carefully, noting how his ears kept swiveling toward the tree line, as if he were listening for something specific. Dogs have always been more attuned to their surroundings than humans, and his behavior struck me as unusually alert for a place he'd visited many times before. By evening, we had settled into our familiar routines. The temperature had dropped significantly once the sun disappeared behind the hills, and the weather forecast promised several days of cold rain. Perfect conditions for staying indoors and enjoying the massive stone fireplace that dominated the cabin's main room. I built a fire while my mother unpacked groceries and my nephew set up his gaming system, though the spotty internet connection made it more decorative than functional. The wood crackled and popped as the flames took hold, filling the room with dancing shadows and the comforting scent of burning oak. We pulled our chairs close to the hearth and my mother produced her phone to find something to read aloud. She'd always been the storyteller in our family, and scary stories by firelight had become something of a tradition during our cabin visits. "Here's one that sounds appropriately creepy," she announced, scrolling through her screen. "It's about a family who keeps hearing things outside their remote cabin." The irony wasn't lost on me, but I settled back in my chair anyway, letting the warmth seep into my bones and my eyes drift shut. The fire provided just enough background noise to make everything feel secure and contained. For a moment, I felt that perfect sense of peace that comes from being completely disconnected from the outside world. That's when we heard it. The sound cut through the night air like a blade through silk. It wasn't quite a scream and not exactly a howl, but something in between that made every muscle in my body tense. The sound seemed to come from directly behind the cabin, maybe 50 yards into the tree line. It lasted for maybe 3 seconds, rising in pitch before cutting off abruptly. I bolted upright, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Did you hear that?" My mother paused in her reading and looked up. "Hear what, honey?" "That sound. That howling or screaming or whatever it was." She glanced toward the windows, then back at me with a slightly confused expression. I didn't hear anything unusual. Maybe it was just the wind in the trees. But my nephew had heard something too. I could tell by the way he'd gone completely still, his game controller forgotten in his lap. His eyes were fixed on the back door, and I could see the tension in his shoulders. "You heard it, didn't you?" I asked him directly. He looked between my mother and me, then shrugged. "I thought I heard something, but Mom's probably right. probably just the wind. The casualness of their responses felt wrong. The sound had been too distinct, too purposeful to dismiss so easily, and there had been no wind that evening. The air outside was still and heavy with approaching weather. The next morning brought the promised rain, and with it a strange atmosphere that seemed to settle over the cabin like a heavy blanket. My mother made coffee and prepared breakfast as if nothing had happened, chatting about her plans to catch up on reading and maybe work on a jigsaw puzzle she'd brought along. My nephew retreated to his room with a stack of books, apparently resigned to a few days without reliable internet. I found myself drawn to the windows, studying the forest that surrounded us on three sides. In daylight, the trees looked innocent enough, just bare hardwoods and evergreens stretching as far as I could see. But something felt different about the way the shadows fell between the trunks, and I caught myself scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. "You're awfully quiet today," my mother observed as she joined me at the kitchen window. "Just thinking about that sound last night." She sighed and placed a gentle hand on my shoulder. "Sweetie, I know being up here can make your imagination run wild, but there are lots of perfectly normal explanations for strange noises in the woods. Could have been a tree falling, or maybe a deer caught in some brush." Her explanation felt rehearsed, too convenient. And it didn't account for the fact that both my nephew and I had reacted to the sound before she'd even acknowledged hearing anything at all. That afternoon, while my mother napped and my nephew read in his room, I decided to take Ranger for a walk around the perimeter of our property. The rain had stopped temporarily, leaving everything dripping and fragrant with the smell of wet earth and decomposing leaves. Ranger seemed eager to explore, but I noticed he kept pulling toward the back of the cabin, toward the area where the sound had originated the night before. "What is it, boy?" I asked him, letting him lead me to the edge of the tree line. He stopped abruptly about 20 feet from the closest trees and began that low, rumbling growl that dogs make when they sense a threat. His hackles rose along his neck and back, and his body went rigid with attention. I followed his gaze into the shadows between the trees, but saw nothing unusual. "What's out there?" Ranger's growl intensified, and he took a step backward, pressing against my legs as if to push me away from whatever had captured his attention. I'd never seen him react this way to anything before. He was typically a confident, fearless dog who would investigate any new scent or sound with enthusiasm. We stayed there for several minutes, both of us staring into the forest, before I finally decided to retreat to the cabin. As we walked back, I could feel Ranger's tension in the way he kept looking over his shoulder, and I found myself doing the same thing. The second night brought more rain and an early darkness that seemed to press against the cabin windows like something alive. We'd settled into our evening routine: fire, comfortable chairs, and my mother's storytelling. But I found it impossible to relax. Every sound from outside made me jump, and I noticed that Ranger had positioned himself directly in front of the back door, as if standing guard. "You're making me nervous with all that fidgeting," my mother said gently. "Why don't you try to enjoy yourself? We're here to relax, remember?" I wanted to tell her that relaxation seemed impossible when every instinct I possessed was screaming that something was wrong, but I also didn't want to ruin the vacation for everyone else. So I forced myself to sit still and listen to her read from a collection of ghost stories she'd downloaded. The story she chose was about a family trapped in their home during a blizzard, hearing voices calling to them from outside. The parallels to our situation weren't lost on me, and I wondered if she'd selected it intentionally. As her voice rose and fell with the narrative, I found myself listening not just to her words but to everything else as well: the fire crackling, the rain drumming on the roof, Ranger's occasional shifts in position. That's when the scratching started. It was so faint at first that I thought I might be imagining it. A soft, rhythmic scraping sound that seemed to come from directly above us, as if something were moving across the roof with deliberate slowness. I tilted my head, straining to isolate the sound from the rain and wind. "Mom, do you hear that scratching?" She paused in her reading and listened for a moment. "I hear the rain on the roof. That's probably all it is." But the sound was too regular, too purposeful to be random precipitation. It moved from one side of the roof to the other, paused, then reversed direction. Whatever was making the sound was large enough to create distinct footfalls on the wooden shingles. My nephew looked up from his book with an expression I couldn't quite read. There was fear there, certainly, but also something that looked almost like resignation. as if he'd been expecting this. "It's getting louder," I whispered. The scratching had indeed intensified, and now it was accompanied by a different sound, a low, throaty breathing that seemed to come from multiple directions at once. Ranger rose to his feet and began pacing between the back door and the front windows, whining softly under his breath. "There's something on the roof," I said with more urgency. "And Ranger can hear it too. Look at him." My mother set down her phone and studied our dog for a moment. Even she couldn't deny his obvious distress, but instead of acknowledging the sounds that were growing more pronounced by the minute, she stood up and walked to the thermostat. "Maybe we should turn up the heat. Sometimes the heating system makes odd noises when it's working hard." Her explanation was absurd. We'd been coming to this cabin for years, and I knew every sound the heating system made. This was something else entirely, something that was moving around on our roof with increasing boldness. The scratching continued for another 10 minutes before gradually fading away, leaving behind only the sound of rain and my own racing heartbeat. I barely slept that night. Every small sound from outside had me sitting up in bed, straining to listen for the return of whatever had been moving around above us. Ranger had planted himself on the floor beside my bed and remained there until morning, occasionally lifting his head to listen before settling back down with a frustrated sigh. When dawn finally arrived, I was the first one awake. I dressed quickly and stepped outside to examine the roof and the area around the cabin. What I found made my stomach turn cold with dread. The soft earth around the cabin was marked with tracks. Not animal tracks, but something else entirely. They were roughly the size and shape of human footprints, but elongated and deeper than any normal person could make. The impression suggested something heavy moving on two legs, circling the cabin repeatedly throughout the night. Even more disturbing were the marks on the cabin itself. Long scratches had been gouged into the wooden siding near the back door, and several of the roof shingles showed signs of damage consistent with something large moving across them. The evidence was unmistakable. Something had been prowling around our cabin in the darkness. I called Ranger outside to see how he would react to the tracks. His response was immediate and dramatic. His hackles rose. He began that low growling again, and he refused to approach the marked areas despite my encouragement. Whatever scent lingered in those footprints was enough to terrify a 90-pound German shepherd. "Find anything interesting?" I spun around to find my mother standing in the doorway, coffee mug in hand, looking remarkably calm for someone whose vacation cabin had been vandalized during the night. "Look at these tracks," I said, pointing to the clearest impressions in the mud. "And look at the scratches on the siding. Something was here last night, something big." She stepped closer and examined the evidence with what appeared to be genuine curiosity. Those are unusual," she admitted. "Maybe we should call the local sheriff's office and report some vandalism." Her suggestion seemed reasonable on the surface, but something about her tone felt wrong. She was looking at clear evidence that something dangerous had been stalking around our isolated cabin, and her primary concern was filing a police report. "Mom, I don't think this was vandalism. I think there's something living in these woods, something that's been watching us." She sipped her coffee and gazed out at the forest with an expression I couldn't interpret. "Honey, I know this is frightening, but we can't let our imaginations get the better of us. There are reasonable explanations for everything we've seen and heard." But as she spoke, I noticed her eyes weren't focused on the trees. Instead, she seemed to be studying something specific in the distance, as if she were looking for something she expected to find there. That evening, I decided I couldn't continue pretending that everything was normal. The physical evidence, combined with the sounds we'd been hearing and Ranger's obvious distress, painted a picture that was impossible to ignore. Something was stalking us, and my family's refusal to acknowledge the danger was becoming more disturbing than the threat itself. "We need to talk," I announced as we gathered around the fire for our third night at the cabin. My mother looked up from her book with a patient smile. "Of course, sweetheart. What's on your mind?" "This whole situation, the sounds, the tracks, the way you and David keep pretending nothing's happening. I need to understand what's going on." My nephew, David, shifted uncomfortably in his chair but didn't meet my eyes. My mother set down her book and gave me her full attention. "I'm not pretending anything," she said carefully. I've acknowledged that we've heard some unusual sounds and seen some strange tracks, but I'm also trying to keep things in perspective. We're in the middle of the wilderness. Strange things happen in places like this. But that's just it, I pressed. You're not acting like someone who's concerned about strange things happening. You're acting like someone who knows exactly what's going on and doesn't want to talk about it. The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken tension. David continued to stare at his hands, while my mother seemed to be choosing her words very carefully. "What exactly are you suggesting?" she asked finally. "I'm suggesting that both of you heard the same things I did, and both of you saw the same evidence I showed you this morning. But instead of being concerned or frightened or even curious, you're both acting like this is somehow normal or expected." Another long silence. Then David finally spoke up, his voice barely above a whisper. "Maybe we should tell him." My mother's head snapped toward him with an expression of sharp warning. "David, tell me what?" I demanded. David looked at my mother, then back at me. This isn't the first time this has happened." The words hit me like a physical blow. "What do you mean, not the first time?" My mother stood up abruptly and walked to the window, her back to both of us. "David, that's enough." But David continued anyway, his words tumbling out in a rush. "Last summer when we were here, and the time before that. Always the same sounds, always the same tracks. Mom made me promise not to tell you because she said it would ruin the cabin for you." I felt the world tilt slightly as the implications of his words sank in. "You've been coming here knowing that something dangerous stalks around the cabin at night, and you never told me?" My mother turned back to face me, and for the first time since we'd arrived, I saw real fear in her eyes. "It's not dangerous," she said quietly. "It's never tried to get inside. It's never hurt anyone. It just watches." "How do you know it's not dangerous? How can you possibly know that?" She hesitated, then sank back into her chair with a heavy sigh. "Because your grandfather told me about it before he died. He said it had been coming around for years, probably decades. He called it the Watcher, said it was part of these woods, something that had always been here." The revelation left me speechless. My grandfather, who had built this cabin and spent countless nights here alone, had known about this thing and never warned any of us. "He said it was curious about people but never harmful," my mother continued. "Like it was trying to understand us but from a distance. He actually found it somewhat comforting in his later years, knowing something was keeping watch over the place." Armed with the truth, I found myself in an impossible position. Part of me wanted to pack up and leave immediately, to put as much distance as possible between myself and whatever was lurking in those woods. But another part of me, the part that had inherited my grandfather's curiosity and stubbornness, wanted to stay and confront this mystery directly. My mother and David seemed relieved to have finally shared their secret, but they also made it clear that they expected me to accept the situation as they had. The Watcher was simply part of the cabin experience, something to be endured rather than understood or confronted. But I couldn't accept that level of passive resignation. If something had been observing our family for years, I wanted to know what it was and what it wanted. That night, I made a decision that probably wasn't very wise. Instead of hiding inside the cabin and waiting for the sounds to begin, I decided to position myself where I could observe the Watcher in return. I dressed in dark clothes, armed myself with a powerful flashlight and my grandfather's old hunting rifle, and slipped out the back door while my mother and David were settling in for the evening. I found a position about 50 yards from the cabin, behind a fallen log that provided both concealment and a clear view of the building. The night was cold and damp, with a thin mist rising from the forest floor that made everything beyond 20 feet look ghostly and indistinct. For the first hour, nothing happened. I began to wonder if my presence outside had somehow scared off whatever usually visited us. But then I heard it, the soft scraping sound of something moving through the underbrush, approaching from deeper in the forest. The sounds grew closer, accompanied by that strange breathing I'd heard before. I gripped the rifle tighter and tried to control my own breathing as the noises circled around to the back of the cabin. Through the mist, I could make out a dark shape moving between the trees, taller than any animal, but moving with an odd, hunched gait that didn't look entirely human either. The shape paused at the edge of the clearing, and I realized it was studying the cabin just as I was studying it. For several minutes, we formed a strange triangle. The watcher observing the cabin, me observing the watcher, and my family inside, unaware that their secret was finally being exposed. Then the shape began to move again, circling the cabin with that same deliberate pattern I'd tracked in the mud. As it passed through a gap in the mist, I got my first clear look at what had been stalking us. It was tall, at least 7 feet, and covered in dark, matted hair that glistened with moisture from the mist. Its limbs were elongated and moved with an unsettling fluidity that suggested joints that bent in ways human joints shouldn't. But it was the face that made me grip the rifle with trembling hands. The features were almost human, but stretched and distorted, as if someone had taken a person's face and pulled it like taffy. The eyes were large and dark, and they moved with an intelligence that was unmistakably aware and calculating. As I watched in frozen fascination, the creature completed its circuit of the cabin and then did something that made my heart stop. It turned and looked directly at me. We stared at each other across the misty clearing for what felt like an eternity. Its dark eyes held mine with an intensity that spoke of recognition and perhaps even amusement. It had known I was there all along. Then it did something even more unsettling. It raised one elongated hand and waved. The wave was unmistakably deliberate, unmistakably intelligent, and unmistakably friendly. In that single gesture, the creature transformed in my mind from a source of terror to something far more complex and mysterious. It wasn't hunting us or threatening us, it was greeting me. I sat there for another 20 minutes, watching as the creature continued its patrol around the cabin, occasionally glancing in my direction as if to make sure I was still there. Its movements were careful and quiet, designed not to disturb the occupants inside. It really was just watching, just as my grandfather had said. Eventually, the creature melted back into the forest as silently as it had appeared, leaving me alone with my racing thoughts and a completely transformed understanding of our situation. I waited another hour before returning to the cabin, where I found my mother sitting by the dying fire, clearly waiting for me. "You went out there, didn't you?" she said without looking up. "Yes." "And you saw it?" "Yes." She nodded slowly. "Your grandfather did the same thing his first summer here. Said he couldn't stand not knowing what was sharing the woods with him." I settled into the chair across from her, still processing what I'd experienced. "What is it?" "I don't know," she admitted. "Your grandfather had theories, but they were just guesses. He thought maybe it was something that had always lived in these hills, something that predated human settlement. He said the local Native American tribes had stories about forest watchers, guardians that kept track of who entered their territory." It waved at me. That made her smile for the first time since we'd arrived. "It waved at your grandfather, too. He said that was when he realized it wasn't something to be feared, just something to be respected." We sat in comfortable silence for a while, listening to the fire crackle and the normal sounds of the forest settling into sleep. Finally, I asked the question that had been bothering me since David's revelation. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "Because I was afraid you'd want to leave and never come back. This place has been in our family for 50 years. Your grandfather loved it here, and I love it here. And I want you to love it too. I thought if I could just get you used to the idea gradually." "By lying to me about what I was hearing and seeing?" She winced. "By protecting you from something you weren't ready to understand, but you're ready now, aren't you?" I considered the question seriously. The fear was still there. I doubted I'd ever be completely comfortable knowing that something was watching us from the darkness. But it was tempered now by curiosity and, strangely enough, a sense of connection to something larger than myself. "I think so," I said finally. We packed up and left the next morning, but not because of fear or disgust. Our week was simply over, and we all had responsibilities waiting for us in the real world. As we loaded the car, I found myself looking forward to our next visit rather than dreading it. The drive home was quiet, but it was a different kind of quiet than the tense silence we'd maintained for most of the week. David seemed relieved to have the family secret finally out in the open, and my mother appeared genuinely happy that I'd accepted the truth about our unusual cabin guest. As we reached the bottom of the hill and the cabin disappeared behind the trees, I realized that my relationship with that place had been fundamentally changed. It was no longer just a family retreat. It was a bridge between our world and something ancient and mysterious that most people would never have the privilege to encounter. I'm already planning our next visit, and this time I think I'll be ready to wave back. November 2023 started like any other month for my husband David and me. We had been living in our converted camper van since late September, embracing the nomadic lifestyle we'd dreamed about for years. After visiting my sister's family in eastern Texas, we made our way to Arizona for the annual Desert Sounds Music Festival near Phoenix. The festival had been everything we hoped for. 3 days of incredible music under star-filled skies, surrounded by fellow travelers who shared our love for adventure and freedom. When the last guitar chord faded and the festival grounds began to empty, we found ourselves reluctant to leave Arizona. The stark beauty of the desert landscape had captured something deep within us. David suggested we spend a few extra weeks exploring before winter forced us to head south. The Tucson Gem and Mineral Show was still 2 weeks away, and we decided to make our way there slowly, stopping wherever the road called to us. That's how we found ourselves driving north from Phoenix toward Flagstaff on a crisp morning in mid-November. Our plan was simple. Spend a few days exploring the high desert country around Sedona, then continue north to the Grand Canyon before the winter weather made camping uncomfortable. David had been researching dispersed camping spots on his tablet, cross-referencing Forest Service maps with satellite imagery to find the perfect location, somewhere remote enough for pristine stargazing but accessible enough for our van. The Coconino National Forest stretched before us like an endless carpet of juniper and pine, broken by red rock formations that seemed to glow in the afternoon sun. We turned off Highway 89A onto Forest Service Road 618, a narrow dirt track that wound through stands of manzanita and oak brush. The road climbed steadily, and I could feel our ears popping as we gained elevation. "There," David said, pointing ahead to where the road split. According to the map, there should be 2 dispersed camping spots up that branch. We took the left fork, and the road became even narrower, barely wide enough for our van. After about a mile, we crested a small hill and found ourselves looking down at 2 cleared areas, each large enough for an RV, or large tent. The first site was occupied by a white travel trailer with Montana plates. An older Chevy pickup truck sat beside it, and I could see a man in his 50s setting up what looked like an elaborate telescope on a tripod. A boy who appeared to be around 12 was helping him, carefully handling expensive-looking equipment. "Looks like we've got neighbors," I said, waving as we passed. The man waved back, and the boy looked up from his work with a shy smile. The second site sat perched on a leveled area at the very end of the road. As we pulled into it and shut off the engine, the silence that enveloped us was so complete it seemed to have weight. David stepped out first, stretching his arms above his head and taking a deep breath. "Now this," he said, "is what I call a view." He wasn't exaggerating. Our campsite sat on what felt like the edge of the world. To the south, wave after wave of mountain ridges rolled away toward the horizon, each one a slightly different shade of blue or purple in the distance. To the east, a deep valley stretched out below us, dotted with the dark green of junipers and the silver green of sage. A barbed wire fence marked the boundary of what our map indicated was a large cattle ranch, its headquarters hidden somewhere in the valley beyond the next ridge. What struck me most was the absolute remoteness of our location. In every direction, I could see nothing that indicated human presence except for the fence and the occasional dirt track winding through the landscape. No power lines, no buildings, no cell towers. When I pulled out my phone to check for signal, I wasn't surprised to see no service displayed where the bars usually appeared. "We're really in the middle of nowhere," I said, and the words carried an edge of both excitement and unease. David was already setting up our camp chairs, positioning them to face west toward what promised to be a spectacular sunset. "That's exactly what we wanted, isn't it?" he said. "Complete solitude, perfect for stargazing." As the afternoon wore on, we settled into our usual camping routine. I prepared a simple dinner on our camp stove, while David checked and adjusted our solar panel setup. The temperature was dropping as the sun sank lower, and I was grateful for the warm jacket I pulled from our storage compartment. It was while I was washing dishes in our collapsible basin that I first noticed something odd. A flash of light caught the corner of my eye, coming from one of the distant ridges to the southeast. I looked up, scanning the landscape, but saw nothing unusual. "Did you see that?" I asked David. "See what?" "A light, like a reflection or something, from that ridge over there." I pointed toward the area where I thought I'd seen it. David followed my gaze, shading his eyes against the setting sun. "I don't see anything." "Maybe it was just sunlight hitting a piece of quartz or something metallic." I nodded, accepting his explanation, but kept glancing back toward the ridge as we finished our evening chores. As darkness began to fall and the first stars appeared, I forgot about the light entirely. The night sky above us was beginning to reveal itself in all its glory, and I was eager to see what the complete darkness would bring. That first night in the high desert was unlike anything I had ever experienced. We retired to our van shortly after sunset, following our usual routine of reading by LED lantern light before settling in for sleep. The temperature had dropped to near freezing, and our small propane heater worked steadily to keep the interior comfortable. Despite the mechanical hum of the heater's fan, the silence outside felt overwhelming, pressed against our thin walls like something alive. I woke sometime after midnight, my bladder demanding attention despite my reluctance to leave the warmth of our sleeping bag. David stirred as I quietly unzipped the van door and stepped out into the cold air. The shock of the temperature difference made me gasp, and my breath came out in white puffs that dissipated quickly in the dry air. But the cold was immediately forgotten when I looked up. The night sky stretched above us like a dark canvas, splattered with diamonds. The Milky Way cut a bright swath across the heavens, more vivid and detailed than I had ever seen it. Stars that were invisible in even moderately light-polluted areas blazed with intensity that seemed almost aggressive. I stood there for several minutes, neck craned back, feeling dizzy from the sheer immensity of what I was seeing. "Incredible," David's voice said softly beside me. He had followed me out and was staring upward with the same sense of awe. "We have to stay another night," I whispered, as if speaking too loudly might somehow diminish the spectacle above us. "I need to see this again." We stood there for perhaps 10 minutes, picking out constellations and pointing out satellites as they traced their paths across the star field. The silence around us was so complete that I could hear my own heartbeat, could hear the slight wheeze of David's breathing in the cold air. When we finally returned to the van, we were both energized by what we had witnessed. "Tomorrow night we'll set up the chairs outside," David said as we settled back into our sleeping bag. "We'll make a proper event of it." The next day dawned clear and cold, with a brilliant sun that quickly warmed the air inside our van. We spent the morning exploring the area around our campsite, following game trails through the juniper and manzanita, discovering hidden arroyos and collecting interesting rocks that caught our eye. The landscape had a stark beauty that revealed new details with every change in the light. It was during one of these explorations that I first became consciously aware of being watched. We were about a quarter mile from our van, following what appeared to be an old cattle trail toward the ranch fence, when I felt the hairs on the back of my neck rise. I stopped abruptly and turned around, scanning the landscape behind us. "What is it?" David asked, noticing my sudden halt. "I don't know," I said, continuing to search the terrain with my eyes. "I just had the feeling that something was observing us." David followed my gaze, his expression growing more serious. "I don't see anything. But you know what? I've been feeling something similar all morning. Like we're not as alone out here as we thought." We stood there for several minutes, both of us carefully examining every juniper, every boulder, every shadow that might conceal a watcher. But the landscape appeared empty, populated only by the occasional lizard or desert bird. Finally, we shrugged off the feeling and continued our hike, but I noticed that both of us glanced back more frequently than usual. It was around noon when I saw the light again. We had returned to our campsite and were eating lunch outside, enjoying the warmth of the desert sun, when that same flash caught my peripheral vision. This time I was ready for it, and I turned immediately toward the source. "There," I said, pointing toward the southeastern ridge. "Do you see it? That bright flash?" David looked where I was pointing, squinting against the bright sky. For a moment we both stared at the ridge, and then it happened again, a brilliant flash of white light, lasting perhaps 2 seconds, coming from what appeared to be the highest point of the ridge. "I saw it that time," David said, his voice carrying a note of concern. "What do you think it is?" My first instinct, given my training as a wilderness first responder, was that someone might be in distress. Could be a signal mirror, I said. Maybe someone's trying to get attention up there. But as we continued to watch over the next hour, the light appeared several more times, always from different locations along the ridgeline. No one on foot could move that quickly across such rough terrain. The flashes seemed random, appearing every 10 or 15 minutes from points that were sometimes miles apart. "That's not someone signaling for help," David said finally. "Unless there's a whole group of people up there and they're all carrying signal mirrors." The afternoon passed uneasily. We tried to focus on normal camping activities, reading, playing cards, preparing dinner, but both of us kept glancing toward the ridge. The flashes continued sporadically, and I began to feel a growing sense of unease that I couldn't quite explain. There was something about the randomness of the lights, the way they appeared from impossible distances apart, that made my subconscious mind send up warning signals. As evening approached and we prepared for our planned stargazing session, I found myself dreading the coming darkness. The beautiful night sky that had filled me with wonder just 24 hours before now seemed like a vast, dark space where anything might hide. I tried to dismiss these feelings as mere anxiety, the result of being in such an isolated location, but the knot in my stomach continued to tighten as the sun sank toward the western horizon. Our neighbors, the man and boy with the telescope, had spent the day making trips to Sedona and had returned just before sunset. I could see them setting up their equipment again, and the normalcy of their presence provided some comfort. At least we weren't completely alone out here. But as full darkness fell and we stepped outside with our camp chairs, I could no longer ignore the growing sense that something was fundamentally wrong with this place. The temperature had dropped below freezing by the time we set up our chairs facing east, away from where our neighbor's campfire cast a warm glow in the distance. David had prepared a thermos of hot coffee, and we wrapped ourselves in heavy blankets as we settled in to watch the night sky. For the first hour, everything seemed normal. The stars emerged in their magnificent display, satellites traced their predictable paths overhead, and we pointed out planets and constellations to each other in whispered conversations. It was approaching 11 o'clock when I first noticed that something was different from the previous night. One star in particular seemed brighter than the others, hanging in what I thought might be the position of Polaris, the North Star. But as I continued to observe it, I realized that its intensity was fluctuating slightly, growing brighter and dimmer in an irregular rhythm. "David," I said quietly, "look at that star. The bright one, almost directly overhead. Does it seem strange to you?" He followed my pointing finger and focused on the star in question. For several minutes, we both watched it pulse and flicker. "That's definitely not normal stellar behavior," he said. "Stars don't change brightness that quickly unless something's passing in front of them." We continued to observe the anomalous star and gradually became aware that it was not only changing in brightness, but also in position. So slowly that it was almost imperceptible, it was moving against the background of fixed stars. What had started as a point of light nearly overhead was now noticeably displaced toward the southern horizon. "That's not a star," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "And it's not a satellite either. Satellites don't change brightness like that." As if responding to my words, the light suddenly intensified, becoming so bright that I could see it casting faint shadows on the ground around our chairs. Then, just as suddenly, it dimmed to a pale yellow glow and began to move more rapidly across the sky. Its path was erratic, unlike anything I had ever seen. Not the steady arc of a satellite or the predictable course of an aircraft, but a stuttering, irregular progression that reminded me of the flight pattern of a hummingbird. "Are you recording this?" David asked, his voice tight with tension. I fumbled for my phone, but when I tried to focus the camera on the moving light, it appeared as nothing more than a faint blur on the screen. The device's automatic settings couldn't seem to lock onto the object, and manual adjustments produced no better results. For the next 20 minutes, we watched the light perform its aerial dance. It would hover motionless for several seconds, then dart to a new position hundreds of yards away in the space of a heartbeat. Its color shifted constantly, white to yellow to red to blue, sometimes cycling through the entire spectrum in a matter of seconds. The movements were unlike anything in my experience, defying what I thought I knew about the physics of flight. Then, without warning, the light began to descend. At first, it appeared to be landing somewhere on the distant ridge where I had seen the flashes earlier that day. But as it continued to lose altitude, I realized with growing alarm that it was coming toward our general area. The light maintained its color-shifting display as it dropped below the tree line, disappearing behind the large juniper that stood between our campsite and the ranch fence. "It's behind the tree," David whispered, his voice so quiet I could barely hear him over the sound of my own heartbeat. We sat frozen in our chairs, afraid to move, afraid to speak above a whisper. The juniper tree was perhaps 50 yards from our position, large enough to conceal a small building. For several minutes, nothing happened. The normal night sounds of the desert, the distant call of an owl, the rustle of small creatures in the brush, seemed muted, as if the entire landscape was holding its breath. Then I saw movement. A soft glow emanated from behind the left side of the juniper, pulsing gently in shades of deep purple and violet. The light had a quality unlike anything artificial I had ever seen. Not the harsh glare of electric illumination, but something organic, almost living. As I watched, transfixed, the glow began to shift position, moving slowly from left to right behind the tree. "It's moving around the tree," I breathed, barely audible. The light continued its circuit, and gradually I began to make out what appeared to be a structured form within the glow. It was roughly humanoid in shape, perhaps 6 feet tall, but the proportions seemed somehow wrong. The head appeared too large, the limbs too thin and elongated. As it moved, the light emanating from it shifted through a spectrum of colors, deep blues, purples, magentas, creating an almost hypnotic display. Then, to my horror, I realized that it was watching us. The figure had stopped its movement around the tree and was positioned where it could observe our campsite. Although I couldn't make out any distinct features through the glow, I had the unmistakable sensation of being studied, examined with an intelligence that was both alien and deeply unsettling. The quality of its attention felt invasive, as if invisible fingers were probing at the edges of my consciousness. For what felt like an eternity, we remained locked in this tableau. 2 humans huddled in their chairs, and something inexplicable studying us from behind a juniper tree. The temperature seemed to drop another 10 degrees, and I realized I was shivering uncontrollably, though whether from cold or fear I couldn't say. Then, in a moment of panic that I still can't fully explain, I jumped to my feet. The sudden movement was involuntary, driven by some primal flight response that overrode my conscious mind. The camp chair toppled backward, clattering against a rock, and I took several quick steps toward our van. The reaction from the figure was immediate and terrifying. The gentle, shifting colors vanished instantly, replaced by a harsh, pulsing red light that seemed to radiate anger and aggression. The figure dropped low to the ground, moving with a fluid, predatory motion that reminded me of a large cat preparing to pounce. From my new position, I could see it crouching behind the lower branches of the juniper, the red glow painting the surrounding vegetation in hellish shades. "Run!" I said to David, though the word came out as barely a croak. We both bolted for the van, abandoning our chairs and blankets in our haste to reach safety. My hands shook so violently that I could barely work the door handle, and David had to help me get it open. We tumbled inside, slamming the door behind us and engaging both the deadbolt and the privacy chain. Our van's windows were covered with reflective insulation for warmth, blocking our view of the outside world. In that moment, I was grateful for the barrier, even though part of me knew that the thin aluminum walls of our vehicle would provide little protection if the thing outside meant us harm. We sat in the darkness of our van, holding each other and listening to the silence outside. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure it could be heard throughout the desert. David's breathing was rapid and shallow, and I could feel tremors running through his body. Minutes passed, then an hour. Gradually, our panic began to subside, replaced by a numbing exhaustion and a creeping doubt about what we had actually witnessed. "Did that really happen?" I whispered into the darkness. "I think so," David replied, his voice hoarse. "But I'm not sure I believe it myself." We spent the remainder of that night huddled together in our van, jumping at every small sound from outside. The crack of cooling metal, the rustle of wind through juniper branches, the distant calls of coyotes echoing across the desert. Neither of us suggested looking outside to see if the entity was still there. Some instinct deeper than conscious thought warned us that opening those doors again before daylight would be a fatal mistake. Dawn came slowly, the eastern sky lightening by degrees until pale sunlight began filtering through the small gaps around our window coverings. Only then did we finally muster the courage to peer outside. David carefully pulled back a corner of the insulation covering our front windshield and looked toward the juniper tree. "I don't see anything," he said after several minutes of careful observation. "It looks completely normal out there." We spent another hour inside the van, drinking coffee and trying to process what we had experienced. In the growing light of day, the events of the previous night began to feel like a shared nightmare. The human mind, I discovered, has a remarkable ability to rationalize even the most inexplicable experiences. Maybe it was some kind of atmospheric phenomenon, David suggested. Ball lightning or swamp gas or something like that. I wanted to accept this explanation, to dismiss what we had seen as a misunderstanding of natural forces. But deep in my gut, I knew we had encountered something that defied rational explanation. The memory of that intelligence studying us from behind the tree was burned into my mind with a clarity that no amount of wishful thinking could diminish. Eventually, the need for normal morning routines overcame our fear. We cautiously opened the van door and stepped outside into the crisp desert air. Everything appeared exactly as we had left it: our overturned chairs, the scattered blankets, the cold remains of our evening fire. The juniper tree stood silent and unremarkable, showing no sign of the otherworldly visitor that had sheltered behind its bulk. But as we moved around the campsite, collecting our abandoned items and trying to restore some sense of normalcy, I began to notice things that made my skin crawl. The ground around the juniper showed what appeared to be disturbances in the sandy soil, not quite footprints, but areas where the earth seemed to have been compressed by some significant weight. The patterns were circular, approximately 3 feet in diameter, and unlike any animal tracks I had ever seen. "David," I called softly, "come look at this." He joined me near the base of the tree, and we both crouched down to examine the markings more closely. There were at least 6 of them in a rough circle around the trunk, each one pressed into the soil to a depth of perhaps 2 inches. "What do you think made these?" I asked, though I dreaded hearing his answer. David studied the impressions for a long time before responding. "I have no idea," he said finally. "They're too big and too circular to be from any animal I know of. And they're definitely fresh, probably made sometime last night." We spent the rest of the morning trying to convince ourselves that we should pack up and leave immediately. But where would we go? What would we tell people about why we had fled in the middle of the night? The rational part of my mind insisted that we had simply experienced some kind of group hallucination brought on by the isolation and the thin air at high altitude. By noon, we had decided to stay another night. Part of this decision was simple human stubbornness, a refusal to be driven away by something we couldn't understand or explain. But another part was darker, a morbid curiosity about what else we might witness if we remained. Despite my fear, I felt compelled to see this mystery through to some kind of resolution. The afternoon passed quietly. We saw our neighbors, the father and son with the telescope, packing up their campsite and preparing to leave. I considered walking over to ask if they had seen anything unusual during the night, but something held me back. Perhaps it was embarrassment at how crazy our story would sound, or perhaps it was a deeper fear that they might confirm our experience was real. As evening approached, we again found ourselves dreading the coming darkness. But this time, we were more prepared. David had charged our cameras and phones, and we had positioned ourselves closer to the van, with our doors unlocked and ready for a quick escape. The sun set in a blaze of orange and red, painting the distant mountains in shades of fire. As full darkness fell, we reluctantly stepped outside and scanned the sky. For the first hour, everything appeared normal. The same magnificent display of stars, the same peaceful silence of the high desert night. Then, at approximately 10:30, I spotted them. "There," I whispered, pointing toward the valley beyond the ranch fence. Multiple lights, moving. David followed my gaze and inhaled sharply. Across the valley, perhaps a mile away, several points of light were moving in what appeared to be a coordinated pattern. They were much smaller and dimmer than the entity we had encountered the previous night, but their movements had the same unnatural, darting quality that defied conventional explanation. How many do you count? David asked, his voice tight with tension. 5, maybe 6. They keep moving behind the trees, so it's hard to tell. We watched the distant display for nearly an hour, noting how the lights seemed to communicate with each other through changes in color and intensity. They moved in formation sometimes, spreading out in a line across the valley floor, then clustering together in tight groups. The colors were predominantly blue and green, much more subdued than the aggressive red we had witnessed the night before. They're beautiful, I found myself saying, despite my fear, in a terrifying sort of way. It was while we were focused on the distant lights that I made the mistake of looking toward the ridge where I had first seen the flashes during the day. What I saw there drove every other thought from my mind and sent a wave of pure terror through my body. Silhouetted against the star-filled sky was a massive figure, at least 20 feet tall, standing motionless on the highest point of the ridge. It was too far away to make out details, but its proportions were clearly not human. The torso was too broad, the limbs too long, and there was something about its posture that suggested it was scanning the valley below with systematic precision. "David," I said, my voice barely a whisper, "look at the ridge, the high point. Do you see it?" He turned in the direction I indicated, and I heard him suck in his breath. "Dear God," he breathed, "what is that thing?" As if it had heard his words, the figure suddenly blazed with light. Not the soft organic glow we had seen the night before, but a harsh mechanical illumination that lit up the entire ridgeline. The light was so intense that I had to shield my eyes, and when I looked again, the beam was sweeping across the valley in a methodical search pattern. The smaller lights we had been watching immediately scattered, winking out one by one until the valley appeared empty. Then the beam from the ridge began to swing in our direction. "Get in the van," David said urgently. "Now!" We scrambled for the door as the brilliant searchlight swept closer to our position. Just as we reached safety, the beam passed directly over our campsite, so bright that it penetrated even our insulated windows and filled the interior of our van with blazing white light. I pressed my face against David's shoulder and squeezed my eyes shut, but the intensity was so great that I could see the glow even through my closed eyelids. The light lingered on our position for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds. Then it moved on, continuing its sweep of the surrounding area before finally shutting off. When I dared to look outside again, the ridge appeared empty, the massive figure gone as if it had never existed. We spent the rest of the night in a state of sleepless vigilance, taking turns keeping watch through the small gap in our window covering. But the desert remained quiet until dawn, when the rising sun finally drove away the terrors of the night. The third day in that accursed place began with a decision that I now recognize as pure foolishness, driven by exhaustion and a desperate need to maintain some semblance of normalcy. Despite everything we had witnessed, despite the evidence that we were in the presence of something beyond human understanding, we chose to stay yet another night. "We can't let fear control our lives," David said as we prepared breakfast on our camp stove. "Maybe if we can document what's happening here, we can find some rational explanation." His words sounded reasonable in the bright morning sunlight, but I could see the strain in his eyes, the way his hands trembled slightly as he poured coffee into our metal cups. The events of the past 2 nights had taken a toll on both of us that went beyond simple sleep deprivation. There was a brittleness to our nerves, a constant state of hypervigilance that left us jumping at the smallest sounds. Throughout the day, I found myself obsessively scanning the horizon, searching for any sign of the entities we had encountered. The ridge where we had seen the massive figure appeared innocent enough in daylight, just another line of rust-colored stone and scattered vegetation against the blue sky. But I knew that when darkness fell, it would transform into something far more sinister. It was during our afternoon exploration of the area that we discovered something that shattered any remaining hope that we were dealing with natural phenomena. About a quarter-mile from our campsite, hidden in a small arroyo that cut through the desert floor, we found them. A series of depressions in the rocky ground that were clearly not natural formations. The marks were scattered across an area roughly 50 yards in diameter, each one a perfect circle burned into the stone itself. The rock within these circles had been somehow fused, creating a glass-like surface that reflected the afternoon sun like dark mirrors. The edges of each circle were raised slightly, as if the stone had been heated to such an intense temperature that it had actually flowed like liquid before cooling again. "This is impossible," David said, kneeling beside one of the larger formations. "It would take temperatures of over 2,000 degrees to melt granite like this. And look at the precision. These circles are perfect, down to the millimeter." I counted 17 of the formations, ranging in size from 3 feet to nearly 10 feet in diameter. They were arranged in no pattern that I could discern, scattered randomly across the floor of the arroyo, like the footprints of some enormous, otherworldly creature. The largest of them was deep enough that I could have stood in it up to my knees. "How long do you think these have been here?" I asked, though I dreaded the answer. David examined the edges of several formations, noting how weathering had rounded the raised rims and filled some of the smaller circles with wind-blown sand. "Based on the erosion patterns, I'd say months, maybe even years. This isn't something that happened last night." The implications of his words settled over me like a heavy blanket. We were not witnessing an isolated incident, but rather the latest chapter in a long-running drama that had been playing out in this remote corner of the desert for an extended period. The thought that these entities had been operating here for months or years, unseen and undocumented, filled me with a creeping dread that made my skin crawl. As we made our way back to the campsite, I noticed other details that I had previously overlooked. Certain juniper trees showed signs of damage that couldn't be explained by wind or weather, branches that had been twisted into impossible spirals, bark that bore scorch marks in geometric patterns. In several places, the sparse desert grass had been flattened in perfect circles, the vegetation compressed but not broken, as if some enormous weight had rested there briefly before moving on. "We're in their territory," I said as we reached our van. "This whole area belongs to them, and we're just trespassing." David nodded grimly. "The question is, what do they want with us? Are we just observers to whatever they're doing here, or are we somehow part of it?" That evening, as the sun set for what I prayed would be our last time in that place, we made preparations for what we hoped would be our final night of observation. David had rigged up a makeshift blind using our camp chairs and a tarp, positioned to give us a clear view of both the valley and the ridge while providing some concealment. We had our cameras ready, phones charged, and a detailed plan for documentation. But as darkness fell and the first stars appeared, I felt a familiar knot of terror forming in my stomach. The desert night no longer held wonder for me. It had become a dark stage where horrors beyond human comprehension performed their mysterious rituals. The first sign that this night would be different came at approximately 9 o'clock, when a low humming sound began to emanate from somewhere in the distance. It was barely audible at first, more felt than heard, a vibration that seemed to come from the ground itself. Gradually, the sound increased in intensity until it filled the entire desert with a resonance that made my teeth ache. "Do you hear that?" I whispered to David. Though the question was unnecessary, his face was pale in the starlight and he was pressing his hands against his ears as if trying to block out the sound. The humming continued for nearly 20 minutes, rising and falling in complex harmonic patterns that seemed almost musical, but in a way that was deeply unsettling to human ears. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the sound stopped, leaving a silence so complete that it felt oppressive. That's when they appeared. The lights came not from the valley or the ridge, but from the sky itself. At first, there was just one, a bright point of white light that seemed to emerge from among the stars themselves. But as we watched in horrified fascination, more lights began to appear, until the entire dome of the sky was filled with dozens of moving points of illumination. They moved in formation, executing complex maneuvers that would have been impossible for any aircraft I knew of. The lights would cluster together in tight groups, then spread out in perfect geometric patterns, triangles, squares, complex spirals that rotated slowly against the backdrop of stars. Their colors shifted constantly, creating a light show that was both beautiful and terrifying in its implications. "This isn't possible," David breathed beside me. "There must be 50 of them up there, maybe more." As if responding to his words, the entire formation suddenly changed direction, moving as one entity toward our position. The lights descended slowly, maintaining their complex patterns as they approached the ground. I could feel my heart hammering against my ribs as they drew closer, their combined illumination growing bright enough to cast sharp shadows on the ground around our campsite. Then, when they were perhaps 100 feet above us, they stopped. The entire formation hung motionless in the air, and I had the unmistakable sensation that we were being examined, studied by dozens of alien intelligences that were as far beyond human understanding as we were beyond the comprehension of ants. The silence stretched on, broken only by the sound of our own rapid breathing. I wanted to run, wanted to dive for the safety of our van, but some deeper instinct warned me that any sudden movement might trigger a response that I was not prepared to face. Then, without warning, one of the lights detached itself from the formation and began to descend directly toward us. It moved slowly, deliberately, its glow shifting through the entire spectrum of visible light. As it drew closer, I could make out a structure within the light, not the organic fluid form we had seen behind the juniper tree, but something more mechanical, more purposeful. The entity landed perhaps 20 feet from our position, its light dimming to a soft blue glow that pulsed rhythmically like a heartbeat. Through the translucent illumination, I could see what appeared to be a complex mechanical device, all angles and geometric forms that hurt my eyes to look at directly. It was roughly humanoid in shape, but clearly artificial, like a robot designed by an intelligence that had never seen a human being. For several minutes, the entity remained motionless, its light pulsing steadily as it studied us. Then, slowly, it began to move in our direction. Each step was deliberate, measured, closing the distance between us with inexorable precision. That's when my nerve finally broke. I bolted from our makeshift blind, abandoning our carefully laid plans in a burst of pure animal panic. Behind me, I could hear David scrambling to follow as I sprinted toward the van. The door seemed impossibly far away, and I was certain that at any moment I would feel some alien appendage seizing me from behind. We reached the van together, tumbling through the door in a tangle of limbs and desperation. As David slammed the door shut and engaged the locks, I looked back through our rear window and saw something that will haunt me for the rest of my life. The entire formation of lights had descended to ground level, surrounding our van in a perfect circle. The mechanical entity that had approached us stood directly behind our vehicle, its blue glow painting our rear window in eerie shadows. And beyond the circle of lights, I could see other shapes moving in the darkness. Tall, spindly figures that walked with an inhuman gait, converging on our position from all directions. We were surrounded, trapped like specimens in some cosmic laboratory, with nowhere to run and no way to call for help. The isolation that had once seemed like a blessing now felt like a death sentence, cutting us off from any possibility of rescue or escape. As the lights outside grew brighter and the shapes drew closer, I pressed my face against David's shoulder and prayed to whatever God might be listening that we would survive the night. The siege began at 11:17 p.m. I know the exact time because I was clutching my phone like a lifeline, watching the digital display as our world collapsed into nightmare. The battery showed 37%, our last tenuous connection to the world we had known, though the no service message reminded us that we were beyond any hope of calling for help. Outside our thin aluminum walls, the entities had arranged themselves in a perfect circle around our van, their lights pulsing in synchronized patterns that seemed to follow some alien mathematics. Through the gaps in our window coverings, I could see that there were at least 20 of them, each one maintaining its position with mechanical precision. The blue glow from their illumination had transformed our campsite into something resembling the bottom of an ocean, everything bathed in shifting underwater light. "They're studying us," David whispered, his voice so quiet I could barely hear him over the sound of my own thundering heartbeat. "Like we're some kind of experiment." The mechanical entity that had first approached us remained directly behind our van, its light brighter than the others, casting our rear window in sharp relief. Through the translucent barrier of our window covering, I could make out its silhouette, tall, angular, with appendages that moved in slow, deliberate gestures. It was doing something, manipulating what appeared to be a complex device that projected holographic displays into the air around it. But it was the other shapes that truly terrified me. The tall, spindly figures that had emerged from the darkness now stood between the circle of lights, motionless as statues but clearly aware of our presence. In the shifting illumination, I could make out details that defied rational description. Limbs that bent in too many places, heads that were the wrong shape entirely, proportions that hurt my mind to contemplate. They stood perfectly still, like sentinels waiting for some signal that would determine our fate. "What do they want?" I breathed into the darkness of our van. As if responding to my question, the humming sound returned, but this time it was coming from all around us, emanating from the circle of entities themselves. The vibration was so intense that I could feel it in my bones, making my teeth ache and causing our metal walls to resonate like the skin of a drum. The sound built in intensity until it was almost unbearable, then shifted into complex harmonic patterns that seemed to carry meaning just beyond the edge of comprehension. Then, impossibly, the humming began to form words. We, no, you. The voice was unlike anything I had ever heard, not spoken but somehow transmitted directly into our minds through the medium of that otherworldly sound. It carried no emotion, no inflection, just a flat statement of fact that chilled me to the core. Fear. Not needed. David's hand found mine in the darkness, his grip so tight it was painful. "They're trying to communicate," he whispered. "Dear God, they're actually trying to talk to us." The harmonic voice continued, each word separated by long pauses that were filled with that bone-deep humming. "You, observe. We, observe. Same purpose." I wanted to respond, wanted to ask the 1,000 questions that were racing through my mind, but terror had robbed me of the ability to speak. My throat felt constricted, my mouth dry as desert sand. Understanding. Required. Cooperation. Beneficial. The words were followed by a sound that might have been static, or might have been laughter, or might have been something else entirely. Then the humming stopped, leaving us in a silence that felt heavier than before. For several minutes, nothing happened. The entities maintained their circle, their lights pulsing in those same synchronized patterns, while the tall figures stood motionless between them. I began to hope that the communication was over, that perhaps they would now withdraw and leave us alone. Then the mechanical entity behind our van began to move. I could hear it clearly now, a soft, whirring sound, like electric motors, accompanied by the gentle hiss of hydraulic systems. The device it had been manipulating projected new patterns into the air, complex geometric forms that rotated and twisted in ways that seemed to violate the laws of physics. The light from these projections grew brighter, casting moving shadows through our rear window that danced across the interior walls of our van. "It's coming closer," David said, his voice tight with fear. The whirring sound grew louder, and I could see through our side window that the entity was indeed approaching our van. Its mechanical movements were smooth and purposeful, each step calculated with inhuman precision. When it reached our vehicle, it stopped directly beside David's door and began to emit a new sound, a series of rapid clicks and beeps that reminded me of a computer modem connecting to the internet. Then, to my absolute horror, our van's electrical system began to respond. The LED strip lights that ran along our ceiling flickered on without anyone touching the switch. Our radio crackled to life, cycling rapidly through static-filled stations before settling on a frequency that carried that same alien humming we had heard before. The small LCD display on our solar charge controller began scrolling through random numbers and symbols, as if some external force was accessing our electrical systems directly. "It's hacking us," David said, his voice hollow with disbelief. "It's actually interfacing with our electronics." The invasion of our systems continued for several minutes, with various devices switching on and off seemingly at random. Our water pump cycled several times, our propane detector beeped intermittently, and our phone chargers began emitting high-pitched whines. Throughout it all, the mechanical entity remained beside our van, its clicking and beeping sounds increasing in complexity as it probed deeper into our electronic infrastructure. Then, suddenly, our main electrical panel shut down entirely, plunging us into complete darkness. The silence that followed was absolute. No electrical hum, no LED displays, nothing but the sound of our own panicked breathing. Even the lights outside seemed to have dimmed, as if the entities were conserving energy for whatever was coming next. That's when I heard the new sound, a soft scratching like claws or talons against metal coming from the roof of our van. "Something's on top of us," I whispered, my voice barely audible even to myself. The scratching continued, moving slowly from the front of our van toward the rear, accompanied by a weight that made our entire vehicle flex slightly. Whatever was up there was heavy, much heavier than any bird or small animal. The sound it made as it moved suggested appendages with sharp points, scraping against our aluminum roof with each careful step. David reached for the flashlight we kept beside our bed, but when he clicked it on, nothing happened. Whatever the mechanical entity had done to our electrical system had apparently affected our battery-powered devices as well. We were trapped in absolute darkness, with something inhuman prowling across our roof and alien entities surrounding us on all sides. The scratching sound stopped directly above our heads, and I could feel the roof of our van sagging slightly under concentrated weight. For several heartbeats, nothing happened. Then came a new sound that made my blood freeze in my veins, a soft tapping, rhythmic and deliberate like fingers drumming against metal. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was clearly intentional, a pattern of communication that was somehow both alien and familiar. After a moment it was repeated, the same rhythm exactly. Tap, tap, tap. It's trying to get our attention, David breathed. It wants us to respond. I knew he was right, but the thought of acknowledging the presence above us filled me with terror. What if responding was interpreted as an invitation? What if it was a test that we were already failing by our silence? The tapping continued, growing more insistent, until it was joined by a new sound, a low, keening wail that seemed to come from the entity on our roof. The sound was filled with such alien loneliness that it made my heart ache despite my fear. Whatever was up there, it was trying to establish contact in the only way it knew how. Finally, driven by some impulse I still don't understand, I reached up and tapped back against our ceiling. 3 soft knocks that mirrored the rhythm I had heard. The response was immediate and overwhelming. The keening sound rose to a crescendo of joy, and suddenly our electrical system blazed back to life, filling our van with light and sound. Every device we owned began operating simultaneously. Lights flashing, radio blaring, fans spinning, water pump cycling, creating a symphony of electronic chaos that was somehow celebratory in nature. Outside, the circle of entities began to pulse more rapidly, their lights shifting through every color of the spectrum in complex patterns that were dizzying to watch. The humming sound returned, but now it carried harmonics that almost sounded like music, like some vast alien choir singing in frequencies just barely within human perception. As suddenly as it had begun, the chaos stopped. Our electrical systems returned to normal. The lights outside dimmed to their previous level, and the weight on our roof shifted as the entity above us moved toward the rear of our van. I think, David said slowly, we just passed some kind of test. But even as he spoke those words, I knew that our ordeal was far from over. The entities might have accepted our attempt at communication, but we were still surrounded, still trapped in their circle of light with no way to escape. And somewhere in the back of my mind, a voice whispered that acknowledgement might be only the first step in a process that would end with us never leaving this desert at all. The thing on our roof began to move again, its claws scratching against metal as it repositioned itself. And in the glow of the alien lights surrounding us, I saw new shapes emerging from the darkness beyond. More tall figures, more mechanical entities, a gathering that suggested this night was just beginning. At 2:47 a.m., everything changed. I know because I had been staring at my phone's clock face for hours, watching the minutes crawl by with agonizing slowness, each second bringing us deeper into a nightmare that showed no signs of ending. The entities maintained their vigil around our van, their lights creating an otherworldly dome of illumination that had transformed our campsite into something that belonged on an alien world. The weight on our roof had shifted several times during the night, always accompanied by that deliberate scratching sound that suggested intelligence and purpose. Whatever was up there was conducting its own examination of our vehicle, probing and testing with an alien curiosity that I found both fascinating and terrifying. It was during one of these periods of relative quiet that David suddenly grabbed my arm. "Do you hear that?" he whispered urgently. I listened carefully, straining to detect whatever had caught his attention. Then I heard it, a new sound coming from outside, different from the mechanical whirring and alien humming we had grown accustomed to. This was organic, unmistakably human. the sound of voices talking in low, urgent tones. "There are people out there," I breathed, hardly daring to believe it. The voices were coming from beyond the circle of entities, somewhere in the darkness past their ring of light. I could make out at least two distinct speakers, both male, though their words were too distant and muffled for me to understand what they were saying. "Maybe it's a rescue team," David said hopefully. "Someone else saw the lights and came to investigate." But even as he spoke those words, I felt a growing dread in the pit of my stomach. Something about the voices didn't sound right. There was a quality to them that seemed wrong somehow, though I couldn't immediately identify what was bothering me. The conversation outside continued for several minutes, the voices moving slowly around the perimeter of the entity circle. Gradually, I began to pick out individual words and phrases, and what I heard made my skin crawl. Specimens appear to be responding to contact protocols. Neural activity indicates heightened awareness. Prepare for extraction sequence. These were not the words of a rescue team. These were the clinical observations of researchers discussing their test subjects, and with growing horror, I realized that David and I were those subjects. "Listen," I whispered urgently. "They're talking about us like we're lab rats." David strained to hear better, and his face went pale as the meaning of the conversation became clear. "Those aren't rescuers," he said, his voice hollow. "They're part of whatever this is." The voices moved closer to our van, and now I could hear them with crystal clarity. There were 3 speakers, all male, all speaking in the flat, emotionless tones of professional scientists. "Subjects have demonstrated successful communication interface with Collection Unit 7, one voice reported. "Stress indicators remain within acceptable parameters." "Acknowledged," replied a second voice. "Phase 3 authorization granted. Initiate direct contact protocol." "Copy that. Beginning approach sequence now." The humming sound that had become the soundtrack to our nightmare began to fade, and one by one, the lights surrounding our van started to dim. The mechanical entity that had been stationed beside our door moved away, its whirring sounds growing more distant. Even the weight on our roof shifted and then vanished entirely, leaving us alone in our van for the first time in hours. But instead of relief, I felt only a deeper terror. Whatever was coming next, the entities were clearing the way for it. "David," I said, my voice shaking, "I don't think those things out there are aliens at all." He looked at me in the darkness, and I could see understanding dawning in his eyes. "You think they're human? Some kind of government project?" Before I could answer, a new light appeared outside our van. Not the ethereal glow of the entities, but the harsh white beam of a powerful flashlight. It played across our windows for a moment, then clicked off, leaving us in darkness once again. "Occupants of the vehicle," a voice called out, clear and authoritative. "This is Dr. Kenneth Morrison of the Atmospheric Research Division. Please exit your vehicle slowly with your hands visible." My heart sank. This was no alien encounter, no mystical experience with otherworldly beings. We had stumbled into some kind of classified military or scientific operation, and now we were witnesses who needed to be dealt with. "What do we do?" David whispered. "We comply," I said grimly. "We don't have much choice." The voice outside called again, more insistent this time. "Immediate compliance is required. Exit the vehicle now." With trembling hands, David reached for the door handle. "Stay calm," he said, though I could hear the fear in his voice. "Act cooperative. Maybe they'll just want us to sign some non-disclosure agreements and let us go." But deep down, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. We had seen too much, been too intimately involved in whatever experiment they were conducting. The clinical way they had discussed us, the references to extraction sequence and specimens, these were not the words of people planning to simply send us on our way. David opened the door and stepped out into the night, his hands raised high. I followed reluctantly, squinting against the sudden brightness of multiple flashlights trained on us. Around the perimeter of what had been the entity circle, I could now see at least a dozen human figures in dark clothing, their faces hidden behind night vision goggles. "Step away from the vehicle," Dr. Morrison commanded. He was a tall, thin man in his 50s, wearing what appeared to be a military uniform without insignia. "Move slowly toward my voice." We complied, walking carefully across the uneven ground toward the cluster of figures. As my eyes adjusted to the light, I began to make out more details of our captors. They were clearly military personnel, armed with sophisticated equipment that included not just night vision gear but also devices I couldn't identify. Instruments that hummed with electronic activity and displayed readouts on small screens. "Dr. Morrison," one of the soldiers said, "the subjects show elevated stress indicators but appear to be unharmed by the contact experience." "Excellent," Morrison replied, making notes on a tablet computer. "This confirms our hypothesis about gradual exposure protocols. The entity's interaction patterns are becoming more sophisticated." I couldn't stay silent any longer. "What entities?" I demanded. "Those things weren't real, were they? This is all some kind of experiment." Dr. Morrison looked up from his tablet, and even in the dim light I could see him smile. "Oh, I assure you, the entities are very real indeed, though perhaps not in the way you might think." He gestured to one of his subordinates, who approached carrying a device that looked like a sophisticated tablet connected to various sensors. "You see, we've been conducting research into artificially induced perception phenomena. The lights, the figures, the mechanical entities, all of them were projections, holographic displays combined with electromagnetic manipulation of your nervous systems." My mind reeled at the implications. "You mean we were hallucinating? The whole thing was fake?" "Not fake," Morrison corrected. "Artificially induced, yes, but the experiences themselves were entirely real from your perspective. We've been testing the effectiveness of our projection systems in controlled field conditions, using unwitting subjects to validate our theoretical models." David stepped forward, anger beginning to replace his fear. "You experimented on us without our consent. That's illegal, immoral." "That's classified," Morrison interrupted sharply. "And unfortunately for both of you, that classification extends to your very knowledge of this project." The soldiers around us shifted position, and I noticed for the first time that several of them were carrying what appeared to be medical equipment: syringes, portable monitors, restraint devices. My blood ran cold as I realized what Morrison was implying. "You can't just make us disappear," I said, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. "People know where we are. When we don't show up—" "Actually," Morrison said, consulting his tablet again, "our background check indicates that you told your family you were planning to camp in dispersed sites throughout Arizona for several weeks. No one expects to hear from you for at least a month. And this particular location is so remote that your disappearance will be attributed to any number of natural hazards: flash floods, animal attacks, simple accidents that claim the lives of inexperienced campers every year. The trap we had walked into was complete and perfect. We were miles from any help, surrounded by armed soldiers, with no way to contact the outside world. Even if we somehow escaped, who would believe our story about government agents using holographic technology to simulate alien encounters? However," Morrison continued, "I'm authorized to offer you an alternative to permanent disappearance. Our project requires long-term test subjects for ongoing research. Volunteers who agree to participate in our studies receive comfortable accommodations, excellent medical care, and the satisfaction of contributing to important scientific research." "And if we refuse?" David asked, though we both already knew the answer. Morrison's smile never wavered. "Then you become another tragic statistic of desert camping gone wrong. I'm afraid those are your only options." As the weight of our situation settled over me, I looked up at the star-filled sky that had seemed so beautiful just a few nights before. Now it looked cold and distant, a vast emptiness that would swallow our screams without a trace. We had come to the desert seeking solitude and natural wonder, but we had found something far darker: proof that the most terrifying monsters in the universe weren't aliens from distant worlds, but human beings who had abandoned their conscience in pursuit of scientific knowledge. "You have 30 seconds to decide," Morrison said, checking his watch. "Though I should mention that either way, you'll never be leaving this desert. The only question is whether you leave it alive." The 30 seconds that Dr. Morrison had given us stretched into an eternity of impossible decisions. Around us, the soldiers maintained their positions, their night vision goggles giving them an insectoid appearance that was somehow more disturbing than the alien entities we now knew to be fabrications. The desert silence pressed in on all sides, broken only by the electronic humming of their equipment and the distant call of a coyote that seemed to mock our predicament. 20 seconds, Morrison announced, his voice carrying the casual indifference of a man who had delivered this ultimatum many times before. David and I exchanged glances in the harsh glare of the flashlights. In his eyes, I could see the same desperate calculation that was racing through my own mind. Were they really prepared to kill us? Could we somehow escape? Was there any possibility that Morrison was bluffing about the permanence of our situation? But even as these thoughts flashed through my consciousness, I knew they were futile. The military precision of the operation, the sophisticated equipment, the casual way Morrison discussed our disappearance, all of it pointed to an organization with vast resources and no moral constraints. We were not the first civilians to stumble into their web, and we would not be the last. 10 seconds. The reality of our situation crystallized with brutal clarity. We could choose to die here in the desert, our bodies becoming food for the carrion birds and our story dying with us. Or we could choose to live, at least temporarily, as unwilling participants in whatever horrific research Morrison and his colleagues were conducting. It wasn't really a choice at all. "We'll cooperate," I said, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. Morrison nodded as if he had never doubted the outcome. "A wise decision. Dr. Reeves, prepare the subjects for transport." A woman in military fatigues stepped forward, carrying what I now recognized as a medical kit. She was young, perhaps in her early 30s, with the kind of clinical detachment that could only come from extensive practice in dealing with unwilling subjects. "This will help you relax during the journey," she said in a voice that might have been discussing the weather as she prepared a syringe. "It's a mild sedative. You'll remain conscious but feel much calmer about your situation." "What kind of research?" David asked suddenly. "If we're going to be your test subjects, we have a right to know what you're planning to do to us." Dr. Morrison considered the question for a moment, then apparently decided that there was no harm in explaining. "We're studying the human brain's response to artificially induced supernatural experiences. The project began as an investigation into the psychological warfare applications of holographic technology, but we've discovered something far more interesting." He gestured toward the area where the false entities had performed their elaborate deception. "We can create experiences so realistic, so convincing, that they become indistinguishable from reality in the subject's memory. More than that, we can implant entirely false memories, complete with emotional responses and sensory details." My stomach turned as the implications became clear. "You're developing brainwashing technology." "We prefer the term memory restructuring," Morrison replied with academic precision. "The applications are virtually limitless. Imagine being able to give soldiers complete confidence in their mission by providing them with fabricated memories of enemy atrocities, or creating witnesses to crimes that never happened, complete with vivid recollections that would stand up to any polygraph examination." Dr. Reeves had finished preparing her syringe and was approaching me with professional efficiency. "Please extend your arm," she said. "This will be much easier if you don't resist." I had no choice but to comply. The needle slipped into my vein with practiced ease, and within seconds I could feel a warm relaxation spreading through my body. The sharp edges of my terror began to soften, replaced by a dreamy detachment that made the entire situation feel unreal. "Very good," Morrison said as Dr. Reeves moved on to David. "Now, I want you both to understand that your cooperation over the next few months will determine how comfortable your stay with us becomes. We have facilities that range from dormitory-style accommodations to isolated holding cells. Your attitude will determine which type of housing you receive." As the sedative took hold, I found myself oddly fascinated by the technical aspects of what they had done to us. "The entities," I said, my words coming out slightly slurred. "How did you make them seem so real?" "Holographic projectors combined with electromagnetic field manipulation," Morrison explained, apparently pleased to discuss his work. "We can stimulate specific regions of the brain to induce feelings of fear, awe, or wonder. The projectors create visual and auditory hallucinations, while targeted electromagnetic pulses trigger the appropriate emotional responses." "The physical evidence," David mumbled as his own injection took effect. "The burn marks in the rock, the impressions in the ground." "Laser scoring and pneumatic presses," Dr. Reeves answered matter-of-factly. "We prepare each test site weeks in advance, creating the physical evidence that subjects will discover and interpret as proof of otherworldly visitation. It's remarkable how eager the human mind is to believe in the supernatural when presented with even minimal supporting evidence. Two soldiers approached with what appeared to be lightweight gurneys, and I realized that despite Morrison's assurance that we would remain conscious, the sedative was stronger than advertised. My limbs felt heavy and unresponsive, and my vision was beginning to blur around the edges. "The transport vehicle is standing by," one of the soldiers reported. "Excellent," Morrison said. "Begin loading sequence. I want to be back at the facility before dawn." As they lifted me onto the gurney, I managed to turn my head enough to see our van sitting abandoned in the clearing. It had been our home for months, our refuge and sanctuary as we explored the country. Now it would sit here until the elements claimed it. Another piece of evidence supporting the story of two campers who had vanished without a trace in the unforgiving desert. What about... I struggled to form the words through the growing fog in my brain. What about our families? They'll look for us eventually. Morrison's face appeared above me as they secured restraints around my wrists and ankles. "Oh, but they won't," he said with that same clinical smile. "You see, in about 6 months, you'll contact them yourselves. You'll call or write to explain that you've decided to start a new life somewhere remote, cutting all ties with your past. You'll be very convincing because by then, you'll actually believe it's true." The horror of his words penetrated even through the chemical haze. They weren't just planning to imprison us, they were going to completely rewrite our personalities, our memories, our very sense of self. The people we had been would cease to exist, replaced by whatever versions Morrison and his team chose to create. As they loaded my gurney into what appeared to be a military transport vehicle, I caught a glimpse of the night sky one last time. The stars that had filled us with wonder just a few nights before now seemed cold and distant, indifferent witnesses to human cruelty. Somewhere up there, I thought drowsily, there might be real aliens looking down at Earth, wondering if our species was worth their attention. If they were smart, they would give us a wide berth. The last thing I remember before losing consciousness completely was the sound of the transport vehicle's engine starting up, carrying us away from our old lives and toward a future that existed only in the twisted imagination of government scientists. Behind us, our van sat alone in the desert clearing, a monument to dreams of freedom that had ended in a nightmare of captivity. But even as the darkness claimed me, a small voice in the back of my mind whispered that this wasn't the end of our story. Somewhere in the months ahead, there would come a moment when Morrison's control slipped, when his technology failed, when the human spirit proved stronger than his machines. That voice was all I had left to hold on to as the desert disappeared behind us, taking with it the last traces of the people we used to be. The red numbers on the vehicle's dashboard clock read 4:23 a.m. as we drove into oblivion, leaving nothing behind but tire tracks in the sand and a story that would never be told. I grew up in Burlington, Vermont, in a house my parents purchased in 1996 when I was 6 years old. The property sat on the edge of town, where suburban lawns gave way to dense forest. My parents chose the location specifically for the expansive backyard, nearly 3/4 of an acre of mature maple and birch trees, with a small stream meandering along the rear boundary. The previous owners had constructed a treehouse between two towering maples near the back fence. When we moved in, the structure was weathered and unsafe, but my father saw potential. He spent the entire first summer rebuilding it from the ground up, reinforcing the platform, installing proper walls, and adding a sturdy shingled roof. The finished product stood 15 feet above the ground, accessed by a wooden ladder he'd bolted securely to the larger maple. From the treehouse windows, really just square openings cut into the plywood walls, you could survey the entire backyard, the babbling creek, and the vast wilderness preserve that stretched for miles beyond our property line. The isolation was both thrilling and unnerving for a child. Our nearest neighbor lived a 1/4 mile away, and on quiet evenings, the only sounds were wind through branches and water flowing over stones. By age 8, I practically lived in that treehouse during summer months. My mother would pack me sandwiches and juice boxes, and I'd spend entire days up there, reading comic books, building with Legos, or simply watching the wildlife that frequented our yard. Deer would emerge from the forest to drink from the stream. Raccoons would waddle through in the early evening. Once I spotted a black bear lumber past, though when I told my parents, they suggested it might have been a large dog. The treehouse became my sanctuary, my private kingdom above the world. Looking back now, I realize how vulnerable I was up there, a small child, alone and elevated, visible to anyone who might be watching from the woods. But at 8 years old, I felt invincible in my wooden fortress, completely unaware that something in those dark trees was beginning to take notice of my daily routines. The summer I turned 10, in 1999, my best friend was a boy named Connor Mitchell. He lived on the other side of our neighborhood and had been dealing with his parents' increasingly bitter divorce. His mother worked double shifts at the hospital, and his father had moved to an apartment across town, so Connor spent most days at our house. My parents welcomed him warmly, understanding that he needed stability during such a chaotic time in his young life. Connor and I were inseparable that summer. We'd established elaborate games and rituals in the treehouse. Sometimes we were Arctic explorers trapped in an ice station, other times we were submarine commanders in the depths of the ocean. We'd haul up supplies for entire days, comic books, Connor's portable radio, bags of chips, and thermoses of lemonade. My mother would call us down for meals, but otherwise, we were left to our own devices. The first sign that something was wrong came during the third week of July. Connor and I were in the treehouse around 6 in the evening, engaged in a heated debate about which X-Men character was the strongest, when we heard something large moving through the underbrush near the stream. At first we assumed it was another deer. They were common in the area and often came to drink in the early evening. But this sounded different. Instead of the light, careful steps of a deer, we heard heavy, deliberate movement. Branches were being pushed aside rather than carefully navigated around. The sound was methodical, purposeful, as if whatever was moving was searching for something specific. Connor and I pressed our faces to the window, trying to get a glimpse of what was making the noise. The setting sun created long shadows across the yard, making it difficult to distinguish shapes. We could see the tops of bushes swaying near the creek, but the source of the movement remained hidden. Then, abruptly, the sound stopped. The forest became unnaturally quiet. No birds, no insects, even the creek seemed to flow more quietly. Connor whispered that maybe we should go inside, but something kept us frozen at the window. After several minutes of silence, we heard something that made both of us step back from the window. It was a sound I'd never heard before and couldn't easily describe, a rhythmic clicking like someone rapidly tapping two stones together, but with an organic quality that suggested it wasn't being made by an animal or human. The clicking continued for perhaps 30 seconds, then stopped as suddenly as it had begun. We waited another hour in the treehouse, speaking in whispers, before finally climbing down and running to the house. That night, I lay in bed replaying the sounds in my mind, trying to convince myself it had been a woodpecker or some other common bird. But deep down, I knew I'd never heard any bird make those clicking sounds. 2 weeks later, Connor and I finally convinced my parents to let us sleep overnight in the treehouse. We'd been begging all summer, and they relented on the condition that we'd come inside if we got scared or if weather threatened. My father strung up a battery-powered lantern and made us promise to check in every hour until bedtime. We prepared for the adventure like we were embarking on a polar expedition. We hauled up sleeping bags, pillows, a cooler full of sodas and snacks, and a bag of books and games. As darkness fell, we settled into our sleeping bags and began telling ghost stories, the lantern casting dancing shadows on the plywood walls. Around 10:30, we heard our neighbor's dog, Rusty, an aging golden retriever who lived in the house closest to ours, begin barking frantically. Rusty was typically a quiet dog, content to sleep on his owner's porch, so his aggressive barking immediately caught our attention. Connor and I paused our storytelling to listen. The barking continued for several minutes, growing more desperate and fearful. Then, without warning, it stopped mid-bark, as if Rusty had been suddenly silenced. Connor and I looked at each other in the lantern light, both thinking the same terrible thought. What could make a dog stop barking so abruptly? We turned off the lantern and peered out the window toward Rusty's house. Their motion-activated security light was flickering on and off repeatedly, creating a strobing effect across their backyard. In the intermittent illumination, we could see Rusty's doghouse, but no sign of the animal himself. Then we heard footsteps in our own yard. Not the soft padding of an animal, but the deliberate placement of feet moving through grass. The steps were accompanied by that same clicking sound we'd heard weeks earlier, but closer now, much closer. The footsteps seemed to circle the base of our tree, sometimes stopping directly below us. Connor grabbed my arm so tightly it hurt, but I didn't pull away. We sat motionless, afraid that any sound might draw attention to our hiding spot. Through the floorboards, we could hear someone, or something, moving around the base of the tree. The footsteps were too heavy to be made by any local wildlife, too deliberate to be random. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes, the sounds faded toward the creek. We waited another hour before Connor whispered that we should make a run for the house. I told him we should wait until dawn, whatever was out there might still be nearby. He didn't argue. We spent the rest of the night taking turns keeping watch, listening for any sound that might indicate the return of our uninvited visitor. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves made us jump. When morning finally arrived, we packed up quickly and climbed down, both of us eager to reach the safety of the house. The next day, while Connor was visiting his father, I gathered enough courage to investigate the area around the treehouse. In the soft earth near the stream, I found footprints that made my stomach turn. They were human in shape, but wrong in proportion. Too long, too narrow, with what appeared to be unusually long toes. The prints were deep, suggesting someone much heavier than a child, and they formed a clear path from the forest to our treehouse and back. I wanted to show the prints to my parents, but I knew they'd ask questions I couldn't answer. How could I explain that Connor and I had been too terrified to come down from the treehouse? How could I describe the clicking sounds and the circling footsteps without sounding like I was making up stories? Instead, I tried to fill in the prints with my shoe, but they were too large and too deep. The disturbed earth remained visible, a reminder that something had been in our yard, something that walked upright but wasn't quite human in its proportions. Over the following weeks, strange incidents multiplied. Our garbage cans were repeatedly overturned, but unlike typical animal intrusions, the contents weren't scattered randomly. Instead, items were arranged in neat piles, as if someone had been methodically searching through them. Food items were left untouched, while papers and other materials were sorted into organized stacks. My mother's garden decorations began disappearing and reappearing in different locations. A ceramic owl that usually sat on our porch railing was found placed carefully on a fence post near the woods. A decorative wind chime was moved from the front yard to a tree branch near the creek. When my mother asked if I'd been rearranging things, I denied it, but I could see she was puzzled by the systematic nature of the relocations. Most disturbing was the smell that began appearing in our yard during evening hours. It was a thick, musky odor unlike anything I'd encountered. Not quite animal, not quite human, but organic and wrong. The smell would hang in the air for 10 or 15 minutes, then dissipate completely, leaving no trace. My parents occasionally noticed it but attributed it to a passing skunk or some other wildlife. Connor and I avoided the treehouse for several days, but eventually returned during bright daylight hours. We'd convinced ourselves that we'd been overreacting, that the mysterious visitor had been nothing more than a vagrant passing through the area. But we made sure to leave well before sunset, and we never spent another night up there. 3 weeks after our frightening sleepover, Connor was staying at my house again. We'd spent the evening playing video games in my room, which faced the backyard and offered a clear view of the treehouse and forest beyond. It was past midnight when something struck my bedroom window. Not hard, just a light tapping sound like small pebbles being thrown against the glass. We paused our game and listened. Another tap, then another, with a rhythm that seemed almost deliberate. My bedroom was on the second floor, making it impossible for someone to reach the window without a ladder, or by climbing the large oak tree that grew near the house. Connor suggested it might be moths attracted to the light from my room, but the tapping was too purposeful, too controlled. We crept to the window and peered out carefully, staying low to avoid being seen. The moon was nearly full, casting pale light across the backyard and making the treehouse visible as a dark silhouette against the trees. At first, everything appeared normal, but then Connor gripped my shoulder and pointed toward the forest edge. Something was moving between the trees, a tall, thin figure that seemed to flow rather than walk. It was difficult to make out details in the moonlight, but its proportions were disturbing. The torso was too long, the arms too lengthy, and it moved with an unnatural fluidity that suggested joints that bent in ways human joints shouldn't. As we watched in horror, the figure approached the oak tree that supported our treehouse. Instead of using the ladder, it began climbing the trunk itself, moving with spider-like agility. Its elongated arms reached impossibly far, pulling its body upward in quick, jerky movements. Within seconds, it had disappeared into the treehouse structure. Connor and I backed away from the window, our hearts hammering. Connor whispered frantically, asking what we should do, whether we should wake my parents. But I knew that adults would demand explanations we couldn't provide. We were 10-year-old boys claiming to see something that defied logical explanation. We'd be told we were having nightmares or letting our imaginations run wild. So we huddled on my bed, staring out the window, waiting for whatever was in the treehouse to show itself again. The wait was agonizing. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound seemed magnified. After what felt like hours, we saw the figure emerge from the treehouse, but this time it climbed down the far side of the tree, keeping the trunk between itself and our house. It moved across the yard with that same fluid, unnatural gait, stopping once to look directly up at my bedroom window. In the moonlight, I caught a glimpse of its face, or what should have been a face. The features were wrong, stretched and distorted, with eyes that reflected light like an animal's. Then it turned and disappeared into the forest, leaving Connor and me shaking with terror. We didn't sleep that night. We took turns watching the window, but the figure didn't return. In the morning, we tried to convince ourselves it had been a dream, a shared hallucination brought on by too much junk food and late-night video games. But when we finally worked up the courage to check the treehouse later that day, we found evidence that our visitor had been real. The treehouse had been altered. Our belongings, which we'd left scattered around the small space, had been arranged in precise patterns. Comic books were stacked in a perfect pyramid in the center of the floor. Action figures were lined up in military formation along one wall. Most unsettling, the battery-powered lantern we'd left hanging from a hook was now sitting outside the treehouse, placed carefully at the base of the tree. Connor and I climbed up to investigate, but the wrongness of the scene was overwhelming. Everything had been touched, moved, arranged by hands that weren't ours. The space felt violated, contaminated by an alien presence. We grabbed our most valuable possessions and fled, never to return to our former sanctuary. That was the last time Connor and I spent time together in the treehouse. His parents' divorce was finalized that August, and he moved away with his mother to live with relatives in another state. Before he left, we made a pact never to tell anyone about what we'd seen, but we also never talked about it between ourselves. Some experiences are too frightening to put into words, even with your closest friend. The strange incidents continued throughout the fall, even after Connor was gone. Our outdoor furniture would be rearranged overnight, lawn chairs moved into perfect circles, the picnic table relocated to different spots around the yard. My mother began keeping a log of the incidents, convinced that someone was playing elaborate pranks on our family. The clicking sounds became a regular part of evening background noise, though I seemed to be the only family member who noticed them. They would start around sunset and continue intermittently until well after midnight. Sometimes they came from the forest, sometimes from our own yard, and occasionally from disturbingly close to the house. I began sleeping with my bedroom curtains drawn tight, afraid to look out at night. But even with the windows covered, I could sense when the figure was in our yard. The air would feel different, thicker, more oppressive. The normal sounds of night would fade, replaced by an unnatural silence that made my skin crawl. My academic performance suffered that fall. I had trouble concentrating in school, and my teachers noticed that I seemed tired and distracted. At home, I jumped at unexpected sounds and refused to go outside after dark. My parents attributed my behavior to Connor's departure and the stress of starting a new school year, but I knew the real cause of my anxiety. The thing in the woods was still watching, still visiting our property, still rearranging our belongings according to some incomprehensible logic. And with each passing week, its presence felt more intrusive, more threatening. In December, a severe ice storm struck our area, coating everything in a thick layer of frozen precipitation. The weight of the ice brought down power lines and tree branches throughout the region. In our backyard, one of the massive maples that supported the treehouse split down the middle, taking half the structure with it when it fell. My father hired a crew to remove the fallen tree and the damaged treehouse remains. I was secretly relieved. With the structure gone, perhaps the nightly visitor would lose interest in our property. For several weeks, this seemed to be the case. The clicking sound stopped, the furniture rearranging ceased, and the oppressive feeling that had haunted our evenings began to fade. But in February, something happened that changed my understanding of what we'd been dealing with. I was walking home from school when I noticed police cars parked at the entrance to the forest preserve behind our house. Curious, I approached one of the officers and asked what was happening. He explained that they'd found evidence of someone living illegally in the woods, makeshift shelters, stolen property, and signs of long-term habitation. What made the discovery particularly disturbing was the nature of the camp. The person had been collecting items from surrounding neighborhoods and arranging them in bizarre patterns and structures. The officer described finding carefully constructed arrangements of lawn furniture, garden decorations, and children's toys, all laid out in complex geometric patterns among the trees. Photographs and personal items taken from houses had been organized into elaborate displays. Most unsettling were the detailed notes and sketches documenting the daily routines of local families: when they left for work, when children played outside, which houses had dogs. As the officer spoke, I realized with growing horror that our family had been among those being watched and documented. The person living in the woods had been studying us, learning our habits, and gradually working up the courage for more direct contact. The treehouse had been visible from deep in the forest, and my daily presence there had made me a primary target for observation. The authorities never found the person responsible for the camp. They suspected he'd fled the area when the treehouse came down, possibly interpreting its destruction as a sign that his presence had been discovered. But they did find evidence suggesting he'd been living in the woods for years, surviving by scavenging and stealing, and becoming increasingly obsessed with the families whose properties bordered the forest. Years later, when I was in high school, I researched the history of our area and discovered that the forest preserve had long been associated with stories of hermits and recluses who chose to live off the grid. Local newspapers from the 1980s contained several reports of wild men spotted in the woods, people who'd rejected society and survived by their wits in the wilderness. Some of these individuals had been harmless eccentrics, but others had become dangerous as their isolation and mental illness progressed. The clicking sounds Connor and I had heard were likely some form of self-soothing behavior or communication attempt by someone whose grip on reality had been severely compromised by years of solitude. Understanding the rational explanation for our experiences didn't diminish their impact on my life. I've never been comfortable in wooded areas since that summer, and I still sleep with curtains drawn tight. The knowledge that someone had been watching me, studying my routines, and gradually working up the courage to make contact remains one of the most violating experiences of my life. Connor and I reconnected briefly through social media in college, but we never discussed what happened during that summer in 1999. Some experiences are too personal, too frightening to revisit, even with the person who shared them. The fear we felt was real, even if we didn't understand its source at the time. My parents still live in the same house, though they've installed security lighting and cameras around the property. The forest preserve has been more heavily patrolled since the discovery of the illegal camp, but I still feel uneasy when I visit. Sometimes, walking across the backyard where the treehouse once stood, I catch myself listening for clicking sounds in the woods. The thing that disturbs me most is not knowing what might have happened if the treehouse hadn't come down that winter. The person in the woods had been growing bolder, more willing to approach the house, more comfortable with making his presence known. Where would that escalation have led? What did he want from us? I've learned to live with these questions, but I've never forgotten the lesson they taught me. The world contains people who exist outside the boundaries of normal society, individuals whose isolation and mental illness can make them unpredictable and dangerous. Sometimes the scariest monsters are the ones that are entirely human, driven by loneliness and madness to behaviors that defy understanding. God only knows what his ultimate intentions were, but I'm grateful I never had to find out. When you spend enough time alone in the wilderness, You learn the difference between ordinary silence and the kind of quiet that warns you something's wrong. It's a silence that settles over you slowly, the kind you don't notice until you realize you've stopped breathing just to hear better. My name's Jason Weller, and 2 years ago, I resigned as a backcountry ranger at Zion National Park after an accident that I still don't talk about. These days, I earn a living writing about solitude and wild places. My editor had given me a simple assignment: write about authentic wilderness experience. No technology, no safety nets. Authentic, unfiltered, and completely analog. No GPS, no cameras, no electronics, just maps, journals, and intuition. This time, my assignment was to tackle the Grand View Trail on the south rim of the Grand Canyon. It was late November, well past the tourist season, and the canyon was nearly deserted, perfect for the kind of article I had in mind. Raw, isolated, real. On my first day down from the rim, I remembered why few hikers venture onto the Grand View Trail. It drops fast, too fast for comfort, switchbacking sharply through crumbling rock and loose gravel. The wooden trailhead sign, weathered and splintered, had warned. Unmaintained path. Proceed with caution. I'd been warned about worse. My boots slid and skidded, kicking up dust and sending loose stones bouncing away into nothingness. Each step felt like a negotiation with gravity. The trail hadn't seen maintenance in years, maybe decades. Sections had simply eroded away, leaving gaps where I had to stretch across empty air, my fingers clinging to whatever handholds I could find in the fractured limestone. The rock here was ancient, layered in bands of rust red and ochre that told stories millions of years old. But beneath the geological wonder there was something else, an absence of life that struck me as unusual even for November. No birds called, no insects buzzed. Even the wind seemed to avoid this particular stretch of canyon, as if the air itself had learned to move around it rather than through it. I paused briefly to look back up at the rim above, a sheer wall rising into the sky. Already I felt small, reduced to something insignificant against the vast indifference of stone and sky. The sun hung low, casting long shadows that turned the canyon walls into something primordial and unknowable. By sunset, I'd made it down to Horseshoe Mesa. My legs trembled with exhaustion, muscles burning from the constant strain of descent. I picked a spot close to a rust-colored rock wall, sheltered just enough to block the cold wind blowing up from below. The temperature had dropped 20 degrees in the last hour, and my breath now formed small clouds in the dimming light. My camp came together quickly, tent staked out, stove and fuel canister set carefully to one side, map folded neatly by my sleeping bag. But as I worked, an uncomfortable awareness crept over me. The sensation of being watched is primitive, hardwired into our brains from when we were prey as often as predator. I kept turning, scanning the surrounding cliffs and rock formations. Nothing, just empty space and darkening sky. I ate without thinking, distracted by the canyon's shifting shadows. The freeze-dried meal tasted like cardboard, but I forced it down, knowing I'd need the calories. As darkness fell completely, the temperature plummeted. I could see my breath clearly now, thick white plumes that dissipated slowly in the still air. The stars emerged with startling clarity, thousands of them scattered across the black expanse above. In different circumstances, it would have been beautiful. Instead, it felt exposing, as if those distant points of light were eyes, watching, waiting. Exhaustion set in fast, pulling me under before I'd even finished my journal entry. I wrote only 3 lines. Day 1. Made it to Horseshoe Mesa. Something feels wrong here. The pen slipped from my fingers as consciousness faded. I woke hours later. My watch read 2:15 a.m., the numbers glowing faintly green in the absolute darkness. I blinked, unsure at first what had startled me awake. My heart was already racing, adrenaline flooding my system before my conscious mind had even identified the threat. Then it came again. The sound of something breathing just beyond the thin nylon fabric of my tent. Not the quick, animal-like breath I'd come to recognize in my years as a ranger. I knew what bears sounded like, what mountain lions sounded like, what deer and elk and even mice sounded like when they investigated campsites. This was none of those. It was slow, calm, measured, almost human, but not quite. The rhythm was slightly off, like someone consciously trying to breathe but having to think about each inhale and exhale. I sat upright, every muscle tightening, ears straining against the darkness. The fabric of my sleeping bag rustled loudly in the silence, and immediately the breathing outside stopped. For 10 seconds, maybe 15, there was nothing. Then it resumed, exactly as before. Slow, deliberate, wrong. My hand found the knife I kept by my sleeping bag, fingers wrapping around the handle with desperate force. The breathing continued for another 20 or 30 seconds, never changing pace, never moving closer or farther away. Just there, constant and inexplicable. Then, as abruptly as it had started, it ceased. I sat frozen, knife clutched in my hand, listening so intently my ears began to ring. Minutes passed, 5, then 10. Nothing but silence and the occasional whisper of wind against the tent fabric. Finally, I reached for my headlamp with trembling fingers. The zipper of the tent opening sounded impossibly loud as I pulled it down, each tooth of the zipper clicking like a gunshot in the quiet. The tent flap opened, revealing the stark emptiness of the night. I shone my light around the camp in a slow arc. Sleeping bag, pack, stove, everything seemed exactly as I'd left it. Except, my right glove lay near the fire ring, 20 feet from where I remembered setting it down inside the tent vestibule. I stared at it, my mind racing through possibilities. Could I have dropped it earlier without noticing? Had I actually put it inside the vestibule? Or was that just what I remembered? Memory is unreliable, especially when you're tired. Maybe the wind had caught it somehow, though the night air was completely still now. Cold anxiety settled in my stomach, but I forced logic back into my mind. I was overtired, spooked by the unfamiliar surroundings and the isolation. The breathing had probably been wind channeling through the rocks in some strange way. The glove had fallen out when I'd gotten into the tent. There were rational explanations for everything. I crawled out of the tent, my bare feet touching the cold ground, and retrieved the glove. The ground was frigid, almost painful against my skin. I scanned the area with my headlamp one more time, then retreated into the tent, zipping it up quickly. My brain spun excuses as I pulled my sleeping bag tighter around my body. You're fine. Everything's fine. Just the wind. Just your imagination. But somewhere deeper, in a part of my mind that still remembered what it was like to be prey, a voice whispered, "Run." Sleep returned uneasily, filled with half-formed dreams of breathing and footsteps and eyes watching from the dark. When dawn arrived, pale and reluctant, I lay in my sleeping bag for several minutes, listening. The quality of light seeping through the tent fabric was gray and weak, suggesting heavy cloud cover. No bird songs greeted the morning, no sounds at all except the faint moan of wind across distant stone. I dressed slowly, delaying the moment when I'd have to leave the relative security of the tent. Finally, I unzipped the flap and stepped outside. The camp had changed. I stood motionless, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. My fuel canister had been disconnected from the stove and now lay neatly atop a flat rock 3 feet away. Not dropped, not knocked over, placed. The precision of it made my skin crawl. The map I distinctly remembered leaving folded inside my tent was now tucked under my sleeping pad. Edges perfectly aligned as if someone had used a ruler to ensure it was exactly centered. And on top of my pack, folded with military precision, were my extra socks, side by side, perfectly parallel. Someone had been here. Someone had been in my camp, handling my things, rearranging them with methodical care, and I had heard nothing except the breathing. I dropped to my knees, scanning the dust around my campsite desperately for tracks. There had to be footprints, some evidence of who or what had done this. The ground was soft enough that my own boot prints from the previous evening were clearly visible, but there was nothing else clear, nothing identifiable, just loose dirt and scattered stones and my own tracks leading to and from the tent. How was that possible? How could someone enter my camp, move my belongings, organize them with such precision, and leave no traces? My hands shook as I examined the ground more closely, looking for any disturbance I might have missed. There, a vague depression in the dust near where my fuel canister had been moved, but it was smudged, indistinct, useless for identification. The canyon walls loomed silently above me, indifferent and unmoving. The morning light did nothing to warm them. If anything, they seemed colder, more hostile than they had the previous evening. My hands still trembling, I grabbed my journal and wrote quickly, my fingers leaving smudges on the page. This doesn't feel like my camp anymore. Someone was here. Someone touched my things. I underlined the words twice, then added, "No tracks." How is there no tracks? The words stared back at me from the page, heavy and dark. Reading them made the situation feel more real, more immediate. I closed the journal with a tight snap and shoved it deep into my pack. Already I felt the canyon changing around me. Or perhaps I was changing. My perception warping under the weight of isolation and fear. It was subtle. A tug, a whisper of uncertainty, but unmistakably present. The rational part of my brain, the ranger who had spent years in the backcountry, who had handled emergencies and dangerous situations with calm professionalism, that part of me wanted to pack up and leave immediately. But another part, perhaps the writer, perhaps just the stubborn core of who I was, refused to be chased away so easily. There had to be an explanation. Someone else was camping in the area, someone who had stumbled upon my sight and had a very strange sense of humor. Or maybe I was more exhausted than I realized, and had rearranged these things myself in some fugue state during the night. Even as I thought these explanations, I knew they were hollow. I knew what I'd seen, what I'd heard, and I knew with a certainty that bypassed logic entirely that something was deeply wrong. I packed up quickly and quietly, glancing around too often. There were no signs of life, no evidence of other visitors, yet I felt eyes somewhere watching me. Not constantly, but in flickers, brief moments when the weight of observation pressed against my awareness, then vanished before I could locate its source. The canyon stretched before me, vast and ancient and completely indifferent to my fear. It was no longer just a wilderness trip for an article. It had become something else entirely, though I didn't yet understand what. It was only the first morning, and already I knew I should leave. But I didn't. God help me. I didn't. The deeper I moved into the canyon, the more acute my awareness became. Every sound, the scrape of my boots on stone, the rattle of gear in my pack, my own breathing, seemed amplified, echoing off walls that rose hundreds of feet above me. Between these sounds, the silence pressed in, heavy and expectant. I felt eyes on me, not constantly, more like flickers at the edges of my awareness, brief moments that made me glance back over my shoulder. Nothing was ever there when I looked, just silent stretches of rock and shadowed crevices. The rational explanations I'd constructed during the morning were already crumbling. You can't rationalize a feeling that lives in your bones, in the ancient parts of your brain that evolved to detect predators. By midday, the switchbacks tightened into steep zigzags along the cliffside. My thighs burned as I climbed, lungs tight from the thin, dry air. Sweat soaked through my shirt despite the cold, and I could taste salt and dust with every breath. The trail here was particularly treacherous, barely 2 feet wide in places, with sheer drops on one side and vertical rock face on the other. I reached an exposed ledge, deciding to stop for water and check my map. My hands trembled slightly. As I unscrewed the cap of my water bottle from exertion, I told myself, though I knew that wasn't entirely true. The sun hammered down despite the late November date, reflected and magnified by the surrounding stone until the heat felt almost physical. I shielded my eyes, squinting across the vast emptiness to the cliff face opposite mine. The canyon here was perhaps half a mile wide, the far wall a mirror image of towering stone and geological layers. Then I saw it. On a narrow shelf about 400 feet away stood a figure. At first I thought it might be a dead tree, or perhaps a rock formation that happened to resemble a human shape. The human mind is excellent at finding patterns, at seeing faces and figures in random arrangements of shadow and stone. But as my eyes adjusted, as I focused on that distant shelf, the unmistakable reality of what I was seeing solidified. It was a person, tall and slender, standing rigidly still, arms relaxed at their sides. Too still. No one stands that motionless, not even when trying to. There's always some slight movement, weight shifting from foot to foot, head turning to scan the surroundings, hands adjusting position. This figure had none of that. It stood with the stillness of stone. I raised a hand in a hesitant wave, the gesture feeling absurd even as I made it. No response. The figure didn't move, didn't acknowledge me in any way. My heart began to pound harder. I lowered my hand slowly, and in that exact moment, delayed by perhaps 2 seconds, the figure raised its hand. Unease tightened in my chest. making it hard to breathe. This wasn't a simple wave returned. It was a mirror image, the timing too precise to be coincidence, too delayed to be natural. I shifted my weight to my left foot, watching intently. The figure shifted its weight to its left foot. That same 2-second delay. I tilted my head to the left, my neck cracking slightly with the movement. The figure tilted its head to the left. My throat went dry. This wasn't another hiker. This was something else. Something that watched and imitated with mechanical precision. I could feel my pulse in my ears now, each heartbeat distinct and rapid. Without taking my eyes off the figure, I slowly stepped back until the cliff edge obscured it from view. For several long minutes, I leaned against the stone wall, breathing hard, fighting the panic that threatened to overwhelm me. My hands shook so badly I had to clasp them together to keep from dropping my water bottle. What I'd just seen violated something fundamental about reality, about how people behave, the delayed mimicry, the perfect stillness. It was wrong on a level that bypassed rational thought and spoke directly to primal fear. Eventually, driven by a need to know, to understand, I mustered the courage to look again. I edged forward carefully, peering around the rock that blocked my view. The shelf was empty, but that brought no relief. Instead, a new fear took hold. If the figure wasn't on the shelf anymore, where was it? Was it moving? Was it coming closer? I scanned the opposite cliff face frantically, looking for any sign of movement or human presence. Nothing. Then I looked down at my feet. Fresh boot prints marked the dust of the ledge where I stood, leading to the very edge. Large prints, oddly elongated, pointing toward the direction I'd been heading. I knelt down, examining them more closely. The tread pattern was similar to my own boots, but not identical. And they were fresh. I could see where individual grains of dust had been displaced, still settling. Someone had stood exactly where I was standing, probably within the last few minutes. While I'd been focused on the figure across the canyon, someone had approached from behind, had stood close enough to touch me, then had moved on. My stomach lurched. I spun around, scanning the trail I'd just climbed. Empty. I looked ahead, toward where the trail continued, also empty. Yet those prints were real, tangible evidence that someone or something had been here. I stood there on that exposed ledge for nearly 20 minutes, paralyzed by indecision. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to climb out of this canyon as fast as possible and never return. But another part of me, perhaps foolish, perhaps just too proud to admit defeat, insisted there had to be a rational explanation. Another hiker, someone playing a cruel joke. Or maybe the isolation and exhaustion were making me paranoid, making me see things that weren't there. The mind is capable of incredible self-deception when stressed. I'd seen it before in lost hikers, in people who'd been alone too long, the way reality could bend and warp under the weight of solitude and fear. But those boot prints were real. I could reach down and touch them, see the clear outline of a sole pattern in the dust. Finally, as the sun began its descent toward the western rim, I forced myself to continue forward. The alternative, climbing back out, meant admitting defeat, meant acknowledging that something had frightened me badly enough to abandon my assignment. My pride wouldn't allow that. Not yet. As I hiked, I found myself talking out loud, narrating my actions in a steady stream of words that filled the oppressive silence. Step over this rock. Watch the loose gravel. Check the map. Drink some water. The sound of my own voice provided some small comfort, proof that I still existed, that I was still capable of affecting my environment. But occasionally, very faintly, I thought I heard an echo. My own words repeated back to me from somewhere distant, just fragments, loose gravel, or drink some water coming from no identifiable direction. Each time I stopped to listen more carefully, the echoes ceased, leaving only the vast silence of stone and sky. That night, I chose my campsite with paranoid care. I found a shallow ravine, its walls close enough to provide some sense of security. The space was cramped, barely large enough for my tent, but that was exactly what I wanted. Anything approaching would have to come from one of two directions, and both were visible from my tent entrance. I worked methodically, anxiety making every action deliberate and precise. I arranged rocks protectively around the perimeter of my camp. Not because they would stop anything, but because any disturbance of them would be immediately obvious. I hoisted my bear bag extra high on a strong tree limb, using every bit of rope I had to keep it well out of reach. As I worked, the sun disappeared behind the western rim, and shadows flooded the ravine with startling speed. The temperature dropped precipitously, and within minutes I was shivering despite my jacket. My breath formed thick clouds that hung in the still air. I ate quickly, forcing down food I didn't want, then retreated into my tent. Darkness descended fast, complete and absolute. There was no moon, and the stars, though bright, provided almost no illumination down in the ravine. I lay in my sleeping bag, fully dressed, knife within easy reach, listening. The night sounds of the canyon were minimal. Occasional gusts of wind would moan through distant rock formations, creating sounds that were almost musical, almost like voices. I told myself it was just wind, just the natural acoustics of the landscape, but my body remained tense, every muscle coiled, ready to react. Sleep seemed impossible. I lay awake, my eyes wide in the darkness, listening to the faint hiss of wind through dry scrub. My body was exhausted from the day's hiking, yet I was hyper-alert, waiting, listening. I checked my watch every few minutes, watching the glowing numbers advance with agonizing slowness. 11:47 p.m., 12:19 a.m. At exactly 12:40 a.m., footsteps crunched through the gravel nearby. I froze completely, even stopping my breathing. The steps were slow, deliberate, human steps, not the padding of animal paws or the scuttle of smaller creatures, but the unmistakable sound of boots on gravel. Each step was distinct, measured, approaching from the eastern end of the ravine. I lay perfectly still, gripping my knife so hard my knuckles throbbed. My heart pounded violently, so loud I was certain it could be heard outside the tent. The footsteps continued, growing closer, 10 feet away, then 5. The steps halted only a few yards from my tent. Silence. I waited, every nerve screaming. Seconds stretched into a minute. The silence was somehow worse than the footsteps had been. At least movement implied intention, purpose. This stillness suggested watching, waiting, considering. Then a voice spoke, low, quiet, and perfectly calm. My voice. "Stay awake," it said. "Stay awake." A wave of nausea surged through me. Sweat pooled along my spine despite the cold. The voice was mine. Not similar to mine, not an imitation, but exactly mine. The same cadence, the same slight rasp I had from years of smoking in my 20s. The same way I dropped the ends of words slightly. But I hadn't spoken. My jaw was clenched tight. My throat closed with fear. The voice repeated with the exact same inflection. "Stay awake, stay awake." I fought the urge to open the tent, to see what stood outside. Some deep primal part of my brain understood that seeing what spoke with my voice would break something fundamental in my mind. There are some things human consciousness isn't meant to process, some violations of reality that cause permanent damage. Instead, I fumbled in the dark for my journal, forcing my shaking fingers to grip a pen. Eyes wide, staring at nothing in the absolute darkness of the tent, I scribbled blindly onto the paper. The pen caught and skipped on the page, but I kept writing, repeating the only words I could think of. "It's not me, it's not me, it's not me, it's not me." I filled an entire page, then another, the words becoming less legible as my hand cramped and trembled. The act of writing anchored me somehow, gave me something to focus on besides the voice and the presence just outside my tent. The voice didn't speak again. The footsteps moved no closer, nor did they retreat. They simply lingered, motionless, just beyond the canvas of my shelter. I could sense the presence there, patient and unwavering, waiting for something. Hours passed. I kept writing, filling page after page with the same phrase, slight variations, anything to keep my mind occupied and away from the edge of panic. "It's not me, not me, can't be me, I'm here, it's not me." My watch read 3:15 a.m. when the presence finally withdrew. I didn't hear footsteps retreating. The departure was more felt than heard. A sudden absence of pressure, a lifting of weight I hadn't fully realized was there. The air felt different, less charged, less aware. But I didn't relax. I continued lying rigid in my sleeping bag. Knife clutched in one hand, journal in the other, waiting for dawn. Dawn took forever to arrive, weak sunlight finally spilling over the horizon and seeping through my tent fabric with agonizing slowness. The light turned from black to deep blue to gray to pale yellow, and only when I could see clearly did I finally allow myself to move. My muscles had cramped from lying in the same position for so long. I groaned involuntarily as I tried to sit up, my back and shoulders screaming in protest. My hand still clutched the knife, fingers locked in position, and I had to consciously force them to release. Trembling, I pushed the tent flap open and stepped outside, knife still clutched in my other hand despite the pain. The morning was cold and clear, the sky a perfect dome of pale blue. Everything looked normal, peaceful even. Just another day in the wilderness. My boots were gone. I stared at the empty space where I'd left them the previous evening, my mind refusing to accept what I was seeing. They'd been right there just outside the tent vestibule, exactly where I always put them. Now there was nothing but bare rock. My bear bag hung untouched, swaying gently in a light breeze I couldn't feel down in the ravine. The rope was still taut, the bag at the same height I'd left it. Nothing had tried to get into it during the night. But beneath it, in the dirt, was something new. A perfect circle of ash and rocks, approximately 3 feet in diameter, placed exactly where I'd left my journal bag the night before. The stones that formed the circle were arranged with obsessive precision, each one the same size, equidistant from its neighbors. I knelt slowly, my heart racing again. The ash inside the circle was fine and gray, like the remains of a very old fire. But I hadn't built a fire. I hadn't even used my stove the previous evening, too nervous to do anything that might attract attention. My journal bag lay inside the circle, carefully centered. I reached for it with trembling hands, pulled it toward me, and opened it slowly. The journal was there, closed. I lifted it out, my breath catching sharply in my chest. The page it opened to was blank. I flipped back frantically, looking for the pages I'd filled during the night. Those desperate, fear-soaked words I'd written in the darkness. It's not me. It's not me. I knew I'd written them. I could remember the sensation of pen on paper, the way my hand had cramped from gripping too tightly. But the pages showed nothing. Just pristine, unmarked paper staring back at me. No indentations, no ghost impressions of removed text. The pages looked as if they'd never been touched. I flipped through the entire journal, checking every page. My previous entries were there. Notes about the trail, observations about the landscape, the brief entry from the first night, but nothing from last night. Hours of writing, erased or removed, or never existed at all. I sat frozen, breathing shallowly, staring at the empty pages. My mind spun through possibilities, each more disturbing than the last. Had I hallucinated the entire episode? Was the isolation affecting me more severely than I'd realized? But no, the boots were gone. The circle of stones and ash was real. These were physical changes to my environment, not products of imagination. Around me, the canyon walls pressed in silently, offering no explanations or comfort. The morning sun touched the highest peaks, but down here in the ravine, shadows still dominated. I felt exposed despite the enclosing walls, vulnerable in a way that transcended physical danger. Whatever watched me, whatever had spoken with my voice and rearranged my camp and stolen my boots, it wasn't done yet. And I knew, deep in my bones, that the canyon wouldn't let me leave easily. I'd gone too far in, I'd seen too much, and something out here didn't want witnesses. At first light, I packed what little courage I had left along with my gear. Without boots, I had to improvise. I duct-taped slabs of foam from my sleeping pad to my feet, wrapping them as securely as possible. They provided almost no protection, and I knew they'd fall apart quickly under the strain of hiking. But the physical pain that would come was almost welcome. It kept me grounded, kept me focused on something tangible and immediate rather than the inexplicable terrors of the previous nights. Pain I could understand. Pain made sense. I'd long abandoned the original plan, the article about authentic wilderness experience. My only goal now was simple and urgent: climb out, reach the rim, find other people, get away from whatever inhabited this canyon. The trail was relentless. Each step sent jolts of pain through my feet as the sharp rocks pressed through the inadequate padding. Within the first 100 yards, I could feel the duct tape beginning to tear. By the first switchback, my feet were bleeding. With each turn of the trail, I felt weaker. The constant uphill climb combined with fear-induced adrenaline exhaustion left me lightheaded and nauseous. My pulse hammered relentlessly behind my eyes, and black spots danced in my peripheral vision whenever I stopped to rest. Every so often, a shadow would flicker at the edge of my vision, forcing my head around. Each time there was nothing there. The canyon walls remained blank and unforgiving, their ancient stone faces revealing nothing. But the sensation of being watched never diminished. If anything, it intensified. To stay focused, to keep from simply collapsing in despair, I muttered quietly to myself as I climbed, "Just keep moving, Jason. One step, then another. Don't stop. Don't think about it. Just move." Then from somewhere above me on the trail, a voice echoed back clearly. My voice, with the exact same inflection and rhythm. One step, then another. I froze mid-step, my body going rigid. Cold sweat prickled across my skin despite the exertion. My stomach twisted violently, threatening to rebel. "Who's there?" My voice broke as I spoke, sounding thin and afraid. Nothing like the confident ranger I'd once been. The reply was immediate, eerily exact, and chillingly casual. "Who's there?" It was my voice, but hollow, flat. There was no life in the imitation, no human warmth or emotion. It mocked me, stole my words, and twisted them into something sinister, something wrong. My pulse surged painfully, panic flaring into pure terror. I looked up toward the ridge above me, seeing nothing but rocks and sparse, dry vegetation. The trail switched back several times before reaching that ridge, meaning whatever spoke was at least 100 yards away. "Stop it," I shouted, my voice cracking. "Leave me alone." Silence. Then, after a delay of exactly 3 seconds, "Leave me alone," the same desperate tone, the same crack in the voice. I lost control then. All pretense of dignity or courage evaporated. I sprinted uphill, ignoring the agony in my feet as the duct tape tore completely away. The foam padding shredded on the sharp rocks, exposing raw, bleeding skin. Each step left a crimson smear on the stone, but I didn't care. I just ran. The trail blurred around me. I stumbled and fell, my hands catching my weight on jagged rock that tore open my palms. I scrambled up and ran again, gasping, sobbing, any semblance of rational thought gone. All that remained was pure animal panic, the desperate need to escape. I crested one of the final switchbacks, almost delirious from pain and terror, when something caught my eye just off the trail. A small flash of movement near a twisted juniper tree. Turning sharply, I glimpsed a shape crouched low beside the tree. My vision swam, darkness creeping in from the edges, but I forced my eyes to focus. It rose slowly, emerging into clearer view. My throat closed tightly, breath catching in my chest. It was a person impossibly thin, draped in tattered clothing that might once have been hiking gear but was now just weathered rags. The fabric hung loose on a frame that seemed too skeletal to support life. And on its feet, perfectly clean and maintained despite the filth of everything else, were my boots. The figure stood completely still for a moment, and in that stillness I could see its face, or rather, what should have been its face. The features were there, eyes, nose, mouth, but they were wrong. The proportions were slightly off, the placement not quite human, like something that had learned what faces should look like from descriptions but had never actually seen one. It tilted its head slowly, precisely mirroring the angle of my own head, which I realized had tilted in unconscious horror. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came out. My voice had abandoned me completely. The figure took a single step forward, leaning slightly toward me, and I could see its eyes now, dark and reflective, and completely empty of anything I recognized as consciousness. No words, no sounds, just an unbearable silence as its head tilted further, studying me with inhuman patience. Instinct took over where conscious thought had failed. I ran blindly, no longer following the trail but simply moving upward, using my hands to climb when the slope became too steep. I crawled on all fours at times, desperate and mindless, operating on nothing but the overwhelming imperative to reach the rim. Gravel cut deeply into my palms and knees. My makeshift shoes had shredded completely, leaving my feet raw and numb. I couldn't feel the individual injuries anymore, It had all merged into one continuous agony that existed somewhere distant from my conscious awareness. Blood mixed with dirt on my hands, making everything slippery. I fell repeatedly, my chin cracking against rock, my shoulders bruising from impact. But each time I fell, I got up and continued climbing. Stopping meant staying, and staying meant I didn't know what it meant, but every cell in my body understood it would be worse than death. The final 100 yards stretched forever. The trail became less distinct here, overgrown in places, completely eroded in others. I followed it more by instinct than sight, my vision tunneling down to just the next handhold, the next place to put my foot. My lungs burned. Each breath felt like inhaling ground glass. My heart hammered so hard I could feel it in my teeth, in my fingertips, in every part of my body. I was aware distantly that I was probably doing permanent damage to myself, that this level of exertion and injury would have long-term consequences. I didn't care. All that mattered was reaching the top, reaching people, reaching safety. When I finally crested the rim, pulling myself over the final rocky ledge onto level ground, I fell to my knees and couldn't get up. My chest heaved, each breath a desperate gasp that never seemed to bring enough oxygen. My vision spun violently, the sky and ground switching places in nauseating arcs. I pressed my forehead against the dirt, trying to anchor myself, trying to convince my body that we'd made it, we were safe, we could stop running now. My hands left bloody prints in the dust. Everything felt distant, underwater, unreal. Slowly, through the ringing in my ears and the pounding of my pulse, a shape came into focus. A vehicle. Green, with an official-looking emblem on the side. A green SUV, the unmistakable insignia of the National Park Service. A ranger stood leaning calmly against it, watching me carefully. He was older, maybe in his 50s, with the weathered face of someone who'd spent decades in the sun. He took slow steps toward me, his movements steady, cautious, the way you'd approach an injured animal. "Easy now," he said quietly, his voice deliberately calm and measured. "You're all right. You're safe now." I tried to speak, but my throat was painfully dry, lips cracked and bleeding. I swallowed, the action excruciating, and tried again. It wore my voice, I managed to whisper, the words trembling out of me. It had my boots. He hesitated only briefly, and in that hesitation, I saw recognition cross his eyes, not surprise, not disbelief, just grim acknowledgement, as if I'd confirmed something he already knew. Without another word, he opened the vehicle's rear door and gently helped me inside. His hands were strong but careful, supporting my weight as my legs threatened to buckle. The seat felt impossibly soft, impossibly safe. I sank onto it, my entire body shaking uncontrollably, adrenaline finally giving way to shock. The ranger moved to the driver's seat, starting the engine. But before pulling away, he looked back at me through the rearview mirror, then turned slightly to look directly at me. His face was serious, tired in a way that suggested he'd seen too much over too many years. He glanced out toward the empty canyon, toward the trail I'd just climbed, toward the vast expanse of stone and sky that suddenly seemed less like a natural wonder and more like something ancient and aware, and not entirely empty. Then he turned back to me, his voice quiet and resigned as he spoke the words that somehow made everything worse. "You're not the first." The vehicle pulled away from the trailhead, gravel crunching under the tires. I looked back through the rear window at the canyon rim, at the trail disappearing down into shadow and stone. For just a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing at the edge, watching us leave. It raised one hand slowly, perfectly mimicking a wave goodbye. Then we turned a corner, and it was gone. I never wrote that article. The journal I'd carried into the canyon sits in a drawer in my apartment, most of its pages still blank. Sometimes, late at night, I pull it out and flip through it, looking for those missing entries, those desperate midnight scrawlings that should be there but aren't. The ranger drove me to the nearest hospital, where doctors treated me for severe dehydration, exposure, and what they carefully termed acute stress reaction. They cataloged my injuries with clinical precision: multiple lacerations on both feet, extensive bruising, mild hypothermia, nothing that wouldn't heal with time. But there are injuries that don't show up on medical charts. violations of understanding that no amount of time can fully repair. The ranger visited me once before I left. He sat beside my hospital bed and told me things I'm still not sure I believe, even having experienced what I experienced. He said the canyon has always had quiet places, areas where the normal rules seem to bend. He said rangers have learned which trails to avoid recommending to solo hikers, which campsites to steer people away from. He said I was lucky. Some people who encounter what I encountered don't make it out. When I asked him what it was, what I'd seen and heard, he shook his head. "We don't know," he said. "We just know it's there. Has been for as long as anyone can remember. Probably longer." Before he left, he looked at me seriously and said, "Don't go back. Whatever you think you need to prove, whatever you think you need to understand, it's not worth it. The canyon keeps what it wants to keep. You got out. Consider that a gift." I never did retrieve my boots. According to the official report, they were lost during the descent, which is technically true even if it misses the essential horror of what actually happened. Sometimes I wonder if they're still down there, still on those feet that weren't quite feet, part of something that mimics and watches and waits. I don't write about wilderness solitude anymore. These days, I write about other things: city life, human connection, the importance of community. I live in Phoenix now, where the lights never go out and you're never truly alone. At night, I keep my windows closed even in summer, because sometimes carried on the wind from the north where the canyon sits vast and empty, I think I hear a voice, my voice, calling softly, patiently, as if waiting for me to answer, as if waiting for me to return. I never will. God help me, I never will. The crackle of the radio cut through the stillness of the autumn morning, startling me from my thoughts. I'd been staring out the window of the ranger station, watching golden leaves drift lazily to the ground, when the voice of dispatch broke the silence. "Ranger Finch, come in. We've got a situation." I grabbed the radio, my fingers brushing against the worn plastic. "Finch here. What's the problem?" "We've received a report from a hiker. Says he stumbled across some remains out near Minaret Creek, about 2 miles off the main trail. Doesn't sound like your typical animal carcass. Can you check it out?" A knot formed in my stomach. In my 8 years as a search and rescue officer with the U.S. Forest Service, I'd seen my fair share of grim discoveries. But something about this call felt different. "Copy that. I'm on my way." I gathered my gear, methodically checking each item. Flashlight, first aid kit, map, compass. My hand hesitated over my service pistol. Regulations discouraged carrying firearms on routine calls, but a nagging feeling made me reconsider. After a moment's deliberation, I left it behind. Whatever was out there, I told myself, couldn't be worse than what I'd already encountered in these woods. As I stepped outside, the crisp air of Devil's Postpile National Monument filled my lungs. The massive basalt columns loomed in the distance, their geometric perfection a stark contrast to the wild tangle of the surrounding forest. I'd grown up in small towns, raised on stories of the wilderness and its secrets, but even after nearly a decade patrolling these parts, the monument never failed to inspire a sense of awe and unease. The drive to the trailhead was quiet, too quiet. Usually the forest buzzed with life, birds calling, small animals scurrying through the underbrush. Today, an eerie silence blanketed the woods. I tried to shake off the growing sense of dread, chalking it up to an overactive imagination. As I parked and shouldered my pack, the sun was already dipping low on the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees. I checked my watch, 4:37 p.m. If I moved quickly, I could make it to the site and back before full dark. The trail was familiar, but today it felt different. Every snapping twig and rustling leaf set my nerves on edge. About a mile in, I noticed something odd. Or rather, the lack of something. No tracks, no scat, no signs of the usual wildlife that called these woods home. Just as I was about to radio in for a more precise location, I caught a whiff of something that made my stomach turn. A sickly sweet odor, undercut with the unmistakable copper tang of blood. I'd smelled death before, but this was different. Wrong, somehow. Following the scent, I pushed through a thick tangle of undergrowth. And there, half hidden beneath a carpet of fallen leaves, was what remained of a human body. My training kicked in, momentarily overriding the horror that threatened to overwhelm me. Male, I noted clinically. Mid-30s, maybe. But beyond that, details were hard to discern. The body, what was left of it, was a mess of torn flesh and shattered bone. This was no ordinary animal attack. The wounds were too precise, too deliberate. Long, deep gashes ran the length of the torso, as if something had taken its time savoring the kill. I knelt to examine the ground around the body, and my blood ran cold. There, pressed into the soft earth, was a print unlike anything I'd ever seen, too large for a wolf or mountain lion, with elongated claws that left deep furrows in the soil. Whatever had done this was big, and if I was reading the signs correctly, it wasn't far away. As I stood to radio for backup, a twig snapped somewhere in the deepening gloom of the forest. I froze, straining my ears. Another snap, closer this time. And then, just at the edge of my vision, something moved. It was massive, its form seeming to blend with the shadows of the trees. For a moment I could have sworn I saw eyes gleaming in the darkness, intelligent, predatory, and fixed directly on me. My heart pounding, I slowly reached for my radio, keeping my eyes locked on the spot where I'd seen movement. But as I lifted the device to my mouth, my fingers trembling, I realized with growing horror that all I heard was static. I was alone in the gathering darkness, with something watching, waiting, and I knew with a certainty that chilled me to my core that my night was just beginning. As the realization of my isolation sank in, a primal fear gripped me. The forest, once a familiar sanctuary, now felt like a closing trap. I forced myself to breathe, to think rationally. Panicking wouldn't help me survive whatever was out there. I backed away slowly, my eyes never leaving the spot where I'd seen movement. The shadows seemed to shift and writhe, playing tricks on my vision. Was that a branch swaying in the wind, or the outline of some monstrous form? My foot caught on a root, nearly sending me sprawling. I caught myself, but the momentary lapse in concentration was all it took. When I looked up, the forest had changed. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. I turned and ran. Branches whipped at my face as I crashed through the underbrush. The logical part of my brain screamed at me to stop, to orient myself. But fear had taken over. Behind me, I could hear something moving through the forest. Not with the clumsy desperation of my flight, but with a deliberate predatory grace. My lungs burned as I pushed myself harder. In the fading light, the trees all looked the same. Any sense of direction lost in the chaos of my flight. I burst into a small clearing, momentarily relieved by the open space. That's when I saw it. At the far edge of the clearing stood a figure that defied description. In the twilight, it was little more than a silhouette, but its wrongness was immediately apparent. It stood on 4 legs, its body low to the ground like some great cat. But its proportions were all wrong. Too large, too angular. Its head, perched on a thick, corded neck, swiveled to face me. In the gathering gloom, I caught a glimpse of eyes that glowed with an unnatural intelligence. For a moment, we stood frozen, hunter and prey locked in a primal standoff. Then it moved. It crossed the clearing in 3 impossible bounds, covering ground faster than anything I'd ever seen. I dove to the side, feeling the rush of air as massive claws swept through the space where I'd been standing. I scrambled to my feet, my hand closing around a fallen branch. It wasn't much of a weapon, but it was all I had. The creature circled me, its movements fluid and purposeful. In the dim light, I could make out more details of its bizarre anatomy. The way its skin seemed to shift and blend with the forest around it, the unnatural angles of its joints. It lunged again, and I swung the branch with all my might. There was a satisfying crack as wood met flesh. But my victory was short-lived. The branch shattered, leaving me defenseless as the creature reared back for another attack. I turned to run, but my foot caught in a tangle of roots. I went down hard, the air driven from my lungs. As I gasped for breath, I rolled onto my back, expecting to see the monster looming over me. Instead, I found myself alone in the clearing. The creature had vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving nothing but the sound of my ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart. Slowly, painfully, I pulled myself to my feet. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat, every rustle of leaves a potential attack. I had to get out of these woods to find help and warn others about what was out there. But as I looked around the unfamiliar clearing, a chilling realization set in. In my blind panic, I had run deeper into the wilderness, away from the trail and any hope of easy rescue. The sun had set, leaving me in near total darkness. My flashlight, along with most of my gear, had been lost in my frantic flight. I was lost, alone, and being hunted by something that shouldn't exist, and the long night was just beginning. The darkness of the forest pressed in around me, a living thing that seemed to breathe with malevolent intent. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of adrenaline through my system. I moved cautiously, straining my eyes to make out shapes in the gloom. My training kicked in, forcing me to take stock of my situation. I had no light, no weapon, and no clear idea of my location. The temperature was dropping rapidly, and my torn shirt offered little protection against the chill. Worst of all, something was out there, something that defied explanation and seemed intent on making me its prey. I needed to find shelter, to regroup and come up with a plan. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I spotted a rocky outcropping a short distance away. It wasn't ideal, but it would provide some cover in a defensible position. As I made my way towards the rocks, a sound stopped me in my tracks. It was faint at first, barely audible over the pounding of my heart, but it grew clearer, sending ice through my veins. Whispers. They seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, a chorus of voices just on the edge of comprehension. I couldn't make out words, but the tone was unmistakable, hungry, eager, filled with a terrible anticipation. I broke into a run, scrambling up the rocky slope. The whispers followed, growing louder, more insistent. As I reached the top of the outcropping, I pressed my back against a large boulder, trying to control my ragged breathing. The voices faded, replaced by an oppressive silence. But the feeling of being watched, of being hunted, remained. I closed my eyes, forcing myself to think rationally. I needed a fire for warmth and to keep predators at bay. I needed to find water, and most importantly, I needed to figure out where I was and how to get back to civilization. As I opened my eyes, movement in the forest below caught my attention. At first I thought it was just shadows playing tricks on my overtaxed mind. But as I watched, the darkness itself seemed to shift and flow, coalescing into vaguely humanoid shapes that drifted between the trees. I blinked hard, convinced I was hallucinating. When I looked again, the shapes were gone. But a new sound had replaced the whispers, a low rhythmic thrumming that seemed to vibrate through the very rock beneath me. The rational part of my mind insisted that there had to be a logical explanation. Exhaustion, fear, and the trauma of what I'd witnessed were clearly affecting my perceptions. But a deeper, more primal part of me knew that I had stumbled into something beyond the realm of normal explanation. As the night wore on, I drifted in and out of a fitful sleep, never fully losing awareness of my surroundings. Each time I opened my eyes, the forest seemed different. Trees where there had been none before, paths that twisted in impossible ways, and always, at the edge of my vision, those half-glimpsed shapes, watching and waiting. By the time the first gray light of dawn began to filter through the trees, I was shivering uncontrollably, as much from fear as from the cold. I had survived the night, but I knew with grim certainty that my ordeal was far from over. As I stood on shaky legs, preparing to leave my meager shelter, a sound from the forest below froze me in place. It was a howl, but unlike anything I'd ever heard before, part animal, part human, and filled with an otherworldly hunger that made my blood run cold. Whatever was out there, it was on the move, and it was coming for me. The howl galvanized me into action. Survival instinct overrode fear, and I found myself moving before I had consciously decided to do so. I scrambled down the rocky outcropping, my muscles protesting after hours of tense immobility. As my feet hit the forest floor, another howl split the air. Closer this time. I picked a direction at random and ran, my only goal to put as much distance between myself and that sound as possible. The pre-dawn forest was a maze of shadows and half-light. Branches clawed at my face and arms as I crashed through the underbrush. My lungs burned and each breath felt like inhaling fire. But still I ran, driven by the primal fear of becoming prey. Behind me, I could hear movement, the snap of branches, the rustle of leaves. Whatever was chasing me wasn't trying to be stealthy anymore. It was gaining ground, and fast. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. The thing I had seen the night before was there, but in the gray light of dawn, its true form was revealed in all its horrifying glory. It moved on 4 legs, its body low to the ground like some monstrous big cat, but its skin was a patchwork of fur, scales, and what looked disturbingly like bark, constantly shifting and changing to blend with its surroundings. Its head was elongated, somewhere between a wolf's muzzle and a reptile's snout, filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth. But it was the eyes that truly chilled me to my core. They gleamed with an intelligence that was decidedly unanimal, filled with a malevolent hunger that I knew, with bone-deep certainty, could never be satisfied. The creature let out another of those otherworldly howls, and to my horror, it was answered by similar cries from the forest around us. There was more than one of these things, and they were coordinating, trying to cut off my escape. I veered sharply to the left, hoping to throw off their pursuit. My foot caught on an exposed root, and I went down hard, tumbling down a steep embankment. Pain exploded through my body as I rolled, unable to stop my descent. I came to a stop at the bottom, dazed and battered. As I struggled to my feet, I realized I had fallen into a dry creek bed. The high banks on either side created a natural channel, a potential path out of this nightmare, but also a perfect trap if the creatures caught up to me. There was no time to weigh my options. I could hear them coming, their howls growing closer by the second. I took off down the creek bed, my feet slipping on loose stones and debris. The chase seemed to go on forever, my world narrowing to the pounding of my heart and the burning in my muscles. I was running on pure adrenaline now, each step a miracle of will over exhaustion. Just as I felt my strength beginning to fail, the creek bed widened, opening into a small clearing. In the center stood the ruins of an old cabin, its walls sagging and roof long since collapsed. It wasn't much, but it was the only shelter in sight. I made a final desperate sprint for the cabin, practically falling through the doorway as I heard the creatures burst into the clearing behind me. I slammed the rotting door shut, bracing it with my body as howls of frustration filled the air outside. As I fought to catch my breath, my eyes darted around the cabin's interior, looking for anything I could use as a weapon or to barricade the door. But what I saw made my blood run cold. The walls were covered in crude drawings and symbols, some carved directly into the wood, others painted in what looked disturbingly like dried blood. They depicted scenes of violence and transformation, humans twisting into bestial shapes, forests coming alive with malevolent intent. And there, scratched into the floorboards at my feet, was a message that made my heart stop. They are the forest, and the forest is them. Run or become. As the creatures outside began to circle the cabin, their claws scraping against the wooden walls, I realized with growing horror that I had stumbled into something far older and far more terrifying than I could have ever imagined, and my chances of escaping with my humanity intact were growing slimmer by the second. The cabin creaked and groaned around me, its decrepit walls the only barrier between me and the horrors outside. I could hear them circling, their claws scraping against the wood, testing for weaknesses. Every few moments, one would let out a bone-chilling howl, answered by others in the distance. They were calling for reinforcements. I knew I couldn't stay here long, but for the moment I had a chance to catch my breath and try to make sense of what was happening. My eyes were drawn back to the crude drawings on the walls. In the dim light filtering through cracks in the roof, I could make out more details. The images told a story, a dark history of these woods that sent shivers down my spine. They showed early settlers encountering something in the forest, something that changed them. Human figures twisted and warped, merging with trees and animals to become monstrous hybrids. And always, watching over these scenes of transformation, was a larger figure, a presence that seemed to embody the forest itself. As I studied the drawings, pieces started to fall into place. Old legends I'd dismissed as campfire stories suddenly took on new, terrifying significance. The locals had always said these woods were different, that they had a will of their own. I'd laughed it off as superstition. Now, faced with the evidence of my own eyes and the horrors outside, I wasn't laughing anymore. A particularly loud howl snapped me back to my immediate predicament. I needed a plan, a way out of this death trap. I scanned the cabin's interior, looking for anything I could use as a weapon. In one corner, half buried under rotting floorboards, I spotted the rusted blade of an old axe. As I moved to retrieve it, my foot caught on something. I looked down to see a trapdoor, its outline barely visible beneath years of dirt and debris. With trembling hands, I brushed away the grime, revealing a heavy iron ring. The creatures outside were getting more agitated, their howls taking on a frenzied quality. I knew I was out of time. Whatever was down there couldn't be worse than what waited for me up here. I heaved the trapdoor open, revealing a narrow set of stairs descending into darkness. Without hesitation, I grabbed the axe and plunged into the unknown, pulling the trapdoor shut behind me. The darkness was absolute, the air thick with the musty smell of long undisturbed earth. I felt my way down the stairs, every creak and groan sending my heart racing. Above, I could hear the creatures' frustration as they lost my scent. At the bottom of the stairs, my outstretched hands met cold stone. I was in some kind of underground chamber. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I began to make out shapes, shelves lined with jars, tables covered in strange instruments, and at the center of it all, a large stone slab carved with intricate symbols. This place was old, far older than the cabin above. It had the feel of a sanctuary, a place of power and secrets, but it was also a tomb. In one corner, slumped against the wall, was a skeleton clad in the tattered remains of what might have once been a park ranger's uniform. Clutched in its bony hands was a leather-bound journal. With shaking fingers, I pried it free and opened it to the last entry. The handwriting was frantic, barely legible. May 17th, 1986. They're coming. I can hear them in the woods, in my head. The forest is alive, and it's angry. We woke something old. It's changing everything, turning the animals, the trees, even people. This place is the key. The symbols, the rituals, they can control it, maybe even stop it. But I'm out of time. To whoever finds this, don't let them take you. Don't let the forest in. And whatever you do, don't. The entry ended abruptly, a long scrawl of ink trailing off the page. I flipped through the rest of the journal, my mind reeling. It was filled with observations, theories, and rituals. The desperate work of someone trying to understand and combat what was happening in these woods. As I read, a plan began to form in my mind. If this place truly held power over the forest and its creatures, maybe I could use it to escape. But as I turned to examine the stone slab more closely, a sound from above made my blood run cold. The trapdoor was opening. They had found me. And as heavy footsteps began to descend the stairs, I realized that my time for study and planning had run out. Whatever I was going to do, I had to do it now. The true test of survival was about to begin. Time seemed to slow as I heard the heavy footsteps descending the stairs. My mind raced, trying to process everything I had learned and formulate a plan. The journal had mentioned rituals, symbols that could control or maybe even stop whatever force was at work in these woods. But I had no idea how to perform them, and certainly no time to learn. I gripped the rusted axe tightly, backing away from the stairs. The chamber wasn't large, but the gloom provided some cover. Maybe if I could surprise whatever was coming down those steps, I'd have a chance. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs, and a figure emerged from the darkness. My heart nearly stopped. It wasn't one of the monstrous creatures I'd seen in the forest. It was a man, or at least it had been once. He stood unnaturally tall, his limbs elongated and joints bent at impossible angles. His skin had a rough bark-like texture, and in places I could see leaves and small branches sprouting from his flesh. But it was his face that truly chilled me to the core. It was a twisted amalgamation of human and plant, his eyes sunken and glowing with an otherworldly light. When he spoke, his voice was a rasp of rustling leaves and creaking wood. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, taking a step towards me. "The forest has claimed this place. It will claim you too." I raised the axe, trying to keep my voice steady. "Stay back. I don't want to hurt you." A sound like branches snapping in a storm emanated from his throat. A laugh, I realized with horror. "Hurt me? You can't hurt me. I am the forest and the forest is me." just as you will be soon enough." He lunged forward with inhuman speed. I swung the axe in desperation, feeling it connect with a sickening thud. But where I expected blood, a shower of leaves and splinters erupted from the wound. The creature that had once been a man didn't even flinch. I scrambled backwards, my back hitting the stone slab at the center of the room. As my hand brushed against the carved symbols, I felt a jolt of energy course through me. The creature hesitated, its glowing eyes fixed on the slab. In that moment of respite, a crazy idea formed in my mind. I couldn't fight this thing, couldn't outrun it, but maybe, just maybe, I could use this place of power against it. I began tracing the symbols on the slab, my fingers following the grooves carved into the stone. I had no idea what I was doing, acting purely on instinct and desperate hope. But as I traced each symbol, I felt the air in the chamber grow thick with an unseen energy. The creature let out a howl of rage and rushed towards me, but as it reached the edge of the slab, an invisible force seemed to hold it back. It thrashed and clawed at the air, its body twisting in ways that defied natural law. Emboldened, I continued tracing the symbols, my movements becoming more sure. Words I didn't understand spilled from my lips, a chant that seemed to come from somewhere deep inside me. The air crackled with energy, and the symbols on the slab began to glow with an eerie light. The creature's howls turned to screams of agony. Before my eyes, its body began to change. The bark-like skin peeled away, revealing human flesh underneath. Branches and leaves withered and fell, and in its eyes, I saw a flicker of something I recognized. Fear, yes, but also relief. As the last of the transformation faded, a man collapsed to the floor where the monster had stood. He was unconscious but breathing, his body battered but human once more. I sagged against the slab, exhaustion washing over me. Whatever I had done, it had worked, but I knew this was far from over. The journal had hinted at a larger force at work, something that controlled the forest itself, and I had a sinking feeling that by performing this ritual, I had just painted a very large target on my back. As if in response to my thoughts, a deep, rumbling growl echoed through the chamber. It didn't come from above or around me, but seemed to emanate from the very earth itself. The forest was aware of what I had done, and it was angry. I knew I couldn't stay here. With shaking hands, I gathered the journal and as many of the strange instruments from the tables as I could carry. Then, steeling myself for whatever horrors might await, I began to climb the stairs back to the world above. Emerging from the underground chamber felt like stepping into another world. The forest around the cabin had changed, becoming denser, more primordial. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches intertwining to block out most of the sky. The air was thick and heavy, filled with an oppressive silence that set my nerves on edge. I knew I had to keep moving. The unconscious man in the chamber below was evidence that there was hope for those transformed by the forest's influence. If I could find my way back to civilization, maybe I could bring help, find a way to stop whatever was happening here. But as I took my first steps away from the cabin, I realized that navigation would be nearly impossible. The landscape had shifted, familiar landmarks twisted or simply gone. It was as if the forest itself was actively trying to confuse and disorient me. I pulled out the journal I had taken from the chamber, flipping through its pages as I walked. Most of it was indecipherable, complex diagrams, scribbled notes in what looked like multiple languages, but one phrase kept repeating, the heart of the forest. According to the journal's author, this heart was the source of the forest's power, the nexus from which its influence spread. If I could find it, maybe I could find a way to stop this madness at its source. As I pondered this, a sound cut through the unnatural silence, running water. Hope surged through me. If I could find a stream or river, it might lead me out of the forest. I moved towards the sound, pushing through dense underbrush. I broke through into a small clearing and froze. Before me was a sight that defied explanation. A massive tree stood at the center of the clearing, its trunk easily 20 feet in diameter. But it was no ordinary tree. Its bark pulsed with an internal light, and its branches reached out like grasping fingers. Most disturbing of all were the forms I could see half merged with the tree's surface. Animals, plants, and what I was horrified to recognize as human shapes, all slowly being absorbed into the living wood. This, I realized with a mixture of awe and terror, must be the heart of the forest. As I stood transfixed by the nightmarish sight, I became aware of movement all around me. From between the trees emerged more of the transformed creatures, part human, part plant, part animal. They moved with eerie grace, encircling me but not attacking. A voice spoke, not with sound, but directly into my mind. It was ancient, vast, and utterly alien. "You have meddled in forces beyond your comprehension, little one," it said. "You have disrupted the great work, the merging of all life into one perfect form." Images flooded my mind, centuries of history, of the forest growing, changing, absorbing. I saw its plan, to create a new form of life, one that blended all others into a single collective consciousness. "Join us," the voice urged. "Become part of something greater than yourself. Resist and be destroyed." I felt a pull, an almost overwhelming urge to step forward, to allow myself to be embraced by the heart of the forest. Part of me yearned for it, to leave behind the complexities and pain of individual existence. But another part of me recoiled in horror. This wasn't evolution or ascension. It was extinction, the end of free will and individual consciousness. With every ounce of willpower I possessed, I raised the axe I still clutched in my trembling hands. "No," I said, my voice hoarse but firm. "This ends now." The forest erupted in fury. The creatures lunged forward as one, and the heart of the forest itself seemed to writhe in anger. I swung the axe in desperate arcs, knowing I was hopelessly outmatched but determined to go down fighting. As the first of the creatures reached me, a blinding light suddenly filled the clearing. The sound of engines and voices shouting broke through the forest's unnatural silence. Help had arrived. But as relief flooded through me, I knew the real battle was just beginning. The next few hours passed in a blur of activity and debriefing. A search and rescue team, alerted by my prolonged absence, had mounted a massive operation to find me. They had encountered the same disorienting effects of the forest, but sheer numbers and determination had allowed them to push through. I was whisked away to a makeshift command center on the outskirts of the National Monument. As paramedics tended to my injuries, I tried to explain what I had seen and experienced. The looks of disbelief and concern on their faces told me how crazy it all sounded. But I wasn't the only one. Other rescue team members reported strange sightings, inexplicable phenomena that defied rational explanation. And then there were the transformed humans we had managed to rescue, living proof that something beyond our understanding was at work in those woods. As the sun began to set, I found myself seated across from a stern-faced woman who introduced herself as Dr. Elena Reeves, a specialist with a classified government agency. Her questions were pointed, her demeanor suggesting she knew far more than she was letting on. "Mr. Finch," she said, her voice calm but intense, "I need you to understand the gravity of the situation. What you encountered in those woods is part of something much larger, something that has been going on for a very long time." She produced a file folder, spreading photographs across the table between us. I recognized some of the symbols from the underground chamber, but these images showed them in various locations around the world, carved into ancient ruins, hidden in the artwork of medieval manuscripts, even incorporated into modern corporate logos. "The force you encountered," Dr. Reeves continued, "is not confined to this forest. It's a worldwide phenomenon, a kind of sentient ecosystem that has existed alongside humanity for millennia, usually dormant, but occasionally active." My mind reeled at the implications. But why here? Why now? Dr. Reeves' expression darkened. Climate change, deforestation, the rapid loss of biodiversity. We believe these factors have triggered a kind of immune response, the living planet trying to defend itself against what it perceives as a threat. She leaned forward, her eyes locked on mine. "Mr. Finch, the ritual you performed in that chamber has bought us time, but it's only a temporary solution. The forest will recover, and when it does, its reaction will be even more severe." "What can we do?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "We fight back," she said firmly. "With knowledge, with science, and yes, with the very rituals and symbols you discovered. But we need people like you, people who have seen the truth and have the courage to face it." As Dr. Reeves spoke, I felt a weight settling onto my shoulders. I knew that by walking out of those woods, I had stepped into a much larger world, one filled with wonders and terrors beyond imagination. The life I had known was over, but as I looked at the photos spread before me, at the faces of the people we had managed to save, I knew I had no choice. Whatever the cost, whatever the danger, I had to see this through. "When do we start?" I asked. Dr. Reeves allowed herself a small smile. "We already have." As night fell over the forest, I could have sworn I heard a distant, angry howl. The battle for the future of humanity had begun, and I was now on the front lines. The summer of 2004 in Pittsburgh was unusually hot and stifling. I remember the way the heat shimmered off the asphalt, how it clung to my skin like an unwelcome second layer. My name is Nico Bear, and back then, I was just another face in the crowd of young professionals trying to make their mark in the Steel City. My days were a blur of client meetings and design mock-ups at the small graphic design firm where I worked. Nights were spent nursing beers at local dives, complaining about the heat, and dreaming of something more, anything to break the monotony. It was on one of these sticky Friday evenings that Ivan burst into O'Malley's, our regular haunt, with a glint in his eye that I'd come to recognize as trouble. "Guys, I've got it," he announced, sliding into our booth. "The perfect escape." Mark, ever the pragmatist, raised an eyebrow. "Last time you said that, we ended up lost in Ohiopyle State Park for 6 hours. I chuckled, remembering that misadventure. Ivan had a knack for grand ideas that often fell short in execution, but his enthusiasm was infectious, and God knows we needed some excitement. No, this is different," Ivan insisted, leaning in conspiratorially. "My family's old cabin in Allegheny National Forest. It's been sitting empty for years. We could head up there for the weekend, do some fishing, grill some burgers, complete disconnection from the world." The idea was tempting, a weekend away from the suffocating city, surrounded by nature. No cell phones, no deadlines, no responsibilities. "I don't know, man," Mark said, his forehead creasing with worry lines. "Isn't that place pretty remote? What if something goes wrong?" I watched as Ivan's face fell slightly. He and Mark had been friends since college, but they were polar opposites. Ivan was all impulse and adventure, while Mark approached life with the caution of a bomb disposal expert. "That's the beauty of it," Ivan countered. "We'll be on our own like real outdoorsmen. Come on, when's the last time we did something spontaneous?" I found myself nodding along. "You know, it doesn't sound half bad. I could use a break from the grind." Mark still looked unconvinced, but I could see him wavering. "What about supplies? We can't just rush off into the wilderness unprepared." "We've got all day tomorrow to get ready," Ivan said, his excitement building. "I've got some old camping gear we can use. We'll stock up on food, bring plenty of beer. It'll be like those trips we used to take in college, remember?" As Ivan spoke, I felt a familiar stirring of anticipation. It had been too long since we'd done something like this. Life had a way of boxing you in, of making you forget the thrill of the unknown. "I'm in," I said, surprising myself with my decisiveness. Mark sighed, a sound of resigned acceptance. "Fine, but we're bringing a first aid kit, and extra batteries, and a map." Ivan whooped, clapping Mark on the back. "That's the spirit. Trust me, guys, this is going to be a weekend we'll never forget." As we clinked our beer bottles together, sealing our pact, I had no idea how prophetic Ivan's words would prove to be. No idea of the terror that awaited us in those dark ancient woods. The next day was a flurry of activity. We met at Ivan's place, his living room a chaos of sleeping bags, coolers, and camping equipment in various states of disrepair. Mark, true to form, arrived with a backpack that seemed to contain half a hardware store. "Just in case," he said defensively, as Ivan and I exchanged amused glances. We spent the morning checking gear, making lists, and arguing good-naturedly about what constituted essential items. By early afternoon, Ivan's beat-up Jeep was packed to the brim, and we were ready to hit the road. As we pulled away from the curb, leaving behind the familiar streets of Pittsburgh, I felt a mix of excitement and a strange, nagging apprehension. I chalked it up to pre-trip jitters and pushed it aside, focusing instead on the adventure ahead. Little did I know that this seemingly innocent camping trip would become the crucible in which our friendships and our sanity would be tested. The horrors that awaited us in Allegheny National Forest would change us forever, leaving scars both seen and unseen. But as we drove north, windows down and music blaring, we were just three friends chasing a break from the ordinary, blissfully unaware that we were driving straight into the heart of a nightmare. The drive north was a blur of fading urban sprawl, giving way to rolling hills and increasingly dense forests. Ivan's old Jeep Cherokee rattled along the highway, packed to the brim with our gear. The air grew cooler as we climbed in elevation, a welcome respite from Pittsburgh's oppressive heat. Mark sat in the back, nose buried in a detailed topographical map of Allegheny National Forest. "You sure you remember how to get there, Ivan?" he asked for what felt like the 100th time. Ivan rolled his eyes, hands tightening slightly on the steering wheel. "Yes, Mom. It's been a while, but some things you don't forget." I watched the tension build between them, a familiar dynamic. "Hey, how about some music?" I suggested, reaching for the radio dial. As we delved deeper into Pennsylvania's northern reaches, the landscape became wilder, more untamed. Towering pines replaced deciduous trees, their branches reaching out over the road like grasping fingers. The shadows they cast seemed to grow longer, darker. "Should be coming up on the turnoff soon," Ivan murmured, more to himself than to us. His eyes scanned the roadside, searching for familiar landmarks. Suddenly, he jerked the wheel, sending us bumping down a rutted dirt road I would have missed entirely. "This is it," he announced triumphantly. The road, if you could call it that, was barely wide enough for the Jeep. Branches scraped against the sides of the vehicle as we inched our way deeper into the forest. The sun, already low in the sky, was almost entirely blocked out by the thick canopy above. "Jesus, Ivan," Mark muttered from the back seat. "When you said remote, you weren't kidding." I felt a chill run down my spine that had nothing to do with the dropping temperature. The forest pressed in around us, ancient and indifferent. For the first time, I wondered if we'd made a mistake in coming here. After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, the trees parted to reveal a small clearing, and there, nestled against the edge of the forest, stood Ivan's family cabin. Rustic was a generous description. The cabin was a simple, single-story structure of weathered logs. A sagging porch ran along the front, and a stone chimney climbed up one side. It looked like it had been standing there since before the Revolutionary War, stubbornly resisting the forest's attempts to reclaim it. "Home sweet home," Ivan declared, killing the engine. We piled out of the Jeep, stretching cramped muscles and breathing in the crisp mountain air. The silence was profound, broken only by the whisper of wind through the trees and the occasional bird call. As we unloaded our gear, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something lurking at the tree line. But there was never anything there, just shadows and swaying branches. Inside, the cabin was musty and thick with dust. Cobwebs festooned every corner, and the floorboards creaked ominously underfoot. But it was shelter, and after a bit of cleaning, it started to feel almost cozy. We got a fire going in the old pot-bellied stove, chasing away the chill and some of the gloom. As night fell, we sat around the rickety kitchen table, nursing beers and playing cards by lantern light. "See," Ivan said, gesturing expansively. "What did I tell you? Perfect getaway." Mark nodded grudgingly. "It's not bad. Quiet, at least." I murmured agreement, but I couldn't fully relax. There was something about this place, something that set my nerves on edge. I told myself it was just the unfamiliarity, the isolation. But deep down, a part of me knew it was more than that. As we turned in for the night, settling onto creaky cots with our sleeping bags, I lay awake, listening to the unfamiliar sounds of the forest. The wind in the trees sounded almost like whispers, and somewhere in the distance, something howled. I pulled my sleeping bag tighter around me and tried to convince myself it was just my imagination running wild. But as I drifted off into an uneasy sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that coming here had been a terrible mistake. I jolted awake, heart pounding, unsure what had disturbed me. The cabin was pitch black, the fire having died down to embers. For a moment, I was completely disoriented. the unfamiliar surroundings adding to my confusion. Then I heard it again, the sound that had woken me. A low, scraping noise like something being dragged across the outer wall of the cabin. "Guys," I whispered, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. "You hear that?" Avine stirred on his cot, mumbling incoherently. Mark sat up, instantly alert. "What is it?" he asked, voice tense. The scraping sound came again, closer this time, near one of the windows. We all froze, straining our ears. "Probably just a branch," Ivan said, but he didn't sound convinced. Mark reached for his flashlight, flicking it on. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating dust motes and casting long shadows. Slowly we got up, moving towards the window. The floorboards creaked beneath our feet, and I winced at each sound, irrationally afraid of alerting whatever was out there to our presence. We peered out into the night, but the flashlight's beam couldn't penetrate far into the inky blackness. The trees loomed, their branches swaying slightly in a breeze we couldn't feel. And then we saw them, two pinpricks of light, reflecting the flashlight beam. Eyes watching us from the edge of the clearing. "Holy shit," Ivan breathed. The eyes blinked once, slowly, then vanished. We stood there frozen, for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. Eventually Mark broke the silence. "It's gone now. Probably just a deer or something." But we all knew it wasn't a deer. Deer don't drag themselves along cabin walls. Deer don't watch you with that kind of intelligence, that kind of hunger. None of us slept much after that. We huddled around the rekindled fire, talking in low voices about anything and everything except what we'd seen. As dawn broke, painting the forest in shades of gray and pale gold, we all pretended to believe it had been nothing more than a shared hallucination, born of unfamiliar surroundings and too many ghost stories. But I saw the way Ivan's hands shook as he made coffee, the tightness around Mark's eyes as he scanned the tree line. We were all on edge, jumping at every sound. "So, what's the plan for today?" I asked, desperate for some normalcy. Ivan latched onto the question like a lifeline. "I thought we could try our luck fishing. There's a lake about a mile east of here." Mark nodded enthusiastically. "Sounds good. Fresh air, sunshine, just what we need." We all pointedly ignored the fact that what we really needed was to get the hell out of these woods. But none of us wanted to be the first to suggest cutting our trip short. It would have meant admitting that we were scared, that the thing we'd seen was real. So instead we gathered our fishing gear and set out, leaving the relative safety of the cabin behind. The forest was different in the daylight, less menacing, but no less alien. Birds called to each other in the canopy above, and small animals rustled in the underbrush. We tried to keep the conversation light as we hiked, joking and reminiscing about past trips. But there was an undercurrent of tension, a wariness that hadn't been there before. We all kept glancing over our shoulders, starting at sudden noises. The lake, when we reached it, was beautiful. Crystal clear water reflected the sky like a mirror, surrounded by towering pines. On any other day it would have been idyllic, but now it just felt exposed. We set up on the shore, casting our lines into the still water. For a while it almost felt normal. We caught a few small trout, congratulating each other and speculating about how we'd cook them. But as the day wore on, I noticed Mark growing increasingly agitated. He kept staring across the lake, towards the far shore where the trees grew right up to the water's edge. "You okay, man?" I asked, following his gaze but seeing nothing unusual. He startled, then tried to smile. "Yeah, just thought I saw something. Trick of the light, probably." But I knew he was lying, and as I looked more closely, I saw it too. A figure, standing just inside the tree line, too far away to make out any details, but unmistakably human-shaped, and it was watching us. "Guys," I said, my mouth suddenly dry, "I think we should head back." Ivan opened his mouth to protest, but then he saw it too. The color drained from his face. "Yeah," he said weakly. "Yeah, let's go." We packed up quickly, all pretense of enjoying ourselves abandoned. As we hurried back through the forest, the shadows seemed to deepen, the trees pressing in closer. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps following us. By the time we reached the cabin, we were all but running. We burst through the door, slamming it behind us and throwing the bolt. For a long moment, we all just stood there, panting and wide-eyed. Then Mark broke the silence. "What the hell is going on here, Ivan?" The question hung in the air, heavy with accusation and fear. Ivan's face was a mask of confusion and growing panic. "I don't know," he said, his voice cracking. "I swear, I don't know what's happening." Mark paced the small confines of the cabin, agitation evident in every movement. "This isn't normal. That thing we saw last night, and now this figure by the lake. This isn't some animal, Ivan. What aren't you telling us?" I watched the exchange, my own fear and confusion mounting. Part of me wanted to believe there was a rational explanation for everything we'd experienced. But a larger part knew we had stumbled into something beyond our understanding. "Guys, calm down," I said, trying to be the voice of reason even as my own thoughts raced. "Let's think this through. What do we actually know?" Mark stopped pacing, turning to face me. "We know there's something out there, something that's watching us, following us, and it's not animal, not entirely." Ivan slumped onto one of the cots, head in his hands. "I swear I didn't know about any of this. The cabin's been in my family for generations, but we haven't used it in years. If there were stories, legends, I never heard them." A heavy silence fell over us. Outside, the sun was setting, painting the forest in deep reds and purples. Soon it would be dark again. "We need to leave," Mark said finally. "First thing in the morning, we pack up and get out of here." Ivan and I nodded in agreement. None of us relished the idea of another night in the cabin, but the thought of trying to navigate the treacherous forest road in the dark was even worse. We set about securing the cabin as best we could, checking windows and barricading the door with what little furniture we had. Ivan found an old shotgun in a closet, but the ancient weapon provided little comfort. As night fell, we huddled around the stove, talking in low voices and jumping at every sound. Sleep was out of the question. We took turns keeping watch, peering out into the darkness for any sign of movement. It was during my watch, in the coldest, darkest hour before dawn, that I heard it, a low, mournful sound, somewhere between a howl and a moan. It echoed through the trees, sending shivers down my spine. "Guys," I hissed, waking Ivan and Mark from their fitful dozing. "Listen." The sound came again, closer this time, and with it a rhythmic thumping, like heavy footsteps approaching the cabin. We huddled together, weapons at the ready, Ivan with the shotgun, Mark with his hunting knife, me with a heavy flashlight. The thumping grew louder, and then something slammed against the door with enough force to make the whole cabin shudder. "Oh God," Ivan whimpered. "Oh God, oh God." The pounding continued, interspersed with that terrible moaning howl. Wood splintered, and I knew the door wouldn't hold much longer. "The back door," Mark whispered urgently. "We have to make a run for it." It was insanity, fleeing into the dark forest with that thing right outside. But staying meant certain death. We grabbed our packs, already prepared for a quick escape, and crept towards the rear of the cabin. The pounding at the front door reached a crescendo, and with a final, mighty crash, it gave way. "Now!" Mark yelled, throwing open the back door. We burst out into the night, running blindly into the forest. Behind us, I heard a roar of frustration and the sound of pursuit. Branches whipped at our faces as we ran, roots threatening to trip us at every step. I could hear Ivan gasping for breath beside me, Mark's steady footfalls just ahead. And behind us, always behind us, the sound of something large crashing through the underbrush. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs trembled, the adrenaline of fear pushing us beyond our limits. Finally, we broke through the trees into a small clearing, moonlight illuminating a decrepit structure the old ranger station even had mentioned. "Inside," Mark commanded, and we didn't need to be told twice. We threw ourselves through the door, slamming it shut behind us. For a moment we just stood there, gasping for air, listening intently for any sound of pursuit. But there was nothing, just the wind in the trees and the pounding of our own hearts. As the adrenaline faded, the reality of our situation set in. We were lost in the forest, miles from help, with some unknown horror hunting us. "What do we do now?" Ivan asked, his voice small and frightened. Mark, always the practical one, was already examining our surroundings. We need to find a way to contact help. There has to be a radio or something here. I nodded, forcing myself to focus. Okay, let's search the place. And let's stick together. No one goes anywhere alone. As we began to explore the ranger station, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. Whatever was out there, whatever had driven us from the cabin, wasn't going to give up easily. And as the night wore on, I wondered if any of us would make it out of these woods alive. The old ranger station was a time capsule, a relic from a bygone era. Dust-covered furniture and outdated equipment filled the small space, creating an eerie atmosphere of abandonment. The air was thick with the musty smell of decay and disuse. Mark immediately set about searching for anything we could use to call for help. Avon slumped into a chair, his face pale and drawn. I took up position by the window, peering out into the darkness, every muscle tense as I waited for some sign of our pursuer. Found something, Mark's excited whisper cut through the tense silence. He held up an ancient-looking radio, its dials caked with grime. No idea if it still works, but it's our best shot. We gathered around as Mark fiddled with the dials, static hissing from the speakers. For long, agonizing minutes, there was nothing but white noise. Then, miraculously, a voice crackled through. "Ranger Station 4, come in. This is headquarters, over." We looked at each other, hope dawning on our faces. Mark grabbed the microphone. "Hello? Can anyone hear us? We need help." There was a pause. Then the voice came again, clearer this time. "This is Ranger McAllister. Who am I speaking with? What's your situation?" Mark quickly explained our predicament, trying to convey the urgency without sounding completely unhinged. There was a long silence after he finished. "Stay where you are," Ranger McAllister finally said, his voice grave. "I'm on my way. Do not, under any circumstances, leave that station. Over and out." The radio went silent, leaving us in a mixture of relief and renewed tension. Help was coming, but we still had to survive until it arrived. "What do you think he knows?" Ivan asked, voicing the question we were all thinking. He didn't seem surprised. Before anyone could answer, a sound from outside froze us in place, a low guttural growl, followed by the snap of breaking branches. "It found us," I whispered, backing away from the window. The growl came again, closer this time. Something heavy slammed against the outer wall of the station, making the whole structure shudder. "We need weapons," Mark said, his voice tight with controlled fear. We frantically searched the station, grabbing anything that could be used as a weapon. I found an old fire axe, its head rusted but still sharp. Mark armed himself with a heavy flashlight and a letter opener that looked more decorative than functional. Ivan, still pale and shaking, clutched a chair leg he'd broken off. The pounding continued, punctuated by that awful growling. Whatever was out there, it was trying to get in. "What do we do?" Ivan whispered, his knuckles white around his makeshift weapon. Mark's face was grim. "We hold out. Help is coming. We just need to survive until then." A window shattered, showering the floor with broken glass. A long dark arm snaked through the opening, groping blindly. Without thinking, I swung the axe, aiming for the limb. There was a sickening thud as the blade connected, followed by a howl of pain. The arm withdrew, leaving behind a smear of dark viscous fluid on the windowsill. "Jesus," Ivan breathed, looking like he might be sick. But we had no time to process what had just happened. The attack intensified, the creature throwing itself against the walls and doors with renewed fury. We took up defensive positions, backs to each other, weapons at the ready. The minutes stretched into hours, each moment an eternity of tension and fear. Just when I thought we couldn't hold out any longer, when the walls seemed ready to give way under the relentless assault, we heard it. The distant rumble of an engine, growing louder. The creature outside must have heard it too. With a final, frustrated roar, it retreated into the forest. Moments later, headlights cut through the darkness. A truck pulled up, and a burly man in a ranger's uniform stepped out, shotgun in hand. "You boys all right?" Ranger McAllister called out. We stumbled out of the station, relief making our legs weak. The ranger's eyes widened as he took in our battered appearance and the damage to the station. "Let's get you out of here," he said grimly. "We can talk on the way." As we piled into Ranger McAllister's truck, the adrenaline that had kept us going began to wear off. The events of the night crashed over me in a wave of delayed shock and exhaustion. The Ranger drove swiftly but carefully along the narrow forest road, his eyes constantly scanning the trees around us. The shotgun lay across his lap, a silent reminder that we weren't out of danger yet. "So," McAllister said after a few minutes of tense silence, "want to tell me exactly what happened out there?" We took turns recounting our experience. From the first night at the cabin to our desperate flight to the ranger station. McAllister listened without comment, his expression growing more grave with each passing moment. When we finished, he let out a long, weary sigh. "I was afraid of this," he muttered, almost to himself. "You know what that thing is?" Mark asked, leaning forward from the back seat. McAllister was quiet for a long moment, as if weighing his words carefully. "There are things in these woods," he said finally, "that don't show up in any guidebook. Things that most folks don't believe in, don't want to believe in." A chill ran down my spine at his words. "What kind of things?" The Ranger's grip tightened on the steering wheel. "Old things, hungry things. The kind of things that were here long before us and will be here long after we're gone." We all digested this in silence. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as superstition, but after what we'd seen and experienced, I couldn't. Suddenly, McAllister slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding to a halt. In the headlights, a massive dark shape loomed on the road ahead. "Oh God," Ivan whimpered from beside me. The shape moved, resolving itself into a vaguely humanoid form. But it was too tall, too thin to be human. Its limbs were impossibly long, ending in wickedly curved claws, and its face, where there should have been a face, there was only a smooth, blank expanse of skin. "Hold on," McAllister growled, throwing the truck into reverse. We shot backwards, the engine roaring. In the rearview mirror, I saw the creature loping after us, moving with a terrible fluid grace. McAllister spun the wheel, the truck fishtailing as we careened down a side road. Branches whipped against the windows as we plunged deeper into the forest. "Where are we going?" Mark yelled over the engine's roar. "There's an old fire road up ahead," McAllister shouted back. "If we can make it there, we might have a chance." The truck bounced and jolted over the uneven ground. In the darkness beyond our headlights, I caught glimpses of movement, shadows flitting between the trees. "There's more than one," I realized with dawning horror. McAllister nodded grimly. "They hunt in packs." We burst out of the trees onto a wider dirt road. McAllister floored the accelerator, and we shot forward. For a moment, I dared to hope we might make it. Then something massive slammed into the side of the truck. We spun out of control, tires skidding on loose gravel. There was a sickening lurch as we tipped over, and then we were rolling, the world turning into a chaos of shattering glass and screeching metal. When the motion finally stopped, I found myself hanging upside down, held in place by my seatbelt. Disoriented and in pain, I looked around frantically for the others. Mark was already cutting himself free with his pocket knife. Ivan hung limply in his seat, a gash on his forehead bleeding freely. McAllister was nowhere to be seen. "We need to move," Mark said urgently, reaching over to help me with my seatbelt. "Can you walk?" I nodded, though I wasn't entirely sure. We managed to drag Ivan out of the wreck, supporting him between us. And then we were running again, stumbling through the dark forest with no idea where we were going. Behind us, I could hear the creatures crashing through the underbrush, getting closer with each passing second. We ran blindly through the night, branches whipping at our faces, roots threatening to trip us at every step. Ivan was barely conscious, a dead weight between Mark and me. The sounds of pursuit grew louder, closer. I could hear the creatures' heavy breathing, the snap of twigs under their feet. They were toying with us, I realized. They could have caught us at any time, but they were drawing out the chase, savoring our fear. Just when I thought we couldn't go on any longer, when my legs were ready to give out and my lungs burned with each breath, we broke through the trees into a clearing. And there, like a beacon of hope, stood a small cabin. "There," Mark gasped. "Come on." We stumbled towards the structure, praying it wasn't locked. Behind us, I heard a triumphant howl. They knew we were cornered. The door thankfully swung open at Mark's touch, and we tumbled inside, slamming it shut behind us. Mark dragged a heavy table in front of the door, while I lowered Ivan onto a dusty couch. "Where are we?" I asked, looking around the small, rustic interior. Mark shook his head. "No idea, but it's shelter, at least for now." A thud against the outer wall made us both jump. They were here. We huddled in the center of the room, watching as the walls shook under the creature's assault. The windows rattled in their frames, and I knew it was only a matter of time before they gave way. "What do we do now?" I whispered, gripping my axe so tightly my knuckles were white. Mark's face was grim in the dim light. "We fight. It's all we can do." A window shattered, and a long, clawed arm reached through. Mark swung his flashlight, connecting with a satisfying crunch. The arm withdrew, but I knew it was only temporary. The attack intensified. The cabin groaned and creaked under the onslaught. Dust rained down from the ceiling, and I wondered how much longer the structure would hold. And then, cutting through the chaos, we heard it. The distinctive thump, thump, thump of helicopter blades. "Help," I breathed, hardly daring to believe it. "Help is coming." The creatures must have heard it too. Their attacks became more frenzied, more desperate. They knew their time was running out. A spotlight swept over the clearing, momentarily blinding us. And then, incredibly, I heard human voices shouting, the sharp retort of gunfire. The creatures retreated, melting back into the forest with inhuman speed. One moment they were there, throwing themselves against the cabin walls, and the next they were gone, leaving behind only scratch marks and a lingering sense of terror. We stumbled out of the cabin, blinking in the harsh light of the helicopter's spotlight. A team of heavily armed men in tactical gear surrounded us, their weapons trained on the tree line. "Are you all right?" one of them shouted over the noise of the helicopter. I nodded numbly, still not quite believing we had survived. As they loaded us into the helicopter, I caught a glimpse of Ranger McAllister. He was battered and bloodied, but alive. He gave me a grim nod before turning back to survey the dark forest. As we lifted off, leaving the nightmare behind, I felt a mixture of relief and lingering dread. We had escaped, but the memory of what we had experienced would stay with us forever. The days and weeks following our rescue passed in a blur of debriefings, medical examinations, and sleepless nights. The official story was that we had encountered an aggressive bear, maybe a whole pack of them. But we knew the truth, and so did the men who had rescued us. Ivan was hospitalized for a week with a severe concussion and various cuts and bruises. Mark threw himself into research, obsessively combing through folklore and cryptozoology texts for any mention of creatures like the ones we had encountered. And me, I tried to go back to my normal life, but nothing felt normal anymore. We were sworn to secrecy about what had really happened in Allegheny National Forest. The government agents who debriefed us made it clear that speaking out would have serious consequences. But even if we could have talked about it, who would have believed us? Months passed. Ivan moved away, unable to handle the memories and the nightmares. Mark's obsession grew, leading him down increasingly bizarre conspiracy theory rabbit holes. We drifted apart, each of us dealing with the trauma in our own way, but the memories never faded. Every rustle in the bushes, every unexplained sound in the night, brought it all rushing back. The terror, the helplessness, the realization that the world was far stranger and more dangerous than we had ever imagined. I find myself unable to enjoy the outdoors like I used to. Camping trips and hikes hold no appeal now. Instead, I stay in the city, surrounded by the comforting buzz of civilization. But even here, in the heart of Pittsburgh, I sometimes catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye. A too-tall figure lurking in an alley. A flash of inhuman movement on a rooftop. And I wonder, did we really escape that night? Or did we just bring something back with us? Something ancient and hungry that has now found new hunting grounds. I don't know if I'll ever have answers. But I do know this. There are things out there in the dark. Things that most people will never see or understand. And once you've seen them, once you know they exist, you can never go back to the person you were before. So if you find yourself in the woods, if you hear something moving in the shadows, or see eyes gleaming in the darkness, don't dismiss it. Don't try to rationalize it away. Run. Run as fast and as far as you can. Because the alternative, well, Let's just say there are fates worse than death waiting in the wild places of the world. And to those who might be tempted to seek out these creatures, to prove their existence to the world, I have only this to say: be careful what you wish for. Some truths are better left undiscovered, some mysteries better left unsolved. Because once you've stared into the face of the unknown, you'll find that it's been staring back at you all along. This is my story, my warning. Believe it or don't, that's up to you. But the next time you're in the woods and you hear something that doesn't quite fit, something that sends a chill down your spine, remember that there are things out there, ancient and hungry things, and they're always watching, always waiting for their next meal. Sleep well and pleasant dreams. Just don't forget to check under your bed before you turn out the lights. You never know what might be hiding in the shadows. I grew up in Durango, Colorado, where most nights end with someone suggesting a drive to nowhere. Tyler and I have been those guys since high school. Two friends in an old Tacoma, a cooler in the back, and some half-formed plan to shave 15 minutes off a trip by cutting through a section of map that looks empty. We weren't reckless, just casual about risk in the way you get when nothing bad has happened yet. By last July, we'd logged thousands of miles through the Four Corners. We knew where the paved roads ended, which convenience stores stayed open late, and which county lines went quiet after sundown. We also knew the desert near Shiprock can turn from scenic to hostile the minute the sun drops. Knowing a thing and respecting it are not the same. That afternoon we were returning from Gallup. We'd stopped to see a buddy in town and stayed longer than planned, drinking cheap beer on his porch while the afternoon stretched into early evening. The route home was straightforward, Gallup to Shiprock to Farmington to Durango, but the highways were clogged with summer traffic. Campers moved at crawling speeds, rental cars from tourists who'd never driven mountain roads, and somewhere ahead, a wreck had eastbound lanes backed up for miles. Tyler pulled up a mental map and said we could cut northwest on back roads near Shiprock, then reconnect with Highway 160 closer to the state line. He said it like we'd done it 100 times. In reality, we never had. The area was Navajo Nation land, mostly reservation roads that weren't maintained for through traffic. He swore it would save half an hour. I checked the time on my phone. It was already past 7. We'd be chasing the last of the light, and in July that meant maybe 90 minutes before full dark. I should have said no. Should have told him we'd sit in traffic like everyone else, but I didn't want to be the cautious one. Didn't want to hear him joke about it for the next month, so I said sure. And just like that, we committed to a decision that would follow us home. We topped off at a gas station just south of Shiprock. The wind had died completely, leaving the air thick and still. Heat rolled off the concrete in visible waves. Inside, the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting everything in a sterile white glow. The cooler section hummed its constant mechanical drone. We grabbed waters and beef jerky, the kind that comes in tough plastic packages that require teeth to open. The clerk was an older woman with her hair pulled back so tight it seemed to stretch her face. Her name tag was faded, unreadable. She wasn't chatty, didn't make eye contact while scanning our items. The register beeped with each pass. When Tyler asked if the dirt roads were decent north of town, she stopped moving. Her hand hovered over the scanner. She looked at our keys dangling from Tyler's hand, then at us. Really looked at us, like she was weighing whether it was worth saying anything. Finally, she spoke. Don't go out there after dark. Not a suggestion, not advice. A statement of fact laid on the counter between us like a physical object. Tyler smiled, that easy smile he has, the one that gets him out of speeding tickets. We'll be quick, he said. Be faster, she replied, and something in her tone made my stomach tighten. Her eyes held ours for another second. Then she turned away, bagging our items with deliberate movements. We told ourselves she meant livestock on the road, flash flooding in the washes, drunk drivers weaving home. We told ourselves a lot of things in those next few minutes, standing in that fluorescent-lit store, while the clock on the wall ticked past 7:15. We paid. She didn't say goodbye. The door chimed as we left, a cheerful sound that felt wrong somehow. Outside, the sun had slid considerably lower. A thin line of orange sat above Shiprock's jagged silhouette, that volcanic plug rising from the desert floor like a broken tooth. The sky above it was deepening from blue to violet. We got in the Tacoma. Tyler adjusted the seat, checked the mirrors. I set my phone on the dash as a clock, watching the minutes display. That was all the planning we did. The first miles out of Shiprock were paved, then patched, then fractured into something that was more cracked than asphalt, then finally just dirt. A few houses sat far apart from each other, each with a couple of vehicles in various states of decay, and a dog that barely glanced our way as we passed. Satellite dishes pointed at empty sky. Laundry hung motionless on lines. 10 minutes in, the homes thinned to nothing. The roads stretched long and flat, shallow washboards rattling the cup holders and making our teeth click together. The desert up there isn't empty. You can see sage and juniper, distant mesas, the bones of old fences, but it can feel empty when you don't see lights for minutes at a time. Everything looks the same: gray-green brush, red dirt, rock formations that could be landmarks or could be nothing special. We kept the windows cracked to bleed the heat from the cab. The air smelled like dust and creosote, that distinctive desert smell that gets into your clothes and stays there. I told Tyler we should turn back if we didn't hit pavement by full dark. He said we had at least 30 minutes of usable light. Dusk was already proving him wrong. The shadows were lengthening, stretching east from every rock and plant. The sun was half gone behind Shiprock, and the temperature was starting to drop fast the way it does in the desert. The road split at a cattle guard with no sign, no indication which direction led where. Tyler chose left, keeping us generally north. The speedometer hovered around 40. Any faster and the washboard would rattle us apart. Any slower and we'd never reach the highway before dark. We hadn't seen another vehicle since leaving the last paved spur. No headlights ahead, no dust trails, nothing. Somewhere out there, I couldn't say exactly where because every mile looked like the last. The sun dropped behind Shiprock completely. We lost all color in an instant. The world went from golden edge to gray to almost black in the space of 5 minutes. Headlights cut a cone ahead of us, turning the dirt pale and somehow lifeless. The cab cooled by degrees. I pulled on a jacket. At 8:19 I started counting minutes, doing math in my head about how far we might have to go. We rounded a long, gradual bend, and she was there. A person in our lane, maybe 50 yards ahead, revealed gradually by the headlights like a photograph developing. Tyler braked. The Tacoma dipped forward, gravel skidding under the tires with a sound like tearing fabric. We rolled to a crawl. Tacoma dipped forward, gravel skidding under the tires with a sound like tearing fabric. We rolled to a crawl. She looked young, maybe early 20s. Dark hair fell to her shoulders, uncombed, moving slightly in a breeze I couldn't feel through the cracked windows. She wore a pale shirt, white or light gray, hard to tell in the headlights, streaked with dust in patterns that looked like handprints. Bare legs from the knees down, bare feet on the dirt road, no shoes, no socks. One arm hung at her side, limp and motionless, the other raised in a slow, unsteady wave, palm out, then rotating inward, then back out again. The motion was mechanical, repetitive. No car, no driveway, no fence, no structure of any kind within visible range, just her, standing in the middle of a dirt road in the dark desert, waving. "You seeing this?" Tyler's voice was tight. "Yeah." We closed the distance to maybe 20 feet, moving at walking speed now, close enough for details I didn't want. Her chin was low, shoulders rounded forward like she was cold or hurt. Her stance was uneven. The left foot seemed to hover slightly, like she couldn't or wouldn't put full weight on it. I reached for the window switch and stopped, my hand hovering over it. Something was wrong and my body had decided before my brain could name it. We'd spent years stopping for people out here. Flat tires, dead batteries, hauling 5-gallon gas cans to ranchers who'd miscalculated. This was different. Every instinct I had was screaming wrong, wrong, wrong. The hair on my arm stood up. My throat felt tight. "We should pull past and call it in," I said. "Sheriff or tribal police?" "Yeah," Tyler agreed. He inched forward. She didn't move aside. Didn't flag harder. Didn't call out. Just kept that slow, mechanical wave, her palm catching the headlights with each rotation. At 10 feet, I expected her face to change. Surprise at seeing us, relief, fear, anything. It didn't. Her lips looked split, darkened with what might have been dried blood or dirt. Her eyes stayed fixed past the bumper, not catching the light the way eyes should, not reflecting at all. The pupils seemed too large, swallowing the iris completely. I told myself there were reasons: angle, dust on her face, the quality of the headlights. But the thought didn't help. My hands had gone cold despite the jacket. Tyler eased left to go around her. I watched her as we passed, unable to look away. She rotated at the waist like a door on a hinge, not a step, not shifting her feet, tracking us without moving anything below her ribs. It wasn't a natural movement. The human spine doesn't turn like that, shouldn't turn like that. We rolled on. Tyler checked the rear view. I watched the side mirror, my breath fogging the window. She turned farther, her body still facing the direction we'd come from. Her head swiveled almost 90 degrees. The brake lights lit her face red for a moment, then dark again when Tyler's foot came off the pedal. The expression wasn't vacant or angry or scared, just wrong, misaligned somehow, like a mask worn slightly off-center. "No shoulder, no lights," I said, my voice sounding strange in my own ears. "Next intersection we call?" Tyler nodded. He was gripping the wheel too hard. I could see his knuckles white even in the dim light from the dash. We brought the speed back up to 30, then 35. No service on my phone. Not even one bar. No house within miles. Turning back meant driving past her again. Maybe stopping. Walking up to her in the dark to ask if she needed help. Going forward meant hoping for a good decision point. A place with service, with lights, with other people. I wanted pavement, signs, gas stations, something fixed and normal and bright. We drove in silence. My hands were damp with sweat. My mouth was dry. I kept checking the side mirror, but there was nothing behind us except dust and darkness. Then, motion in the beams again. Same shirt, same dark hair, same shape. This time she was only 30 feet ahead when we saw her. There were no paths, no turnoffs behind us, no way for her to have gotten ahead of us. The road had been straight for the last mile, empty in both directions. We'd been moving at 35 miles per hour. She shouldn't be there, couldn't be there. My brain tried to make it work. Maybe we'd seen someone else. Maybe there were two people out here, but the shirt was identical, the hair the same length, the stance exactly as uneven. Tyler swore, a single sharp word. He slowed just enough to steer wide, giving her space. As we drew level, maybe 6 feet of clearance between her and my door, she turned her head toward me. Not gradually, one sharp snap, like a bird spotting prey. Up close, I saw dark marks on her forearm. Distinct shapes that looked like finger impressions. Like someone had grabbed her hard enough to bruise. 4 parallel lines, thumb opposite. Then we were past. Tyler accelerated harder than necessary. The engine whined. She stayed in the mirror longer than she should have, longer than physics allowed. Her arm finally dropped, but not in a normal way. It just fell, dead weight, swinging once before stopping. Then she bent forward at the waist, stiff and unnatural, her back rounding, but her legs staying locked straight, like a mannequin being folded at a joint it wasn't meant to fold at. The dashboard clock read 8:27. I couldn't make any of this make sense. The possible explanations: twins, someone playing a prank, us somehow getting turned around. None of them fit. My heart was hammering. I could feel it in my throat, in my temples. Tyler's breathing had gone shallow and quick. We kept going. The road narrowed, brush crowding closer to the edges, branches scraping the passenger side with sounds like fingernails on metal. Then it widened again, opening into a broader valley. The sky ahead lightened slightly, a faint glow that promised the highway, other cars, civilization. I told Tyler we'd stop at the first main road, first light, first anything. He nodded, eyes locked on the road ahead, hands still white-knuckled on the wheel. We hadn't seen her for 3 minutes. I'd been counting. When we crested a small rise, and there she was, closer now, offset toward our right headlight. Maybe 20 feet ahead, arms raised overhead now, not waving. Head tilted so far forward her chin nearly touched her chest, hair hanging down and obscuring her face. She swayed slightly, side to side, like she was standing in water. I felt my mouth go completely dry. "Tyler, I see her. I see her." His voice was flat, empty of the easy confidence it usually carried. He didn't slow much this time, just enough to control the vehicle. The raised arms weren't waving, they twitched at the wrists. Small jerking movements that seemed involuntary. When we lined up with her, level for just a moment, her head snapped up. Hair fell away from her face. Her eyes locked onto mine through the glass. They were completely black, no white visible at all, and they tracked me with absolute focus as we passed. In the mirror, she pivoted faster than before. Her stance widened, feet spreading to shoulder width. She stepped toward us, one step, clear and deliberate, then another. Then she was closing the distance faster than walking, faster than jogging, moving in a way that my brain couldn't quite process. Her right foot was dragging and snapping forward, dragging and snapping, but it didn't slow her down at all. "She's moving," I said. My voice came out higher than normal. "I'm not looking," Tyler replied. He pressed the accelerator harder. The Tacoma fishtailed briefly on loose gravel before straightening. I couldn't stop watching the mirror. She was still visible in our taillights, now running full out, arms swinging loose at her sides, head angled just enough to keep us in sight. The way she moved, it wasn't right. The rhythm was off, like watching a film with frames missing. The brush closed in on both sides, forcing us into a narrow corridor of dirt between walls of sage and juniper. Tyler took a bend too tight. The back tires kicked up a cloud of dust before he corrected, the wheel jerking in his hands. "Where's the highway?" he muttered. "Where the hell is the highway?" Movement ahead again, coming toward us this time, not standing still. That same pale shirt materializing from the darkness. The limp had become a hop, then faster, then a full run. No vehicle had passed us, no side road, no possible way she should be here. Ahead of us, closing the gap. Tyler swerved left hard enough that my shoulder hit the door panel. He floored it. Her mouth was open wider now, impossibly wide. I could see teeth, too many teeth, even in white in the headlights. We hit 60 miles per hour. The wheel trembling in Tyler's hands, the washboard road threatening to rattle us into the ditch. She didn't reappear for a long stretch, 20 seconds, 30. But the sense of her stayed. That feeling of being watched, of being followed, of something behind us that was gaining. Then a flash of movement along the right side, lower now, not standing, not running upright, moving on all fours, matching our speed for what felt like forever but was probably only seconds. I caught glimpses between the brush, that pale shirt, dark hair streaming back, arms and legs moving in coordination like she'd always moved that way, like it was natural. Then she vanished into the dark brush beyond the headlight's reach. An impact hit the passenger door, sudden and hard, not a bump, not brush scraping. An exhale, deliberate, with weight behind it. The door panel dimpled inward slightly. I turned, pressing myself back into the seat. She was there, level with my window, her face inches from the glass. Her arm was reaching, fingers splayed wide. I could see under her nails, dark crescents. Or maybe the nails themselves were dark, too long, too thick. She was keeping pace at 60 miles per hour on all fours. Then she dropped back, falling away into the darkness behind us. The next crest put her dead center in the lane, maybe 40 feet ahead, on all fours still but motionless now, waiting. Her face was tilted up at us while her body stayed square to the road, spine curved in a way that made my stomach turn. Tyler took the right edge of the road hard, brush hammering the passenger side with impacts that sounded like fists on metal. As we came parallel, her head snapped toward me again, eyes still completely black, mouth still too wide, teeth too even, too white for someone who'd been in the desert, too perfect for the way she moved. We pulled ahead. Another impact slammed the door, harder this time. The glass vibrated but held. The sound was hollow, drum-like. I could feel it in my chest. Then the night changed. Light ahead, off to the left. Distant but unmistakable. Headlights on what had to be the highway. Red taillights moving in both directions. Civilization. Tyler stayed on it, the Tacoma bouncing hard enough that my head hit the roof. A T intersection appeared, marked with a faded stop sign barely visible in our high beams. He turned left toward the glow without stopping, without even slowing much. The tires scrabbled for purchase. In the mirror, she cut across behind us at an angle, moving fast enough that she was just a blur of pale shirt and dark hair. Then she was gone, actually gone this time. The night behind us was empty. The new road was smoother, recently graded. We hit 65, then 70. The glow resolved into individual lights, trucks, sedans, motorcycles. The highway, real and solid and full of people who weren't her. But then one more time she was in our lane ahead. Further out this time, maybe 100 yards. Tyler didn't brake, just took the far right edge of the road, practically in the ditch. In the high beams she lunged. She covered the distance in 3 bounds, each one impossibly long, angling for my door. I pressed myself back into the seat, one arm coming up instinctively. A hard, quick rake of sound ran along the door panel. Not brush, not rock, contact, deliberate. The sound of something sharp dragging across metal with pressure behind it. 3 distinct lines, parallel, evenly spaced. Then the dirt ended and there was pavement. The change in sound was immediate and startling. From the constant rattle of dirt and gravel to smooth, quiet road noise. Tyler merged onto the highway without signaling. A green sign flashed past in the lights. Another promised a service area in 2 miles. Neither of us spoke. My hands were shaking. My heart was still pounding so hard I felt dizzy. We pulled into the service area under sodium lights that turned everything orange. There were maybe 6 other vehicles in the lot. A semi, a few passenger cars, an RV. Normal people doing normal things. Tyler parked away from the building, in a spot with good light. We sat there for a full minute without moving. When I finally opened the door, my legs felt weak. The marks on the passenger door looked worse under the artificial light. 3 parallel gouges down to the primer, each about 8 inches long. They weren't scratches from brush. They were too even, too deliberate. Each one had regularly spaced interruptions, like something had lifted and pressed down repeatedly while dragging. Dust flaked away at my touch, revealing metal underneath. My hand was shaking so badly I had to steady it with the other one. Inside, the service area was too bright and too warm and too normal. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. A television played the weather. The cashier, Raymond, according to his name tag, looked up from a phone and asked if we'd been on the dirt roads. The door must have still been open behind us, the marks visible from where he stood. When I told him roughly where we'd been, his expression changed. Went from casual interest to something harder. "Don't stop on those roads after dark," he said. "Not advice, a rule. If someone needs help, you call from town. You don't stop, you don't get out." Another man was in the snack aisle, older, maybe Navajo based on the turquoise jewelry he wore. He overheard and walked over, looked past us to the parking lot. "You boys need to look at your passenger side," he said quietly. "We already did," Tyler said. Raymond followed us to the door, arms crossed over his chest. Under the lights, the marks looked even worse. He studied them for a long moment. "If you feel like you need to talk to somebody, tell the Navajo Nation police exactly where you were. But don't go back, not to show anyone, not at all. Do you understand?" We understood. We got back in the truck and left. The drive to Durango was uneventful. Traffic was normal. The highway was well lit. Every mile that passed felt like waking up from a dream, except the marks were still there on the door. Real, undeniable. The farther we got from Shiprock, the more my mind tried to turn what happened into something ordinary. A person in distress, confusion, dust in our eyes. But the marks wouldn't let me. In daylight the next morning they were sharper, cleaner. A faint bloom of rust had risen overnight in the exposed metal. Too fast for dry weather and intact paint. I rubbed one of the grooves with my thumb. The rust color came away faintly, like pressing on an old bloodstain. Later that week, I told Thomas, a Navajo coworker from Farmington. He listened without interrupting, his expression carefully neutral. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment. "Then you don't stop on those roads at night. You just don't. Sometimes what you see out there isn't a person, or it isn't only a person." He told me to wash the truck, to not show the marks off, and if I wanted to sleep better, to buy something small from a local vendor near where we'd come out. As a sign of respect, he said. For what? He didn't specify. The next weekend, Tyler and I drove back to that area. Daylight, highway only, plenty of traffic. We stopped at a roadside stand near the turnoff where we'd emerged. An older woman sold beadwork and carved animals from the back of a pickup. I bought a beaded keychain. Tyler bought a carved wooden fox. We didn't explain. We didn't negotiate the price. We said thank you, left cash, and drove away. I felt something in my shoulders let go, some tension I'd been carrying for days. The scratches never washed out, no matter what we tried. The rust stayed thin but visible. Eventually, Tyler got the door repainted, $600 at a body shop in town. The guy doing the work asked what had made marks like that. Tyler told him he didn't know. That was true enough. The keychain's been on my keys ever since. The fox is on Tyler's shelf, next to a photo of his truck from before. We still take drives through the four corners, but never through that stretch. If traffic on the highway is bad, it's bad. You sit in it. You listen to podcasts or music, or just the sound of the engine. You let the sun go down surrounded by other people, other vehicles, lights in every direction. The ending is simple. We made it home. The marks cost money to fix. The memories didn't fade the way I hoped they would. I still check the mirrors more than I used to. Still get tense when the sun starts to drop and I'm not on a main road. Still remember that feeling of being watched, of being hunted, of something that shouldn't exist moving faster than it should, getting closer. I tell this story the way Raymond told it to us. Plain and simple. Don't stop on those roads after dark. If you think someone needs help, call it in from town. Keep your doors locked. Keep moving. Stay on the highway. The last time Tyler and I drove through that area, we passed the turnoff in daylight. He turned down the radio without being asked. No shortcuts, he said. Yeah, I said. No shortcuts. It's a simple rule. Not complicated, not hard to follow, but it's a rule that exists for a reason. Taught by people who've seen things they don't talk about except in warnings to strangers at gas stations. And if you're smart, if you want to get home safe, you follow it. Every time. No exceptions. Because out there in the desert, on those dirt roads after dark, you might see someone who needs help. And you have to understand, really understand, that stopping might be the last decision you ever make.